and everyone's entitled to their view. As to whether it interferes with the things you're talking about, I don't think so. I think the track record of the Federal Reserve speaks for itself.
Stephen, can I just say, I really wanted to catch up with you. I did this for free. No overtime, okay? But I'll take the tax break. I will take the tax break. Stephen, thank you, sir. Stephen Murray. Thank you, sir. The chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors with us around the table still. Mohammed Al-Arian and Stephanie Broth. Lisa, first to you, I wanted to come to you and get your reaction. The takeaway there, just on China, that those tariffs won't be around in a few weeks' time. They'll be changing.
They're going to be coming down to a significant place, not necessarily giving any commitment to what they're coming down to, but in sense of progress, which is what you're seeing reflected in the equity markets. What this means going forward for further talks, how complicated this is, and economic projections. The market figure that out.
An olive branch very early this morning from the Chinese Commerce Ministry, now an olive branch from the White House saying they are unsustainable, repeating what we've heard from the likes of Scott Bessent. But Stephen Baer talking about the fact that they're coming down in a few weeks. Clearly this administration has been, I think, spooked a little bit by the retailers. They do not want to see empty shelves this summer, especially leading back to September and back to school season.
Mohammed, there's been a tone shift, without a doubt. Your thoughts, please.
I'm surprised about what I didn't hear. The consensus view is China has a tolerance that's much higher than the US, and that is an advantage in negotiations. If I was from the administration, I would be out there and saying the economy has resilience. We have multiple objectives for our tariff policy, not just fairer trade, but revenue, reshoring of industry. And this tells us that we can wait until we get the right terms. I didn't hear that, and I would have expected them to turn this good jobs report into a negotiating tool.
Stephanie, you certainly saw that strength earlier on this morning.
Yeah, the challenge is we just don't have that much time. Exactly the point in the negotiation that the U.S. economy just doesn't have that much time before this becomes a real problem. And the next jobs report is going to look a lot softer than this one.
Are you excited for the weekend? No overtime for this.
King Kong tror ikke det så dumt, altså. Nå kom det faktisk ganske sterke jobbtall fra USA. De tallene riktig nok fra forrige måned før tariffen hitta, men det kommer opp på det. Og Trump har pratet I dag også.
And the former St. Louis Fed President Jim Bullard. To all of you at home, have a wonderful weekend as we count you down to the opening bell 15 minutes away. We're looking at 9 days of gains on the S&P 500, potentially the longest winning streak in 21 years. This was Bloomberg Surveillance.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We gotta talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Jeg har aldri sett sånn markedsføres. Hva var det som skjedde oktober 2020?
We're talking right after the DeepSeek model surprised everybody in its efficiency. It took hundreds of billions off of market caps because it legitimately raised concerns that maybe the future of AI was different. I guarantee you that if you look at other portfolios that aren't marked, they didn't move. If private assets are going to eat the world, as they say, with the equity market halving in the number of names, you come to a world that is increasingly...
Johannes, jeg vil bare tatt på litt mer. Jeg har ikke gjort noen ting. I hvert fall ikke trade på egne. Bare chill, liksom.
If you see your public assets in AI going down by 20%,
skal vi ned eller opp?
You're going to be thinking very, very...
Tallene I dag tyder på at vi skal opp på de tallene som kommer I dag. Men de tallene fra forrige måned. Det ikke etter tariffen. Tariffen hitter ikke før neste måned, så de som tror dette tariffgreiene er over, det er feil. Kaiene i USA er tomme. Ukestallene som kom i forrige uke for deg viser at det er det verste siden 2009. De tallene som kom i dag var fra forrige måned. Altså forrige måned før tariffen og all den dritten. Så det her er ikke over. Men på de tallene i dag så skal vi kanskje litt opp. Det som er litt rart her er at Apple og de faller masse her. Men Trump pratet i natt også. Markedet snudde opp klokka 2 i natt når Trump pratet. Han pratet da klokka 2. Vi var ned 300 poeng i dag til Donald Trump pratet klokka 2 i natt. Og da gikk vi opp alt sammen når han pratet. Teknisk går opp i hitter 20.040, og så skal vi helt opp til 20.080, så vi kan gå opp med 100 poeng. Sånn er det. 2 sekunder. Så vi har ikke reagert på noe av det dårlige makro hele uka, fordi Donald Trump har pratet. Og når du først kommer med makro, så kan du banne på, da skal vi opp også. Og de makro som kom nå var ganske bra. Men det er som sagt forrige måned. Det er ikke det som skjer nå. Det er gammel news.
Stephen Myron, about the state of this labor market.
Given the historic scope and speed with which the president acted to put American workers and firms first for the first time in decades, you know, it shouldn't be surprising if there's some accompanying volatility, and that extends to financial markets that we've seen, and it could extend to economic data also as companies sort of substitute activity from one month to another. You know, that remains to be seen.
All right, for more reaction to the jobs data, we bring in Bloomberg's chief economics and policy correspondent Michael McKee joins us here on set, and 177,000, better than the highest estimate in our survey. Is this economy on fire?
The economy was very strong coming into 2025, and the labor market was the strongest part of it, which the Fed has acknowledged. We are seeing a slowdown. We got 177,000 jobs. March was revised down to 185 after 58,000 jobs were subtracted from March and February, but it's still a healthy number. The 3-month average is 155,000 jobs a month. That's up from.
Og nå får vi ikke rentekutt fra USA.
Unemployment basically unchanged even after.
Det er det Trump vil ha, han vil ha rentekutt.
Basically unchanged on a year-over-year.
Og så ble det også revidert også, hvis du ser på
Healthcare and social services, social assistance.
Ble revidert ned etter tallene på non-farm. Men det har sikkert ingen fått med seg.
Still 58,000 construction jobs. We were supposed to lose construction workers because of the immigration crackdown. Didn't happen. 11,000 jobs there. We did lose 9,000 in federal government. We would expect that to rise in months to come. And computer manufacturing, I just threw that in there, down 4,000 jobs. Semiconductor manufacturing also down 1,000 jobs.
All right, Mike McKee, stay close. We're going to see you at the top of the 10 a.m. hour as well for factory orders. That is Bloomberg's Mike McKee. And let's keep this conversation going now with BlackRock Chief Investment Officer of Global Fixed Income, Rick Reeder. Rick, it's great to see you again on this jobs day. You take a look at the pre-market action. You have stock futures flying right now. You have traders backing away a little bit from their Fed rate cut bets. It seems like traders are taking good news as good news here. Is that your read as well?
So I think there's a couple things at play. I think the rate market is rightfully factoring in. You got an economy that's still solid, that labor is still solid. It's got to keep the Fed on hold for a longer period of time. So I think that's the right adjustment. Listen, the equity market, I mean, I tell you, this is one of those interesting periods of time where there's so much cash that's been sitting on the sideline that even though valuations in equities, quite frankly, are not that attractive, that money keeps flowing in. And it's something with the story improving about maybe we get some trade deals. You know, you're seeing momentum and sentiment push it along, even though when you actually break down valuations in the equity market today, I would say they're not terribly fulfilling.
Rick, let's talk a little bit more about the jobs numbers themselves. I know that you've been looking at this not just on a standalone basis, but on a 3-month rolling basis at the minimum. What are you seeing in terms of the trend in terms of where jobs are coming in and going away. Is there anything encouraging at this point, or are you more discouraged?
No, so I think, I actually brought a chart with me, a little visual aid that I don't know if y'all can show that. So,
Yep, up right now.
Mike McKee's, there you go. Well, Mike McKee said, which I think is incredibly important. We have a service economy. People that talk about the death of the U.S. economy don't respect the fact that services push this economy along. Healthcare, you look at healthcare and education, and then obviously leisure and hospitality, they just continue to move along. Less trade, less tariff sensitive. And then people spoke, I was listening to somebody today talking about the goods economy. When you actually look at what labor is, the labor is a service economy, and it's still humming along at a pretty good pace. Here's what I think is the delta of where we are today versus where we were a month or two ago. Services are still doing well. I am focused on healthcare and education and leisure and hospitality because I do think you'll start to see those cuts come through. You know, we talked about some of the federal funding cuts to healthcare. I think the next couple of months that'll start flowing through. Leisure and hospitality, you see some of the tourism data coming off. I think that'll start to flow through a bit. So I think the delta is to slower numbers. And you know, the interesting thing in the JOLTS report this week, look at job openings. That's actually, in some of the sectors I just identified, that's coming off. CEOs, CFOs are sitting in this point today, I'm just going to wait. I'm going to cut my job openings. I'm going to keep my labor in place in case economy actually does okay and we get through some of these.
BlackRock skeptiske og ganske negative. De sier at de sitter og venter, ser for seg høyere cuts på skole, utdanning og healthcare. Ser for seg turister også vil komme ned. Det BlackRock. BlackRock et av verdens største investeringsselskaper.
Manufacturing makes up only 8% of U.S. jobs, and on the other hand, if you have a good unit...
Det langt mellom lyspunktene.
Hva sa du?
Det langt mellom lyspunktene, ja.
Ja, men fy faen at det går opp, da. Jeg har aldri sett noe lignende før.
I do think that you'll see manufacturing, see the pharmaceutical industry start to motivate towards putting.
Vi går ikke ned på noe dårlige nyheter.
There is a social aspect.
Ingenting.
Quite frankly,
Nei, du aner ikke når det skjer heller.
Some of these areas of manufacturing.
Men de tallene som kom nå var ganske bra, altså. Men det for, som sagt, tall fra forrige måned før alt det gale skjedde.
Is point one. Point two that I think is significant, robotics and automation will dull the labor impact you'll see from that. I think more factories that come back to manufacturing will be with a lot of robots and automation. And then I think the third point that is significant, listen, the growth of technology and innovation, and you think about chip development, etc. They are critically important in the United States from a growth, from a national security point of view. And so I think that's where you'll see the primary aspect of what you would call new manufacturing today.
All right, Rick, you're sticking with us through the opening bell. Hold tight for just a moment. Let's take a look at the setup as we count down to the ringing. You can see the S&P 500 up 1.2% right now. What a run we've seen on the big benchmark. You can see the NASDAQ 100 also higher, even though we had a little bit of disappointment from Amazon, from Apple. Amazon shaking that off again, Taylor Swift style, and then you have the Russell up as well. It's going to be interesting, guys, to see if we can close in the green on this Friday. We know that traders have been reluctant to hold risk into the weekend, but if we get 9 straight days of up arrows, that is the longest streak since 2004.
As you've been saying all week, yesterday was.
Hvis vi stenger opp I dag, så det den største oppturen I amerikansk historie siden 2004.
String of gains, though, in 21 years. This is Bloomberg.
På 21 år. Og det den ene dagen jeg går short Tesla. Fy faen. Går an å ha så uflaks. Man må le litt, da. Jeg var long hele forrige uke og uka flere. Men da hadde vi gått opp 2000 poeng. Nå har vi opp 3000 poeng.
was, you were asking,
Jeg tenker han har helt rett i det han sier.
and he didn't quite answer the question, and he asked you a question. So the question he asked you was something like, why are you not banking certain groups?
Problemet med akkurat det er det at du har profitordninger for alle de selskapene.
What is the answer to that question?
Well, first off, Bank of America has 70 million consumer customers and millions of small businesses all over the country.
GT, jeg bare sier det. Det er ikke noe, jeg bare sier det. Jeg bare fortalte hvor uflaks jeg hadde på denne shorten. Det er ikke noe mer enn det. Syn er helt likt. Det er ikke noe annerledes syn. Akkurat samme som jeg har sagt i 3 måneder. Kjøpe Coa, kjøp TGS, kjøp Axolution, kjøp Ali, kjøp Ali. Det er ikke noe annerledes syn.
Both report suspicious activity reports and do a lot of analysis. And we have to close accounts, so we can't tell people why we do. And often we're told by authorities to close accounts. That creates confusion. Another area comes out from this discussion. In the crypto area, where the regulators say you can't bank crypto operating companies, employees of crypto companies, etc. We are allowed to do. We bank everybody, but the operating company, they said that's a high-risk activity. Ask us for authority, and guess what? You would have never gotten authority. So that came up as an issue. So at the end of the day, it's about getting these regulations right.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
This is the Asia trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Bringing you up to the minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jennifer Zabasanja in Luanda, Angola, and this is Bloomberg.
Moments away from the start of trading, this is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller, and we are looking at some pretty significant gains, especially considering that we're just passing over an 8-day streak. So if we finish in the green today, it'll be the longest winning streak we've had on the New York Stock Exchange in 21 years. That's longer than many of my colleagues here have been alive. NASDAQ futures up 1.1%. Russell futures all up 1.1%. And ringing the opening bell, really knocking it out of there, is Oscar De La Hoya and Ring Magazine, which is, I guess, a boxing magazine, and they're partnering up with Fatal Fury, which is a video game. I need Joe. Sometimes I need Joe in the control room out here to help me out with this sports stuff. Down at the NASDAQ market site, you have Fold ringing the open bell, FLD, and they brought a huge crowd of people. What a day to be involved in financial markets. I mean, the kind of record we're looking at, Katie Greifeld, is generational.
Generational. I do have some bad news, though, and that comes in the form of Apple. Apple planning to source more than 19 billion chips from the U.S. this year as part of its global supply chain shift to gradually lessen its reliance on China. But even still, Sonali, we learned last night that it sees a $900 million quarterly hit this quarter alone from tariffs, so standing out from the rest of its Magnificent Seven peers in a bad way.
Yeah, this one too is interesting. Amazon had been fluctuating into the market open. Now it's down, well, roughly flat. It's been fluctuating between 0.2 and 1% down and flat. It expects a tougher business climate in the coming months due to tariffs and a potential downturn in consumer spending, with the slowdown that's already appearing in third-party revenue, Matt.
Yeah, I want to point out also that Chevron will reduce share buybacks this quarter due to tumbling oil prices. I know since the first quarter we're down about 17% on crude prices and the trade war. Meanwhile, Exxon is sticking with its share buyback plans as earnings met estimates there. So kind of a mixed bag in terms of the oil patch, but both of those shares are rising right now. And we've got some breaking news on a meeting at the White House. President Trump set
skal prate igjen nå.
The new leader of Canada.
Right, he had a good week.
And this is interesting because Carney, you know, in his sort of victory speech after the elections this week, he said, like, the, you know, friendship and partnership and collaboration between the U.S. and Canada is over.
Yeah, he did run on that sort of anti-Trump sort of platform. It ultimately got him the victory, but now learning that Carney and Trump are set to meet at the White House on Tuesday, it'll certainly be interesting to watch that one.
Yeah, Tuesday next week is a busy week, of course, and we should be prepared for that because we're going to move past these earnings and back into the political rhetoric. That meeting on Tuesday will be closely watched, in addition to many of Scott Bessett's hearings.
Exactly.
Well, before we move on entirely from earnings, let's talk about two of the big ones, Apple and Amazon's results. Let's take a closer look now with Bloomberg Technology co-host Caroline Hyde sitting to my left. I want to start with Apple because there were already a lot of fears heading into this print, of course, the relationship with China, the reliance on China, and it seems like actually a lot of those worries were founded in reality.
Yeah, Tim Cook just reminded everyone of their exposure and the fact that they're already saying, look, costs are going to add up to $900 million. That's not a lot if you're comparing that to, well, your expectations of about $90 to $100 billion in revenue. It's about 1%. But that is the best case scenario. So says Jefferies. This is why we got not one but two analysts downgrading the stock today. And in fact, Jefferies going all the way to an underperform, saying this is as good as it gets. You're going to have, of course, perhaps tariffs not remaining still as they are in the next June quarter. We're going to potentially see a dial-up of focused tariffs on electronic goods, such as smartphones. So overall, we're going to see a real concern here. Apple really couldn't point past what...
Apple sees slowdown in China.
Weakness in China. Just persistent. They had subsidies in China. We're meant to see...
Men hvem bryr seg så lenge Trump skal prate etterpå?
2%. They cannot get their AI act together. They're not having a foldable phone yet, and they're losing out to competitors over in China. Meanwhile, in the US, yes, we're building chips closer to home, but that adds up.
Speaking of competitors over in China, I think this week was an incredible one for Amazon. The numbers themselves were not so pretty. They were down more than 3% pre-market. The jobs numbers showed up and it saved them a little bit because they're so exposed to this consumer, the American consumer. But Chinese rivals have been raising prices already. Yes. So is this an advantage story or a disadvantage story?
I think when you're thinking of Amazon, if anyone can weather it, Amazon can weather it. It's kind of where analysts are. And the sales look good. Not only did they beat in the quarter that they just reported, but they're also posting that revenue is actually going to remain resilient. They're going to see about 8% growth once again. They might take away something on profit, but people are used to that when it comes to Amazon. Just go back to the Bezos days when he was running it, and now with Andy Jassy, they're always willing to flex a little bit on their operating margin if they're going to reinvest in the business, and they seem to be committed to satellites in the sky. They're committed to AI innovation and wanting more people to come to Bedrock, more people wanting to come to their own chips. So they're not going to say in this moment of anxiety, we're dialing back on our own R&D, but you're going to have to suck up a margin hit. I think most analysts actually said, look, generally speaking, they beat when it comes to their operating income. They beat hard this quarter. Look, the guide, they're just being cautious here.
All right, Caroline, thanks very much. Bloomberg's Caroline Hyde. She hosts our technology show, which kicks off at 11 a.m. with Ed Ludlow, and you can watch that, well, at 11 a.m.
There you go.
As I said. We are back with BlackRock Chief Investment Officer of Global Fixed Income, Rick Reeder. Rick, you also run BINC, the ETF, which is outperforming the benchmark, really crushing it, and up year to date as opposed to the S&P, the broader index, which is down still almost 4% year to date, still off 8% from its highs. What do you think about stocks after a 9-day winning streak? I mean, do you take some profits here?
So thanks, Matt. I mean, so I also run our global allocation fund where we do mostly equities. Listen, I'd say a couple of things that we're doing in the equity market. First of all, this is as good a trading environment as I've seen in a long time. You know, there was a period of time where people were panicked about the downside, and you could sell puts on the market, reduce your equity beta, sell puts, and now you've got this amazing froth. You know, you ride it a little bit, you run your equity beta a little bit longer because the sentiment's good, maybe you get good news on trade, but now there's a great opportunity to sell upside calls because people will pay for the up 10%, 15%. And buy some downside. And so that's what we've been doing recently. You know, ride this a little bit, keep your beta elevated, but you can buy some downside protection. And I think, quite frankly, you know, some of the names that are moving now in tech and otherwise, you can sell some of the upsides because people have gotten super excited again, and then protect yourself so you can ride an equity market. Listen, the valuations, you're talking about 22, 23 times earnings. These are not great valuations. It's a sentiment-driven market. And it's one that there's just so much cash that people are looking for an opportunity to put some money to work. So anyway, you ride that, and then you know try and protect yourself in terms of any bad news.
Rick, it's funny. You have to keep reminding us that you're not just a bond guy. Unfortunately, that label has definitely followed you. But when it comes to what you're describing in the equity market, you know, protecting on the downside with puts, selling upside calls, it's interesting. It kind of sounds like you're trying to generate income through the equity market with some of these options structures.
So yeah, yes on generating income, but also to try and create the right convexity of your portfolio, meaning can you participate in a market where it's rallying, but then also when people get excited about the upside, can you build some downside in the portfolio? And then the flip side, we were selling downside, we'd reduce some risk. And so selling some downside of things like the banks. You remember, if you go back 2-3 weeks ago, banks were down 25, big banks down 25-30%, and the volatility that usually trades at 20-25 is at like 80 to 100. So those opportunities present themselves. So trying to take advantage of, yes, build income when you can, but really trying to take advantage of where, quite frankly, I think we live in markets more than anything I've ever seen, where people overreact, sentiment drives it, momentum drives it, and it's trying to be on the other side of that when it gets a bit extreme.
Yeah, I've been watching those bank sell-offs as well. It's pretty incredible how they've been moving around. Now, Rick, one thing that's interesting to me is even after this morning's data, you do see more than 4 rate cuts priced in through the end of the year. And then you have Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent saying that the short end of the yield curve is also suggesting that maybe the Fed funds should be lowered too. Want to know what you think, because does really the economic data that we see right now warrant rate cuts so early in the year? You have one priced in right now to May.
So I've learned in my career, it's not a question of what I would do or how I would, what do I think they will do? And I think today this Fed will wait, and I think this Fed will take its time. Like you say, you look at this payroll data, and you take inflation that's running, depending on the metric you use. So let's say you use core CPI. I know they prefer core PCE, but if you use core CPI and you run it at the 3-month, 6-month moving average of 3%-ish, and then but pre-tariff, so you add another 30 or 40 there. Listen, it's not really an environment for that this Fed would interpret that and say, time to cut. So listen, I think the labor data will, we talked about around openings slowing. I think the labor data will open up the window as you get into the June meeting, or maybe a little later than that, to get a couple of cuts done. But I think interpreting that they're going to cut off of today's data, I think, is presumptuous.
I want to correct myself here. They're not pricing in May. They are pricing in one in July. And actually, you do already have a little bit of a change in the pricing already for the end of the year.
We're studying the work function here.
It's changing on me this morning, Rick. Forgive me.
Even as a budding equity guy, I'm sure you still remember WIRP Go on the Bloomberg terminal. BlackRock's Rick Rieder, fantastic spending some time with you. Have a fantastic weekend, Rick, and can't wait to see you back here in New York City. Some more movers on our radar today. Duolingo jumping as AI fuels strong results. Katie's learning a new language with that software. Take-Two is falling after delaying Grand Theft Auto, isn't it 7? Grand Theft Auto 7 until next year.
I believe it's 6 according to our producer.
Yeah, sorry. VI. It is 6. So it won't come out until 2026. Gamers are bummed. Take-Two is down. By the way, Electronic Arts is soaring on that. And Reddit says revenue in the current quarter will be higher than Wall Street estimates, but apparently investors still don't like the stock. It's off 4%.
Well, funnily enough, Bloomberg spoke with Reddit's COO Jen Wong about the company's growth. Let's take a listen.
It was a strong quarter for Reddit. Users were up 31% year over year. Revenue was up 61% year over year. And we're seeing continuing momentum from Q4 into Q1 and Q1 into Q2. I think the work that we're doing is working. When I think about our roadmap, making Reddit more accessible to people globally, improving the product.
Let's cut right to it. This is Bloomberg's new show, Primer. Technology is a $1 trillion game. One lost, one again, just by backing the right science at precisely the right moment.
Tanke om markedet i dag. De tallene som kom I stad var ganske sterke, men det tall fra forrige måned, og så ble det også revidert etter tallene kom. Fortsatt så det akkurat samme som sist, svakeste siden 2009. De tallene som kom I stad jo basert på det som skjedde før tariffen fra forrige måned. Og så det den største oppturen I amerikansk historie siden 2004. Så det største oppturen siden 2004, og så det den verste økonomien siden 2009. De jobbtallene som kom I stad var veldig bra. Men det I hvert fall non-farm. Så det helt likt som I går og foregårs.
Jumpstart your trading day on Bloomberg Open Interest.
2 hours of single stock stories.
De tariffene vil sikkert ikke kicke inn heller før om en par, 3-4 uker, tenker jeg. Men jeg har ikke tenkt å sitte feil vei I par, 3-4 uker, bare så det sagt. For Apple leverte jo grisedårlig tall I natt. Og da ramlet jo indeksen med 300 poeng, og så prater Trump klokken 2 natt, så han kjørte opp igjen klokka 2. Trump skal prate igjen etterpå. Trump vil ha rentekutt, nå får han ikke rentekutt. Tallene da var for bra til at det ble rentekutt I USA. Inflasjonen stiger også, så det et problem. Og så går USA inn I resesjon, så det også et problem. Så resesjon, du har flere arbeidsplasser, du har høyere inflasjon, kaiene helt tomme, det snakk om at de begynner å ha helt tomme butikker, egentlig de mindre bedriftene I USA I løpet av 2 til 3 uker. Det må komme en avtale med Kina I løpet av 2 til 3 uker. Hvis ikke du gjør det, så det et helvete der borte. Så de må ordne tariffen I løpet av 2 til 3 uker. Og så spørsmålet, skal man kjøpe på det nå da? For det blir antageligvis I orden. Getson. Jeg trader med mye større posisjoner når jeg trader. De posisjonene jeg kjørte, de gamle kjørte jeg med 0,25 og sånn. Så når jeg trader nå, så henter det seg mye fortere.
Next up, we have Block getting downgraded over at Wells Fargo after reporting earnings well below Wall Street expectations.
Block kom inn med ræva tallestar ned 22%. Så det så blandet her nå.
Shares down a whopping 23% right now, and
Hello.
Apple getting 2 downgrades.
Again.
That's after it reported earnings last night that reinforced concerns over tariffs, also its growth potential. Those two firms are Jefferies cutting the stock to a sell and Rosenblatt downgrading the stock to neutral, Shonali.
Sell is a tough place to be living in. We're going to stick with Apple because it was a busy week of tech earnings with Apple, Amazon, Meta, and Microsoft all reporting. Let's recap it. Jordan Klein, he's a head of technology specialist at Mizuno Americas.
Har du solgt noe mer, Stig?
Right. I mean, when you look at the exposure it has to the broader economy, when you look at the sentiment from Wall Street turning on the company a little bit here, how do you see the path playing out for the remainder of the year, given the uncertainty around tariffs?
Yeah, thanks for having me. I think Apple's clearly going to be in that bucket. I mean, Tim Cook and the management team got a lot of questions on the earnings call about tariff impact, how they would adjust their global manufacturing footprint to minimize.
Apple tar ned guidingen sin kraftig.
What they will do to
skylder på tariff.
Tariffs and adjust the where they make the phones coming into the United States to kind of alleviate some of the concern. That being said, the biggest overhang, in my opinion, is what do consumers do in terms of, do they need and want to go out and buy a new expensive phone that's $1,200 right now? The economic outlook looks relatively unclear, but right now the data is okay. So I think for the time being, it's going to be in that.
Sier også at iPhone må øke prisene sine på produktene sine, og det kommer til å påvirke inntektene eller omsetningen til Apple. Det sikkert derfor Apple hadde bra salg nå I kvartalet som var nå, for mange som kjøpte før tariffen kicker inn. Så det veldig mange ikke skjønner nå, at de tallene som kommer I dag, det for en måned tilbake. De tallene som kommer neste måned, det der vi får se tariffen.
Jordan, what about the importance of Amazon the importance of Microsoft. You noted to our producer
Ja, väl att man får upp med grafen först. Jag vet att det ska
the most important of the four big seven that have reported this week. Why?
Vi topper på samme nivå helt da, 24-4.
I kind of was saying this week that what was going to matter.
Ja, vi får se om det var en, som jag snackade om igår, en fake-out på översidan där. Eller om vi ska fortsätta upp.
Hvis vi går opp i dag, så er det den største oppsiden i amerikansk historie siden 2001. Nei, 2004. Eller var det 2001? 2001 eller 2004? Nei, ikke 2004. Den uken som har vært nå, er den største oppsiden i amerikansk historie siden 2024.
Hva sa i fjor?
Nei, 2004, for helvete. Se på 24 år. På 24 år. Den uken som har vært nå, er den største oppsiden på 24 år. Og så er det de verste tallene siden 2009. Det er det som er litt sånn spesielt her, da. Men jeg skjønner hvorfor det går opp. Det går jo opp fordi man håper at den tariffen skal ikke være gjeldende. Det er derfor vi kommer opp. Vi kommer ikke opp på makrotall. Kommer opp for at Donald Trump ikke skal holde liv i tariffen.
Sector specialist like myself. So that is the challenge with Amazon, is they have two distinct businesses that are very different but also very big, and one's growing really fast. That is the cloud business, and it generates pretty much the majority of their operating income. And the other
BlackRock selger nå. De kjøper ikke. Det var de som pratet i stad.
So right now, I think a lot of investors still want to see upside and strength in AWS. That's kind of what carries the higher margin or value. Whereas the retail e-commerce business, people know they're going to fight for volume and share at the expense of profit. And I think that's just kind of a given. But it kind of makes it different from all these others. So that's why I feel like right now Meta and Microsoft are just cleaner stories with tariff and macro headwinds. Doesn't mean Amazon's not a great company. It just means it's got more risk associated, namely from that retail side.
Jordan, you really saw a tale of two cities this earnings season with the big tech giants. Are these kind of more business-focused sectors immune to some degree to recession? Because you did see cloud spending, for example, as you said, hold up. Meta reaffirming those CapEx plans. Does that hold, though? I mean, people are flocking to these to a relative strength relative to the consumer-focused names.
Yeah, I mean, that's always the debate that investors will have, is how, I wouldn't say, none of them are immune. You know, when you see market weakness or any sort of risk of a recession, spending and growth will fall, obviously. But I think what's different this time is that companies are seeing cost savings and efficiency gains from moving their IT spend into the cloud. And they're definitely seeing benefits and are excited about doing more AI-enabled projects to drive, you know, either better customer support, customer relations.
Hvis det faller nå, så kommer Trump til å prate snart. Jeg bare gir beskjed.
So that's what I think has held up the best, is the cloud and the AI spending.
Det har gjort hver dag.
But general enterprise, you are seeing some companies take longer to close on deals or size them down. And I think the debate is going to be, where are you most insulated within these IT tech companies? Like, do you want to favor large mega global companies that have, you know, a very diversified footprint, or will the more nimble, smaller companies that focus on small and medium businesses be safer because the deal sizes are smaller? But right now, I think people are favoring probably the larger size companies.
Jordan, great to get some time with you. Hope we can catch up again soon. Jordan Klein there, Mitsuho, talking about the big tech earnings that we've had. Obviously, the M's were yesterday, the A's today.
They didn't do as well as the A's, but still, that's not stopping this market right now, with the S&P 500 higher by about 0.9%, now 0.8%. Some of those early gains just lessening a little bit, but still the S&P 500 now for the year only down 3.4%. Much more coverage of this market coming up next. This is Open Interest.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it
Helt riktig,
happens.
Mark.
I'm Stephen Engel at the Forbidden City in Beijing, and this is Bloomberg.
US tech is influencing global markets.
Technology is driving business across Europe.
Companies in Asia are betting on tech.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Hadi
Hallo,
Sarwar
Propina.
in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller. Quick check on what's going on with stocks. They are up. Not as big as they were at the open, but the S&P is still gaining 0.9% on its 9th consecutive day of gains. If we keep this up, it'll be the longest winning streak in 21 years. The NASDAQ up 1%. We've had a lot of earnings that I guess really disappointed. Apple we've been talking about all morning, and Amazon.
Se på alle earningsene som er disappointed.
So it's pretty surprising.
Alt er disappointed, men det kommer jo ikke ned.
This story I know well. Grand Theft Auto coming out number 6. I guess people were hoping this year. Now it's not until next year. So Take-Two is down. Electronic Arts, as a result, gets a boost. And then Airbnb and Block apparently disappointing with earnings as well, especially Block, down 22%. So a big drop there. A look at what's ahead today and next week, really. At the top of the next hour, we get factory and durable goods orders for March, so Mike McKee will be watching those closely. Tomorrow, Berkshire Hathaway holds its annual meeting in Omaha, and the Buffett indicator shows that stocks are still cheap, by the way. Jess Menton writing on the BN side. On Monday, we kick off our special coverage of the annual Milken Institute Global Conference. So you better believe Sonali's on a plane there this weekend. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent will be on Capitol Hill Tuesday, as we told you about, and Wednesday as well. We'll show you both of those testimonies. On Wednesday, the Fed decision and Powell's news conference, and that means we also see Tom Keene back here on TV. The Fed decides.
Sitter og trader live, kan jeg ringe deg etterpå, eller?
Joins us here on Open Interest, then David Kelly from JP Morgan.
Ja, rolig da. Yes, my friend. Ikke på søndag. Jeg kan være helg. Nei, jeg sitter jo live ut. Men kan vi få det til neste helg da? Hør nå neste greia da. Ja, jeg skal ta... Ja, jeg fikser det. Vet det. Ha det.
DraftKings hit a milestone in the second quarter of 2024. For the first time as a public company, it turned a profit.
Is this a new era for DraftKings?
There's an inflection from when you're cash flow negative and you're operating off of equity raises from the past to when you're self-funded and you're cash flow positive and able to control your destiny a lot more.
You've had your first quarters of profitability now. Does that take pressure off? Does it increase pressure?
I think it increases pressure. I mean, once you start making profits, people expect you to make more, and all of a sudden you're valued on a multiple of those profits as opposed to the theoretical. So, very important, I think.
When you're cash flow negative, you've sold a vision of what the company should be working on, and you're very focused on working on that and delivering against that. When you've pivoted to profitability, the world of what you can work on is a little bit open. There's a lot of different ideas, and it requires more.
Det er vel ikke det samme som snus, eller hva?
Prioritizing on the
Nei, hockeypulver er jo sånn godterigreier.
DraftKings' solid
Super
stance in
salt.
a booming sector gives them the luxury to play the long game. They're not under pressure to cut costs.
When you have really strong revenue growth, you don't need that. If you look at where we are today and where we want to be and where we believe we will be, the vast majority of the incremental EBITDA is not coming from any cost reduction. It's coming from increased revenue.
We don't feel like we need to cut costs because we're growing our revenue so much. We want to grow our revenue into our existing cost structure. There's no need to reduce the cost as long as we're being efficient with what we allow our cost growth to look like.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Ahmed, only on Bloomberg.
Hallo, Adrian.
Det er noen som søver om noe av Prepina.
Ikke sant?
Jeg så det. Det snudde klokka 2 natt, Prepina. Det var ned 300 poeng, og så gikk det opp 250 poeng. Klokka 2 akkurat.
Kom deg ut av den shorten du hadde der?
Jeg var til og med long, jeg.
Ja.
Jeg tok jo, skulle hedge, og så kom det jo de drittallene. Men det er liksom, jeg tror det lureste nå er bare å kjøre sånne små snipe-trade, og så ikke bare ligge unna oss. Det er jo klingen umulig å forutse hva han sier for noe. Han har pratet igjen.
The move comes just weeks after the president froze more than $2 billion in federal funding for the school. Since taking office for a second term, he's targeted major U.S. universities, saying higher education has been gripped by anti-Semitic, anti-American, Marxist, and radical left ideologies.
Does Trump have that power? Here's CBS News legal contributor Jessica Levinson.
There are specific legal grounds that give the IRS the power to revoke tax-exempt status. But it's important to remember that ideological bias or controversial speech in and of itself should not be a reason to lose tax-exempt status.
In a statement, Harvard says there is no legal basis to rescind its tax-exempt status. On Wall Street, stocks have opened higher on a better-than-expected jobs report for April. 177,000 jobs were added. Stephen Genoa is a senior economist at Bank of America.
It's a very solid report. You know, there were concerns after ADP earlier in the week came in a little bit soft that we would see a disappointment, but we actually got an above-consensus number in terms of jobs added.
The unemployment rate held steady at 4.2%. President Trump has signed an executive order cutting funding for PBS and NPR. Frank Sesno, a professor at the George Washington University School of Media and Public Affairs, says public media play a vital role.
A tremendous amount of what is done through public broadcasting, especially in smaller and more rural communities, is vital local programming. It may be the only reporter comes from one of those stations who attends the school board meeting or the city council meeting or the town council meeting and then reports back to the community.
Trump accuses NPR and PBS of bias reporting. Actor and comedian Ruth Buzzy has died. She was perhaps best known as a regular cast member on the TV show Laughing.
I had Thanksgiving dinner at a famous surgeon's house, and it was disgusting. After he carved the turkey, he removed his liver and onions.
Vi faller ikke på dårlige nyheter. Vi går opp på dårlige nyheter, og så går vi opp på bra nyheter. Så vi faller ikke på dårlige nyheter. Faller ikke på profit-ordningen.
It was a fun, easy character to do.
She also appeared on The Monkees, That Girl, and Love, American Style. Ruth Buzzy was 88. It could be a messy Kentucky Derby tomorrow. Reporter Ed Peak is in Louisville.
If it rains Saturday, and there is a 70% chance, the track surface could be listed as muddy or sloppy. 4 of the 20 horses had raced on off tracks, with Cole Battle winning 3 times.
This is CBS News.
Nå er vi på å teste på samme nivå som vi har gjort 3 dager nå.
Some pressure cookers are being recalled. CBS's Jim Krasula has details.
They have become hugely popular.
Meet the Ninja Foodie, the pressure cooker that crisps. It's the best of pressure cooking and air frying all in one.
Now, Shark Ninja is recalling around 2 million Foodie OP 300 series pressure cookers sold in the U.S. and Canada. It comes after more than 100 people suffered burn injuries after hot food spewed out of the devices. There have been more than 50 reports of people getting 2nd or 3rd degree burns.
Customers can contact Super Ninja to get replacement lids. A Nigerian teenager has set a Guinness World Record for the world's largest art canvas. 15-year-old Kanye Yachukwu Tagbo Okeke's painting is bigger than a soccer field. The autistic teen made it to raise awareness for autism and raise funds for those on the spectrum and their families. People with the spectrum disorder in Nigeria face stigma.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been in U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
These are 2 big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Good Friday morning from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City to our worldwide audience. We are streaming live on YouTube, so head over to youtube.com, search Bloomberg Podcast Live, and that's where you'll find us. Jobs Day came in much better than expected, I would say, on the whole, although the revision was markedly negative, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. Tom Gibble, Vice Chairman, American Staffing Association, and founder of LaSalle Network. He'll give us his thoughts on the job market. We got a lot going on there as well. So, of course, we're going to keep an eye on the tech stocks here. We had some tech earnings this week. We'll break that down with some smart voices there. And then we'll look ahead to next week, more economic data, more earnings. So a lot happening right here in WTI. Oil companies, no question about it. Let's kick it all off with John Tucker and get a Bloomberg Business Flash down.
All right, right now, S&P 500 on track for a 9-day winning streak. The S&P 500 up just over 1%, 59 points higher at 5663. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 366 points. That's up 0.9%. The Nasdaq 100 up 254 points. That's a rise of 1.3%. We did get that change in non-farm payrolls, adding 177,000 jobs. Just getting some more economic data. Factory orders, when you strip out transportation, that was actually down 0.2%, a negative 0.2%. Apple receiving at least 2 downgrades this morning. This follows the quarterly results that reinforce concerns over tariffs and some of the growth potential. Jefferies getting the stock to underperform. Separately, Rosenblatt Securities downgrading the stock to neutral from buy. Shares of Apple down 4.5%. Take-Two Interactive.
Jag missade nettet.
Grand Theft Auto. What's BMI? I forget my numerals. My Roman numerals. Six. Thank you. Which was expected to launch in the fall, now planned for release in May of 2026. So Take-Two Interactive shares down close to 7%. The Department of Education restarting collections on defaulted student loans after more than 5 years. So this formally ends the era of leniency as consumers now try to navigate the economic uncertainty. There's going to be wage garnishment for borrowers who are not making payments. This is going to begin later this summer. The government estimates about 25% of its $1.6 trillion student loan portfolio could be in default as the overdue payments start to pile up. Anyway, we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Hi.
Hi.
Alex, good to see you.
Good to see you back, JT. Alex Steele, John Tucker, Paul Sweeney, the band is finally back together on Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. For that, we're joined by Bloomberg's Carmen Reinecke. Let's start with Take-Two. So, I mean, first of all, do we really need a Grand Theft Auto 6? Can I say that out loud? Oh, no. Hate mail's coming in.
I don't know a lot about video games. It's like part of childhood that I just completely missed out on. But I know Grand Theft Auto, and I know it's super popular, and everyone's
This is the
very
one that
excited
teaches you how
about
to
it.
hijack a car.
Sure. Okay. That's been
And then
happening the whole
elude
time.
police.
Cool. But so Take-Two, ticker TTWO, shares are down 7%. This is like the worst intraday drop since early April. Basically, yeah, they delayed the release of this game. It was supposed to be in the fall, and now it looks like it will be in May 2026. So Wall Street analysts are actually pretty positive on this. Some
Hei.
said that
Du, jeg sitter veldig opptatt. Kan du ringe meg tilbake på mandag?
they feel a lot better about it until there was a actual solid date on the calendar.
Ja,
they
da gjør vi det
felt
sånn.
like
Takk skal du
further
ha.
delays
Ha
were
det.
as possible. So even though stock is down there, most of the analysts were still pretty positive on Take-Two, and yeah, I think the public's really waiting for GTA 6.
I remember back in my day, I think it was Grand Theft Auto something, and I did the whole overnight thing with the line outside at some GameStop in the middle of Midtown with a camera talking to people, man on the street, bringing back those memories.
You were a gamer?
No, I was doing it for work.
Oh, for work. Okay.
Yeah. No, God, no. I was at the camera talking to
Okay.
people doing man on the street stuff for that.
Paul's a veteran of Pong.
Pong.
Yeah,
yes,
there we go.
That's right.
Let's also hit Apple
Fortsatt
here. So,
jobber. Jeg gikk lang, jeg.
downgrades.
Yeah, so there are two
Ta bare
downgrades
skalper litt.
for Apple. The first
Ja,
is
fornuftig det.
cut its rating
Så tar jeg ut shorten litt underveis her, for det går ikke ned.
bearish view on the stock. I think it has at least two underperformers
Så vi kan nå 124 nå.
The street is, rather bullish on shares of Apple. Rosenblatt Securities also cut its rating from buy to neutral. Basically, this comes after earnings that just weren't enough to sort of assuage some of investors' fears around the escalating tariff situation and a slowdown in growth in China. Apple said that it expects the tariffs to boost costs by $900 million in the current period, and analysts really pushed Tim Cook on the call for any indication beyond the current period, which he really would not give. So there's a big question mark there as to how much it could hurt Apple if the tariffs sort of escalate and continue, and how long that goes on. So 2 downgrades is pretty big deal for Apple. Shares are down more than 4% today.
Jeg solgte der oppe.
Five Below.
Jeg
So if we
bare
take a
bare
look
scalper
at
den.
Bloomberg
Altså.
Intelligence's tariff matrix, Five Below was one of the companies that got hit the hardest in terms of having to pass on cost increases. What did we learn today, though?
Yeah, so they gave preliminary earnings. Shares are up more than 6.5%, the best in about a week. They raised their forecast for first quarter sales and profit, which really goes against sort of this idea that they're going to get hit super hard by tariffs. So obviously the quarter reflects sort of before, when the tariffs are really getting going. Basically, it seems like a strong Easter holiday, which fell in April this year, is going to help out Five Below, as well as actually consumers pulling forward some of their
Noe du kan få redde den ennå. Ja, skalpe sånn som jeg gjør nå. Det er det jeg er god på. Men jeg er ikke noe god på å trade mot hva som er riktig. Jeg skal gjøre det nå.
Great stuff, Carmen Reinecke. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Carmen Reinecke, equities reporter for Bloomberg News, joining us here.
Feil veien i år. Full gratis.
Studio. I want to get right to the economic data of the day. It is Jobs Day, and the change in non-farm payroll came in at 177,000. Consensus was 138, so it beat there. The prior period was revised down sharply from 228,000 to 185, so some cross currents there. Let's break it down with Tom Gimbel, Vice Chairman, American Staffing Association, and founder of LaSalle Networks. Hey, Tom, what do you take away from today's non-farm payroll data?
I think it shows that the U.S. economy is resilient. I think that the tariff
Jeg fikk snappen av nå, Stig.
Companies
God gammel blåskjell inn i kjeften.
The announcement the first week of April, so we have some time to show.
Ja, det var heslig.
And I think the real message is small and medium-sized businesses always drive the jobs numbers more than anything else. And so if big companies do layoffs, small companies can now afford to hire some talent they couldn't before, and that's where you see a lot of the hiring.
So since you run one of the leading staffing and recruiting firms in the country, who's staffing and recruiting?
Well, I think that the companies that are hiring are small and medium-sized companies. You're not, when you see the announcements that a company like Starbucks is doing layoffs or what have you, is that you see that big companies have to cut overhead. But when you have small companies, the two sectors that I see a lot continue to be our healthcare, and you're going to have tech service firms. And service firms are going to continue to be doing consulting work. There's technology bases, things along those lines that aren't as directly affected by lack of inventory and trade tariffs of importing products from other countries.
Tom, some economists are concerned that tariffs and just economic uncertainty resulting from tariff discussions could hit small and mid-sized businesses harder because maybe they don't have the same profit margins.
Ja, jeg sa at vi gjør et skalpe, sa han.
Respondents in your surveys telling you.
Oh, I think there's no doubt about that I'm talking to leaders, CEOs of businesses every week. And there's obviously a concern due to the uncertainty of what's going on geopolitically and the tariffs. However, at the same time, is that labor, for the most part, can be scaled up and scaled down, and companies right now have to focus on where the opportunities lie. And so what we see right now is there is a fear, there is an uncertainty.
Johannes, du trener vel selv, gjør du ikke?
Small and medium-sized companies. Again, I want to repeat, if you're a small manufacturing company, you've got real challenges. If you're a small distribution company,
Bare vent litt, Johannes. Nå husk på, nå har det gått opp.
If you're a services business, if
Nå
you're
har
a
det gått opp
technology app development company,
9 dager. Det er den største oppturen på 21 år. Og det er det verste tallene siden 2009. Med en gang markedet blir litt rolig, så kommer jeg til å være aktiv. Nå har jeg nesten ikke tradet siden torsdag. Jeg bare tok et par I går og hedget meg, så har ikke jeg gjort noen ting siden torsdag.
No, I think you're seeing both. Listen, companies are laying off. In good economies, companies lay people off. What you have is
I hodet, så trener du ut ifra grafen at det bra det.
Their infrastructure. It's the same thing with unloading real estate during the COVID situation. They might not have needed it all along, but it gives them an excuse to do that. And so, for lack of a better phrase, are companies pruning some talent right now? They absolutely are. And at the same time, you see that if you go and look and search any job board, you're going to see that companies are also hiring weeks after they do layoffs because they're different skill sets, different positions.
Ja, men $27 her og $27 der, så blir det mye penger også.
But ones that are deemed to be necessary to the business, companies are always going to be hiring in those spots.
Labor hoarding, that's a term I learned during the pandemic. I'd never heard that before. Is that still a thing, Tom?
No, I don't think so. During the pandemic, when people were afraid that there was going to be a boom coming out, and there ended up being one at the end of 20 and all of 21 and some of 22, that made sense. But right now, companies are more sitting here saying, what puts us in the strongest position to compete no matter what the economic climate? And if you're a big company, you do have excess labor, and so it's easy to cut that back. If you're a small company, you couldn't always compete against big companies because you can't pay the same wage. Well, when those big companies prune and lay people off, now you can get some of that talent for a little bit lower price, and at the same time, those people are a little bit feel burned by the big companies, so you get a more engaged employee who really appreciates the quality of life at a smaller, medium-sized company.
All right, we appreciate it, Tom. Always good to get your perspective. Thank you so very much, Tom Gimbel, Vice Chairman, American Staffing Association, and founder of LaSalle Network, really helping to understand the difference of the big, large companies and the smaller, medium-sized businesses. I never thought that, if you get fired in a large firm, that the small and medium-sized firm benefits. That actually makes sense.
Good, yeah. I guess in certain industries, yeah, certain areas. So we'll have to see.
All right, coming up, trade talks are maybe thawing, maybe de-escalating. We're going to get the latest from D.C. and to Curran, a Bloomberg Global Economy reporter will be be joining us. And plus the latest from Apple, Ana Regrana, Bloomberg Intelligence Technology analyst, will be joining us to break through those Apple earnings and the potential hit for tariffs on that. Amazon and Apple kind of dinging those Mag 7 earnings that have held up really well. This is Bloomberg. Happy Friday, everybody.
Det har gått opp 9 dager på rad nå.
Ja, det er helt sykt.
Den største oppturen siden 2001. Største oppturen på 24 år. Verste tallene siden 2009.
Det sier seg selv at det skal banke ned da.
Ja, men vi vet ikke når, vet du.
Ja, det er det som er det.
Nå blir det holdt oppe på grunn av at man håper at tariffen ikke skal kicke inn. Allah! Du?
Det er supert.
I det kortet?
Ja. Cash ut. Cash ut.
Ja, ta med Sahar. Men hva skal jeg si for noe? Ferdig utenfor?
Ja, jeg er en strek igjen. Strek igjen, og så strek igjen på helt på høyre siden, og så må jeg flytte over på andre siden, og så ta det siste på denne siden.
Da er ferdig, ja?
Det er ferdig.
Headlines and
Nei,
breaking news 24 hours a
Men
day.
jeg tror vi får
Bloomberg Television
bare ha
and
den
the
her.
Bloomberg Business app. This is a
Det
Bloomberg
hører
Business
man, da.
Flash.
Kan ikke bare ringe og si at det er alltid så jævlig.
Jo, jeg kan høre noen kan få noe gratis eller det. Du har jo jævlig mye å... Det her må være strøkent. Ikke sant? Utenfor hele huset.
Du skal bli millionær på et år dette. Ja, da må du gi det litt mer enn 4 dager da. Så skal jeg ha ikke 3D. Jo, men jeg skjønner du kødder, men jeg har ikke 3D siden torsdag. Jeg har ikke tørt. Hæ?
Jeg kjørte toget.
Ok, ja.
After the close yesterday, Amazon and Apple reported Apple estimated an extra $900 million thanks to tariffs in the next quarter. They also said sales in China had disappointed. A trade war also denting consumer sentiment and prompting diners to cut back Wendy's lowering its sales outlook for this
Profit warning fra Diners, profit warning fra Wendy's. Akkurat nå. Profit warning fra McDonald's i går.
warned what earlier this week that apprehension lower income consumers been feeling.
Profit warning fra alle sammen. Altså det er framtidige inntekter, ikke sant? Ikke de tallene som kom i stad. De som kom i stad er fra forrige måned. De tallene som kommer nå er fremover. Så det er dårligere tider i vente. Tallene som kom fra i dag var fra bakover i tid. Da var det bedre. Hvis folk skjønner. Trump tweeter nå. Fy faen. Ja, da går vi opp. Da går vi opp.
Discuss June production levels. It's going to be Saturday instead of next week, so you're working tomorrow.
Oh, it's Saturday.
Yes.
It's not Monday.
They just rescheduled this. Originally scheduled for May 5th. Could determine the trajectory of oil prices. A majority of traders surveyed by Bloomberg anticipating another supply surge from OPEC Plus. And then 3/4 of economists surveyed by Bloomberg now predicting recession or a zero growth scenario that narrowly avoids recession in the next 12 months. As far as yields, the 2-year, that's up close to 8 basis points, 377 there. The 10-year, the benchmark, that's up 7 basis points. That is at $428. DXY down 0.7%. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
All right, thanks so much, John Tucker. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We got you covered on all the angles of business, financial, economics, and politics through our lens of our Bloomberg Intelligence folks. Okay, so some of the news overnight was twofold. One, Japan saying that potentially their stockpile of U.S. Treasuries could help act as a bargaining tool within trade talks. Also, China hinting at a possible thaw with the U.S. and evaluating their own trade talks. Joining us now for more is global economy reporter Enda Curran. He joins us now from Washington, D.C. Let's start with China for a moment. What does a China hint at a possible thaw actually mean in real speak here?
Well, I mean, look, what China's saying is they're willing to come to the table and talk. They say as long as the U.S. is being sincere, is their wording. This was commentary from the Commerce Ministry in Beijing overnight. Basically, what I wouldn't overread this as being like a thaw or an olive branch, so to speak. It's kind of a response to clearly what they describe as outreach from the U.S. side, and we know we've had a lot of commentary from U.S. officials that there's at least some level of talks underway or some level of communication going on with China. So this is kind of a formal response to that. But they also make clear, Commerce Ministry does in its remarks, that the doors open. They say they're willing to talk. The doors open to talk, but they say they're also willing to fight to the end. That's their language, making the point that they can gird in and dig deep in this trade war if they want to. So yes, it's a headline that both sides might be coming together to talk, but really it's going to be the beginning of what's expected to be a long process, Alex.
And is there any sense of who needs to move first here in terms of getting these talks going? Because we know how President Trump likes to, hop on a phone call or have a meeting with these world leaders and negotiate. He likes to negotiate. Is there any sense of who's going to move first?
Well, this is where you get into the argument about who has leverage and who can win this trade war. There are those who say the US has leverage because it's the biggest customer of China, and obviously China cannot respond with like-for-like tariffs, given it doesn't buy as much stuff as the US. But what we do know is both economies are showing some signs of hurting. We had good labor data from the US this morning, but we've had other indicators on consumer sentiment and on industrial sentiment and production hinting at some pain there. We know retailers are warning about what's coming down the pipes. We know consumers are worried about inflation here. So clearly there's potential for disruption and pain to the US side. China is stressing it can dig deep on this and it's willing to absorb whatever pain is coming down the pipe. So in terms of who has to move first, you'd probably have to say that it might be more in the US interest to get some talks going on this, given the concerns over supply chains. But the administration's clear-eyed what they want to do as well.
What did you make of the finance minister in Japan, if we just switched chats for a second, talking about Treasury holdings could be a negotiation card in its trade negotiations? Half of Japan's $943 billion in FX reserve is probably in Treasuries, many say. What did you make of this?
Again, on a headline basis, an extraordinary comment from the finance minister, an extraordinary comment from the finance minister of such a major economy and massive holder of US Treasuries, and an ally of the US. So that's your headline.
But in terms of the practicality of what the Japanese finance minister is saying, I mean, on paper, yes, anyone who is a big holder of US treasuries can turn around and say, well, you know, if we don't like doing business with you, we're going to sell your debt and we're not going to fund you anymore. But that works both ways. It's kind of mutually assured pain, because if they go into a fire sale of treasuries, then they risk losing money on their own assets, their own holdings, and that's probably not in Japan's interest either. So I think this one's more about the warning and tells you more about maybe where relations are at, than perhaps a practical tool that Japan can use. Because people make the same point about China. Of course, it's there, it's a threat, and it could happen, but it wouldn't be without pain for those who are selling as well.
All right, Enda, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Enda Curran, he's a global economy reporter for Bloomberg News, based down there in Washington, D.C. Appreciate getting a few minutes of his time. Looking at the shares of Apple, they are trading off here today. They gave some numbers last night that really tried to, I guess, quantify at least the initial impact that they say they're going to feel in their business from tariffs as they currently sit. The stock's down about 3% here today. We're going to break it down a little bit further with Anurag Rana, Senior Technology Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. So, Anurag, what was the tone on the call last night from Tim Cook as he was trying to explain kind of how Apple's navigating a world where there may be higher tariffs here?
So they really gave a good number that they're going to get impacted by about 900 million in the current quarter, which I think was a surprise to a lot of people. I think everybody on the call thought the number would be much higher. You know, we had calculated to be almost double than that in the current quarter, but they basically said the stuff that they are bringing into the US to sell, they are being made in Vietnam, they are being made in India, not all of them, but a majority of them, and that helps them to reduce the cost. Now that's okay in this quarter, which is a seasonally weak quarter, but you know they cannot do that in the December quarter, which is the biggest quarter of the year for them. So let's hope that the two countries can figure out the tariff problems by then, because otherwise it's going to be a much bigger impact on the gross margin line than the 900 million that they talked about.
So I'm looking at the headline that Apple estimates $900 million in cost increases on tariffs, right, in the third quarter. Right, so if we don't get any kind of shift and the lay of the land is lay of the land now, do they eat that in margin or do they pass it on?
I think right now with the, when you generate 100 billion in free cash flow, I think 900 million is okay to eat and not worry about the consumer. But I don't think that can go on forever. I think they may be able to raise prices when the iPhone 17 comes out, and that's really what drives the calendar fourth quarter and the fiscal first quarter for Apple. During Christmas holidays.
Anurag, arguably Tim Cook is the U.S. executive that maybe spends the most amount of time in China, probably has extraordinary levels of contact there. On the call last night, what was his tone? Was he suggesting that, we can work something out here, or it's going to get much worse? What was his tone?
So, that was another surprise, I think, for a lot of people, because China revenue fell 11% in the previous quarter. In this quarter, it was down about 2.5%. But on the call, they said if you take out FX, they were kind of flat. So that's not a bad in terms of the reduction in growth rate. They also said in urban China, the iPhone was one of the two top most selling items. So I think things are not as bad as it would feel like for them in China. But you're right. I mean, any additional heating up of rhetoric between the two countries could lead to consumers not buying a US-based product or a US brand, and that will hurt Apple. So far, we don't see that really happening at a big scale.
What were some of the questions that you then had after the call? Like, it sounds like you feel like Apple can manage these kind of situations. What were some of the outstanding questions for you?
I think the biggest outstanding question is something that was not discussed that much on the call, was this App Store fee issue just came out a couple of days ago. What could happen? That's a very high margin business for them. We have calculated that, for example, on the App Store in the US side, that revenue could be, north of $10 billion or so. That's a very big revenue stream, and this is a high margin revenue stream. We estimate that the gross margin of this revenue is about 80% or so. So you don't want to lose that particular or a portion of that revenue just because of if somebody reroutes the transaction or the app outside the App Store ecosystem.
But isn't that kind of the road we're going down? Isn't that something you think Apple would probably have to give up in some type of concessions to the government?
No, I think they will have to, but the question is going to be, can they offset it with other things? So, for example, let's say you're paying $299 per month on cloud subscription or iCloud. Can they raise that to $399 or $499? Gotcha. That won't hurt either of you, but it does help to offset some of those costs. Mm-hmm. And then there is another legal issue that's overhanging is the Google payment to them, for default in search. We think that's another big issue. So, I mean, in totality, Apple is...
Det skulle ikke ta så høy risikofremtid, men nå skjedde det som skjedde med at Donald Trump forandret loven over natta, da, så fikk vi en rett I trynet.
Steeped in the cloud and what's going on there, so I just want to get your take before we let you go on Amazon, AWS, and then Azure when it comes to Microsoft. I mean, clearly AWS still has the lead, but in terms of a growth rate, it is not what Microsoft saw. What's your takeaway?
Well, and the reason for that is honestly OpenAI's ChatGPT. I mean, no cloud provider has the luxury or the benefit of seeing their revenue jump up because there are more subscribers more users of ChatGPT, or the usage is going up, and that's really where Azure is benefiting Microsoft. I don't think those numbers were that bad last night. I think they were fine given the current environment. The margins were spectacular, but I think what they mentioned, and we'll see how much of that can come online, that they think the capacity is constrained right now, and if that changes, then the second half you could see some acceleration, and that's good news for AWS.
How about the, just real quickly, 10 seconds here, I mean, AI spending, is there any change to the outlook there?
Not right now, Paul, but the big question is what happens in 26, 27. That really is what's dictating, and I think that's the overhang at this point in some of those stocks.
All right, Anurag, appreciate it so much. Anurag Rana, technology analyst, Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us via Zoom here. Again, Apple numbers last night definitely called out some China risk there, and stocks trading off 3 or 4%. Amazon as well calling out some tariff or just economic uncertainty risk particularly to the retail side of their business, the e-commerce side of the business. Coming up, we're going to get some more detail on that. We're going to check in with Poonam Goyal. She follows Amazon and all the retailers here. We'll get a sense of what her concern level is about retail sales going forward. S&P 500 up 70 points. That's 1.25%. This is Bloomberg.
Med tanke på at dere har 2000 points I minus, og dere har fortsatt kontoen, så det fortsatt lav risk, vil jeg påstå.
Jeg har tatt sykt små posisjoner. Fremtid er bare å trykke på deposit, det går med en gang.
Jeg spør om han måtte sette inn penger.
Og jeg aner ikke, jeg så mye marginer han har da, det vet jo ikke jeg. Jeg har I hvert fall masse marginer.
Jeg har $550 på kontoen, og $330 I minus.
Da har du jo... Vi har nå...
Nei, han ligger vel på rundt 100%, vil jeg tro.
Ja.
Litt mindre, kanskje. Når du havner på 50% margin at kontoen fer, eller at posisjonene din blir likvidert. %, jeg vel innenfor det. En liten stund I hvert fall.
I det tempoet her så vet jeg ikke. Ray-K, ikke sånn som det er nå. Det var masse marginer. Jeg har ikke begynt å trede ordentlig. Jeg tredde ordentlig bare en uke før jeg shorta på Tesla. Og Tesla leverte 20%. Vi har sittet i feil vei. Vi var i penga i forgårs. Gir det litt mer enn 4 dager. Og markedet opp 9 dager på rad nå på dårlige nyheter. De tallene som kom i stad var bra riktig nok, men det er fra forrige måned. Det er liksom det største oppsiden i historien siden 2004. Bare vente litt. Jeg har jobbet som megler siden 2006. Jeg har aldri sett dette her før. Det er det største oppsynet siden 2024. De verste tallene siden 2009. Jeg har aldri sett dette her før.
Nei, bevegelsene har ikke jeg sett. Jeg har holdt på her siden 2012, så...
Nei, jeg har aldri sett dette i hele mitt liv.
Men nå skal jeg si at markedet har roet seg litt nå da, i forhold til hva det var for et par uker siden.
Ja, det går mye treigere nå, men det er fordi jeg sitter og sett på BlackRock og alle de store. Og de er med på bevegelsene, men ingen av dem er noen kjøpere da. Så du får bare volum på nedsiden, og så tikker det sakte opp, liksom. De kommer ikke til å kjøpe.
Det går litt tregere. Det går bare mindre points.
Nei, de bare letter seg på alle oppturene, og så skal de ikke kjøpe før tariffen er i boks. Men nå begynner jeg å lure selv da, om det i det hele tatt blir noe tariffkrig. For han forandrer det han sier hele tiden.
Det sitter noen storinger som har posisjoner for å satse på nedtur. Men de går ikke ut før i midten av mai, så det kan jo at vi må vente da før det går ned.
Det er svære, eller?
Ja.
Ja, for det her gir jo ikke noe mening.
America's economy adding jobs for the month of April, 177,000 non-farm.
Det gir jo null mening.
Manufacturing payrolls did show a small loss though. Apple receiving at least 2 downgrades this morning.
Nei, på sånn som verdensøkonomien ser ut, så gir det ingen mening.
And its growth potential. Jeffries cutting the stock to
Kanskje, ja.
Nedgradering av Take-Two Interactive også nå. Det er jo de som lager Rockstar, ikke det? De som lager GTA 6. Minner litt om Dagsen i fjor. Ja, den er sjuk. Dagsen er helt vilt. Det var det jeg sa, Getsun. Det er sikkert Rockstar, de som har GTA 6.
Take-Two Interactive shares down 8.4%. And then you have a Square parent Block. Those shares plunging, reporting first quarter earnings, revenue, and key financial metrics that missed.
Normalt sett hadde jeg satt et kjøp her nå. Jeg tøyer jo faen en kutt.
1.3%. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. S&P 500 up 65 points, up 1.1%. The Dow up 1%, up 416 points. NASDAQ 100, 255 points higher. That's up 1.3%. And that is your market update, Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Alex Steele.
Nå faller Apple bitte litt da. Amazon er nesten på det high.
Search Bloomberg podcast. And now, looking at the shares of Amazon, pretty much unchanged on the day off, just a little bit. The numbers came in last night, and they're saying, hey, they're bracing for a tougher business climate due to tariffs and economic turmoil that could affect consumer spending. That's according to Bloomberg News reporting there. Let's check in with Poonam Goyal. She covers all of the retailers, including Amazon.com for Bloomberg Intelligence. He's senior analyst there. Putnam, how would you characterize how Amazon is characterizing kind of retail sales, the consumer?
Men det jeg kan si, at i dag den eneste dagen hvor det gir mening om vi går opp. Det i dag. Så hvis vi faller i dag, så gir det null mening.
We're not sure what the tariffs will settle in at the end of the day, right? Come early July, but we do know that there's a negative headwind in place and that the consumer could pull back when prices rise. So I think there's a lot of uncertainty built into this forecast, and quite honestly, no one really knows until we know where things will settle.
To what extent do you think Amazon would like to pass along cost increases versus maybe take it in their operating profit margin? How do you think they're going to proceed?
So I think it depends on how high the tariffs are. When you're looking at the tariffs from China, it's very hard to absorb 145% tariff, and I think there will be some sharing going on when it comes to that, because they can't pass along the entire 145% without seeing demand pull back in a meaningful way, and they can't absorb it all either. So I think they will share it. But when it comes to the other countries, the 10% tariff, I think you can absorb some of that if you're Amazon and know let the consumer see the price increase.
How does it typically work for like Amazon's business model? Because I know they have different types of sellers on the platform. How do they differ?
Sure. So there's first-party sellers and there's third-party sellers. When you talk about first-party, that's the inventory that Amazon buys and owns itself. So that's where it has the flexibility to absorb prices and to pass along whatever level of prices they'd like to. When it comes to third-party, Amazon doesn't really care what's sold on its platform by who, right? So there could be a shift where, let's say there were, 100 Chinese sellers before, and now you see more sellers coming in from India or other parts of the country to sell products. They take the take rate. So if you sell something on Amazon.com, you give Amazon a percentage of your sales. And the cost increase is really on the seller. But where Amazon weighs in is they want to make sure that they're priced competitively. Amazon wants to be known as the marketplace where you can find low prices. So they will put in some guidelines on how far even these third-party sellers could raise prices on its platform.
I guess the question then becomes, if Amazon's retail arm suffers at all, how does that affect its other parts of its business? Like, how important is that to the driver of everything else?
So retail is very important, especially to the advertising business. But when we talk about suffering from this, at the end of the day, people are going to shop. And they may shop a little less than they did before because of price increases, but Amazon's probably still going to be the preferred outlet of where they choose to spend their money, because if anyone can pass along a lower price increase, it would be the Amazon of the world, where they have leverage, they have scale, and they have the ability to absorb some of these higher costs. So we do think that you may see some slowdown, but we don't think that the other businesses will be directly impacted by the slowdown in retail.
So, Poonam, you cover a whole wide range of retailers. Is there a consensus forming when they will have to make a decision about whether to raise prices, take the margin hit? Is there kind of a time when this stuff's really going to come into their P&L?
Yeah, I mean, my best guess of this is early summer. So a lot of retailers, including Amazon, have pulled forward inventory in anticipation of higher tariffs, so they have some inventory on hand that they can continue to sell at the prices pre-tariff. As that inventory is depleted and it's sold, and new inventory makes its way in, prices will have to rise in some capacity, and we think maybe June, July is right about the time that you'll start to see some price increases come through.
Do you think that Amazon should lay out how much will be hit by tariffs? Like, would they even know that? I mean, they break out sales tax, they break out shipping. Why not tariff costs? Like, how easy is it for them to understand that?
I mean, it's easy for them to break it out. Will they do it or not? They've said that they won't be doing that just earlier this week, so we don't expect them to do that, especially not on its main marketplace. They did do that on Haul, which is their low-priced engine that they've launched earlier this year. Possibility still, but I don't expect them to do so on the Amazon marketplace.
Talk about their advertising business. That's become a really meaningful revenue stream with some good growth rates and some pretty decent margins there. What are they saying about advertising, and to what extent that is a cyclical business, advertising? So what are they saying about that?
It is a cyclical business, but they're very, very young in it, right? So there's plenty of growth available to them, given just where they are in the advertising world. It's about over $60 billion annually, and we expect it to get to $100 billion.
Wow.
At high teens growth, given just how young it is, we do think that their advertising business will stay strong, especially given the number of eyeballs that you have on Amazon, right? If you're trying to drive business, if you're trying to sell product, the customer is on Amazon.com, and that is where you will be seen.
All right, Poonam, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Poonam Goyal, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Retail Analyst. She covers e-commerce and retail for us as well. I think the question, though, too, is it's not only important for, say, advertising, etc., but it also feeds the beast.
Yep.
For its cloud computing business. Like, that's the cash cow that does everything else. And if you tinker with that at all, or if that loses steam at all, that then impacts all the other parts of that business.
Yeah, I think the big issue, obviously for Amazon is going to be on the retail side of the business. On the cloud side, as Anurag Rana was mentioning, the spending is still there from their customers for the cloud space. It's just a question of, how long these tariffs go, and does that meaningfully impact overall economic growth, which would impact lots of businesses, including tech spending.
Yeah, and also if you take a look at the Mag 7, for example, they had a great day yesterday, right? Because you had Microsoft, Google even delivered, Meta delivered, and then you had the consumer exposed guys like an Apple and like an Amazon getting hit, which also shows that big tech isn't immune. And I raised the question the other day, do we still need to think of these as Mag 7, or do we need to start actually distinguishing them? Like Tesla's its own beast, Amazon and Apple are very much exposed to the consumer. Do we need to rethink these things?
Yeah, the Bloomberg Magnificent 7 total return index down 12.25%. This year, up 25% on a trailing 12-month basis, but definitely having a tough 2025. And I'll call out for you again, WTI crude oil off almost $1 here, $58.30. Our friends in Texas and Oklahoma, they're getting a little concerned out there, I think.
Oh, yeah, and talk about tomorrow. And now that I learned the OPEC meeting has moved up, already OPEC Plus was going to pump 411,000 barrels of oil a day, which is 3 times as much as it did for April. So now what? ... This is Bloomberg.
listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Happy Friday, everybody. We made it. Congrats. I'm Alex Steele alongside Paul Sweeney and John Tucker. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. Every day we try and bring you the story pending news, and it's the Bloomberg Big Take. Big Take is amazing because it dives into very relevant stories of our time in a deep way that we can't do when we're just digesting the day-to-day news cycle. And today's Bloomberg Big Take has to do with satellites and them falling into the atmosphere. Well, I guess falling from the sky into atmosphere? Space into atmosphere? Something like that, right? You know what? I'm clearly not the person to talk about this. Eric Roston is Bloomberg climate reporter, and he joins us on this Bloomberg Big Take story. So what is happening? Satellites falling out of space?
It sounds worse than it is. They're actually planned to. As many people may have followed over recent years, the more stuff we send up into space, the more crowded it gets, and the more likely it is that things will smash into each other and break, and you'll have screws flying around at 20,000 miles an hour, which nobody wants. So to avoid that, they made more concrete a practice that has been done for decades, which is deorbiting satellites and just having them burn up at the top of the atmosphere. And there's been no problem with that practice given the number of satellites we've been sending up in recent decades. The challenge is that we've quintupled the amount of satellites we're sending up just in the last few years, and that may quintuple several more times. The European Space Agency suggests that by next decade, we could have 100,000 satellites in orbit, which is an order of magnitude what we have now.
All right, here's something in your story. In 2024, there were about 1,000 satellite reentries, equivalent to 3 per day. That's just amazing to me. So they impact the ozone layer?
Well, that's the fear. So just as preface, one interesting thing about these kind of global environmental problems is they're so big and they're outside of our experience, but because the planet itself is sort of almost simple system, you can make projections based on basic science of what's going to happen. And so what they're projecting here is that if this rate of satellite launches goes up, as satellites live their normal life of 5 years, they're going to deorbit them, burn them up at the top of the atmosphere. Again, that's been largely fine till now, but given the numbers of satellites we're expecting to go up, the amount of vaporized satellite particles that hang at the top of the atmosphere, they could start to mess with atmospheric chemistry in a way we're unfortunately familiar with, which is it could start to launch ozone depleting chemistry again of a kind we saw in the 70s and 80s.
Oh, wow. So how many of these things have to sort of deteriorate to then cause any kind of real damage?
There's kind of two kinds of work that's going on now. One is analyzing what's been happening because of these satellites, and another projecting what'll happen as they grow. And so if you get a mature space satellite industry with tens of thousands of satellites going up every year, every few years, that's when you're going to start to get enough mass up there to really kind of change the chemistry of the atmosphere. And we don't talk about ozone all that much anymore because we had the foresight to kind of fix the problem. But this kind of research is reawakening these questions we've fortunately put to bed, but may need to think about again in the future.
So just SpaceX, just Elon Musk SpaceX alone, they've got 7,000 satellites in orbit already for their Starlink internet constellation. But the company said that they may have as many as 42,000 units aloft, but they only have a 5-year life expectancy. So isn't a company like SpaceX going to be almost every day shooting satellites up to replace the ones that are dying?
Yeah, every day satellites will go up and satellites will come down. And again, that's a successful policy decision that will lower the risk of this of space debris actually in orbit, sort of smashing into each other. But there's no such thing as a free lunch, and the downside is we may see chemicals at the top of the atmosphere that there's never been, water vapor, lithium, black carbon, all these things that high in the atmosphere before. And all of environmental law is predicated on the idea that pollution is going to be coming from the ground up. And so it's not like the entire edifice of environmental law isn't prepared for pollution coming from the top down.
So what do we do about this?
Fortunately, there's a lot of options because there's regulation that is possible. There are engineering solutions, where, reducing the number of metals or other elements that seem to be accumulating up there. But one thing the scientists emphasized is that, we're catching this early. This is a problem we don't want to have. But again, because the nature of these planetary environmental problems is they're actually kind of easy to see coming in advance in some ways. We have time to look at this quickly and developing a very important industry and deciding what to do.
All right, Eric, thanks a lot. Eric Roston, Bloomberg climate reporter, joining us in the Bloomberg Big Take story. We really appreciate that. Check that out in the terminal and on Bloomberg.com. All right, for our listeners in the U.S., here is a reminder for you. Listen to us via satellite radio on SiriusXM channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network coast to coast 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on SiriusXM channel 121 is presented by ShipStation. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. Next hour, Bloomberg Intelligence starts right now.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been in U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
These are two big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Happy Friday, everybody. We made it through the week with the jobs number as the cherry on top. I'm Alex Steele alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We have a great hour lined up for you. We're going to get the latest on the markets with Emily Rowland, co-chief investment strategist for John Hancock Investments, plus the latest what's moving. Vincent Signorella of Bloomberg. It's Friday, so it's Munis. Eric Kazatsky, Bloomberg Intelligence senior Muni strategist, will be joining us. I'm super fascinated on what these universities do if funding is pulled. Mike McKee will look ahead to next week's Fed meeting. And Brooke Sutherland, one of the best out there, Boston bureau chief, will talk more about Harvard losing its tax-exempt status. And then finally, my interview with Mike Wirth, the CEO and chairman of Chevron, reporting earnings today. But let's kick it all off for you right now with the Bloomberg Business Flash with Charlie Pellett.
Hi, thank you very much indeed. We got an A-plus lineup this coming hour right here on Bloomberg Intelligence. Stocks rocketing higher. Jobs Friday, we got you covered from multiple angles. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all surging right now, looking at a 73-point gain on the S&P, back at 5677, up 1.3%. S&P, by the way, back at levels last seen before April's tariff shock. The Dow is surging 471, up 1.2%. NASDAQ Composite Index up 245 right now. That is a gain of 1.4%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index higher now by 1.3%. The 10-year 4.29%, and the 2-year 3.79%. Gold rebounding from yesterday's sell-off, up 21 now to 32.60, up 0.7%. West Texas Intermediate crude 58.36 a barrel, down by 1.5%. Bitcoin, meanwhile, closing back in on 98,000. Bitcoin right now 97,889. Bitcoin up by 1.5%. Job growth robust in April. The unemployment rate held steady, suggesting uncertainty over President Trump's trade policy has yet to have a material impact on hiring plans. Reaction to the jobs data from Tom Gimbel, the CEO and founder of job placement firm LaSalle Network, who was a guest right here on Bloomberg Intelligence.
I think it shows that the U.S. economy is resilient. I think that the tariff hubbubaloo, for lack of a better word, hasn't hit yet. Companies didn't know what to do following the announcement the first week in April, so we have some time to show up on that. And I think the real message is small and medium-sized businesses always drive the jobs numbers more than anything else.
Tom Gimbel of LaSalle Network interviewed right here on Bloomberg Intelligence. Apple's much-awaited quarterly earnings report failed to soothe investor concerns about its biggest challenges, including escalating tariff costs and that slowdown in China. Apple today down 3.9%. Also reporting last night, Amazon, that stock now lower by 0.5%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pell, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio and streaming live on YouTube as well. Green on the screen. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. We're joined by Bloomberg's Vildana Heinrich. Vildana, what are you looking at?
I'm also taking a look at Amazon because it did say it's bracing for a tougher business climate in the coming months, which really is echoing those concerns that we've heard from a range of companies about tariffs, related economic turmoil, and how potentially it might crimp consumer spending. And when it reported results earlier this week, it actually posted a decent first quarter, but it said its operating profit in the current period would be weaker than what Wall Street analysts had been anticipating. And in issuing its forecast, it said its results may be materially affected by many factors, including tariffs and trade policies.
And tariff was only mentioned once in their release, too. So you have to wonder, like, how much hedging there was around that. Also, let's take a look at Wendy's. That stock up by 0.8%, but didn't they cut their forecast?
Yeah, and I love talking about a company that maybe, you know, we use, or you can just stop by on your way home from work, get a Frosty. Its shares are up 1%. As of right now, maybe amid this broader rally that we're seeing, but it did lower its sales outlook for the year, and it's just the latest restaurant chain to take a hit from potential consumer unease about the shaky economic conditions. As we just mentioned, the U.S. is facing a challenging consumer environment, its CEO said.
Just looking at some reporting from MarketWatch, U.S. same restaurant sales, they fell for the first time since the height of the pandemic. That's interesting. I didn't know it'd been on such a strong winning streak. So something has changed, maybe. So in terms of the consumer.
Yeah, important to keep track of, you know, what these companies are saying about the state of the consumer, especially something, like I said, we can stop by on our way home from work and pick up a Frosty, but maybe people are doing that less and less these days.
Well, I mean, that's in some way discretionary, right? All right, let's go to Duolingo. I'm wrapping it up here. I mean, talk about discretionary. You would think that learning a language or using other tools that would be discretionary, but that stock's up 16%.
Right, exactly. It's soaring today, and it's actually one of those stocks that is up for the year. It's up more than 50% for the year, given including today's gains. But it raised its full-year sales and profit outlook. It cited artificial intelligence offerings as helping to drive some of that demand towards its higher-priced subscriptions. Shares are up for the year, and subscriptions for its highest-tier product, which is called Duolingo Max, continued to grow, in part because of these new AI features. I'm a Duolingo user. If I can brag, I have a 1,827-day streak.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Wow. What language?
In French.
Wow. So are you fluent now?
No. I wish I were. But I do try to take daily lessons. I do not pay for the subscriptions, though. But it does seem to be working with some consumers. Some people are attracted to these offerings.
Working for you? Are you learning?
Yes, I'm definitely learning.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just taking a long time.
The CEO was just on Open Interest and said that to learn Chinese, you got to do like 2,000 hours. Wow. But it works. You just have to do it. And he was saying that basically a lot of people do it, but they don't finish it. And then that's where they don't get the real fluency. Except for Spanish, it was 500 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I'm at this streak where I can't stop. I can't go back to zero, you know, so I have to do a daily lesson for the rest of my life.
Internal competition. All right. Thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Bloomberg's Vildana Heinrich joining us. For more conversations just like this, listen to our new Stock Movers podcast. Subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Listen to Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcast. Looking at the powerful rally that we're seeing within the S&P, up over 1%. This would mark a 9-day winning streak for the S&P. We haven't seen a 9-day winning streak since 2004. Do you believe it? Emily Rowland is Co-Chief Investment Strategist for John Hancock Investment Management. Do we believe the rally?
Yeah, I mean, certainly we've seen some really positive developments here playing out. You know, not only is U.S. earnings season coming in at about 13%, which I think is much better than expected here. Analysts have yet to revise their 2025 estimates down significantly here. And I think markets are responding to the potential that we've seen peak uncertainty as it relates to tariffs. Still a lot to understand and a lot of developments yet to come on that front. But really this idea that sort of the worst of it is behind us on that front. And also you're getting some pretty decent hard data. Everybody's sort of like holding their breath, waiting for the hard data to catch up to the soft data. And I think today's labor market report provided more.
Må nå akkurat touch på kursmål på 20.0, ja, rett ord.
I guess it's
Rett ord.
half empty, half full. I mean, we're still down 8 or 9% from the peak earlier this year, but boy, we're up 12-13% from the bottom. So I don't know where we go.
I know, it was amazing to look back on the month of April and you're like, wait a second, we were down. It was basically flat on the month after some of the most significant volatility we've seen in some time. You know, I think what's happening right now is that markets are really trading on sentiment. They're trading on feelings, whether it's geopolitical uncertainty or general political angst or just really not knowing what's going to happen next. We always focus on the economic and the earnings backdrop. And right now, I'm not saying things are great from an economic perspective, but the hard data, things like initial jobless claims hanging in the low 200,000s. We look at high yield bond spreads that got to about 450 basis points, meaning that there was some concern there that maybe something more sinister was going on in the backdrop. Now we're down about 360 basis points. So the key things that we look at are sort of giving us the all clear from an economic perspective right now. I know there's still a lot of uncertainty going forward, and we're learning from this earnings season that companies are in really solid footing. Of course, they're going to need to contend with some of these challenges around tariffs potentially, but we're coming into this in a pretty good space. So we continue to be constructive on parts of the equity market. We can talk about that. We also think bonds offer a nice opportunity here with elevated income potential.
So based on that, are we conditioned again to buy the dip? So we had this disastrous early April, and earnings seem to be solid even with question marks. Retail's been buying the dip. So do institutional investors need to like get back on?
Hva er det som skjer her da? Gull går i taket, bonds går i taket, og indeksen går opp. Ikke noe det der som gir mening.
Data. You know, we're hearing that there's all this bearish sentiment around the U.S. and it is, by the way, unbelievable to see how well non-U.S. equity markets are doing. Even though earnings and economic data are holding in the United States better on a relative basis than they are overseas, you know, you wake up every morning and the DAX is trading at a new all-time high and sentiment's just really accelerating in Europe. So yes, U.S. equities are starting to come back here, but international non-U.S. stocks are still outperforming the U.S. by about 20% this year. So we actually look at this dynamic in which U.S. high-quality assets are sort of the baby that's been thrown out with the bathwater here on a relative basis, and they are starting to offer some value in our view.
So what do we do on the fixed income side here, Emily?
Yeah, so we're looking at every backup in bond yields here as, frankly, a gift. We like income here. When we look at the ag at around 450 as something that's really attractive. I know that there's a lot of fear around the potential inflationary impacts of tariffs, but there's also another narrative that's going on underneath the surface that's very much disinflationary. Just looking at oil prices now below $60 a barrel, that's basically like a tax break for consumers. We're looking at major shifts within the housing market as demand is slowing, unaffordability still a big issue.
Amazon som kom med tall i går, og Profit Warning, som var ned 1,5% i start, og opp 0,5.
Worried about their jobs, so they're not buying a new home at the same time that supply is increasing. Remember how
Apple fortsatt ned, nesten på det low.
Mortgage rates during the height of the pandemic. Well, you were lucky if you did, I guess. And everybody sort of said they weren't moving. Well, that was 5 years ago, and stuff happens in people's lives. They get a job in another state, or a divorce happens, or some other kind of life change. There was also COVID hotspots that built up a lot that now have excess inventory. So at the same time that housing demand is slowing, supply is picking up. That is wildly disinflationary as well. And then just the kind of impact to global growth from tariffs, which is very negative. So we think all of those things could actually cause inflation to continue to slow, which means there's a lot of potential value here in fixed income at elevated rates.
I don't know, what do I have again? 2.75? Something like that?
That's amazing.
I gotta tell you, I ain't never moving though. Nothing could make me move, no matter what. All right. Emily, thanks a lot. Emily Rowland,
Thank
Co-Chief
you.
Investment Strategist for John Hancock Investment Management. Yeah, like literally nothing could make me move. All right, let's get more on these markets and how to take all this data right now. Vince Signorella, Bloomberg Macro Strategist, who's also a recovering FX trader for decades, and I'm looking at a Bloomberg Dollar Index is around the lows of the year, which brings us back to the lows that we saw back in September of 2024. Is the path of least resistance still lower right now, Vince?
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, we have not resolved this China situation with the United States. Everyone's a little bit excited because there's some talk of that there being a truce between China and the U.S. But talks haven't started. We're nowhere near the beginning of all this. There's still two countries digging in their heels. Pushing back on one another. And as Besson said a few weeks ago, even if they get a deal with China, it's going to take 2 to 3 years to implement. So, the irrational exuberance, if you will, of the stock market at the moment, I think is just a little overplayed. And with that, I think that's the same story for the dollar. The dollar still has room to drop.
Wow, because I just wanted to get your sense, Vince, because we do have the stock market bouncing back and retracing more than half of its sell-off here, but boy, there's still no love out there for the dollar. How often do those two things stay disconnected?
Oh my, it's really difficult to say because the dollar has so many things working into it as to why the dollar goes up or down. It's so not just an equity story or an investment story into, let's just say fixed income. I mean, you look at the major sell-off we're seeing in.
Han strategen der sier det at aksjemarkedet reagerer I forkant, at de ikke skjønner hva som skjer. Samtalene med Kina vil ikke være boks før minimum løpet av et par år. De har ikke begynt å prate sammen, han sier. Men vi går jo bare, så det jo faen spesielt.
Look at the big jump we saw overnight in the MSCI Emerging Market Stock Index, for instance, up over 2%. That's people betting on this sort of truce and trade with the U.S. and China. But then you look at crude futures. Alex, your wheelhouse, down 1.3%. Not obviously all trade related. There's OPEC, of course, involved in terms of supply-demand issues. But a big part of it right now is trade. And the oil traders are basically telling you, we're not buying this truce story because we don't see global growth. We still see a glut in oil based on low demand and not really playing into this to this trade space. So many factors affecting where the dollar goes. And it's really just not an equity story. I wish it were that.
Personally, that people just don't like us.
I mean, does this surprise you at all? Before we let you go, dollar yen, 140. We bounced around there 3 times. Do we break below that? Like, how high can the yen really move?
I think that's going to be a tough story, especially if we still see yields come up. We're going to see real yields in the U.S. pick up with that spread. Inflation is higher, but it's relatively steady right now. So if we see a buildup or a pickup in real yields, it's probably not a good story for the yen. I think if you're looking at overall currencies, in my mind, I feel a little bit more comfortable buying Canada and buying Mexico and selling the yen down here. It's gone a long way.
I mean, I need the euro back to parity by September, so see if you can get that.
Good luck with that. It's not going to happen. I say no.
I wish you the best, yes.
All right, Vince Signorella, Bloomberg Macro Strategist, Bloomberg News, joining us there. I'll be going to see my paisans over in Italy for 10 days in September. I thought I was going to get parity, but I guess not. I mean, here look at the euros here at 113.
I mean, the only thing you can get is if the ECB cuts more than the Fed.
Right.
But with the Goldilocks jobs number, you kind of make an argument of why would the Fed at this point need to cut.
What did you make of Chevron and Exxon's numbers?
Ooh, okay. We're going to get to that also later on in the show. I think if you're a portfolio manager, it's really hard to own a lot of oil stocks. So you got to make strong decisions on which ones you want to make. Chevron has a lot going for it, but also some question marks. And one is, of course, paring back their shareholder distributions. But you also like to see that because they're doing sort of managing their capital, right? It's also underperformed Exxon. So you could say that there's more valuation makeup than Exxon, which may be fully valued. Some analysts are more neutral on Exxon and more positive on Chevron, but the big overhang is this Hess deal. If the Hess deal goes through, that could be accretive right away. That's what the CEO told me. If it doesn't, it's just going to be rough. They're going to tout their Gulf of America assets, as they call them, but it's still going to be rough without that access to Guyana and the massive amount of oil that they have there. I'll stop there because we'll have more later on in the show. You have equities on the highs.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg Jobs Friday. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. S&P back at levels last seen before April's tariff shock. Also, we've got signs of a thaw in U.S.-China relations, emphasis on thaw. The S&P up 67 now, up 1.2%. The Dow is advancing 392, up 1%. S&P, by the way, holding close to session highs. NASDAQ up 231 for the NASDAQ Composite Index. That is a gain right now of 1.3%. 10-year 4.30% with a 2-year 3.80%. Spot gold is up $15 the ounce, $32.55, up 0.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.6%, $58.31 a barrel. And Bitcoin right Nasdaq now up 1%, 97,455. So what about this morning's jobs data and the outlook from here? Emily Rowland is co-chief investment strategist at John Hancock Investment Management, and she was a guest right here on Bloomberg Intelligence.
You're getting some pretty decent hard data. Everybody's sort of like holding their breath, waiting for the hard data to catch up to the soft data. And I think today's labor market report provided more evidence that we're just not there yet.
Emily Rowland of John Hancock, interviewed right here on Bloomberg Intelligence. Oil company earnings, we'll have a lot more coming up right here. We've got Chevron up after earnings by 0.6%. ExxonMobil after earnings down 0.4%. And again, WTI down by 1.5%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Now on Bloomberg Intelligence, Munis in Focus.
All right, today's Focus on Munis is brought to you by BAM Mutual. Put America's strength to work in your portfolio with BAM Insured Municipal Bonds. Protect your investments with an added layer of security and guaranteed income. Invest with strength. Build a stronger tomorrow with BAM Mutual. There you go. Eric Kozaczki joins us here in our Municipal Bonds segment, which we do every Friday. He's a senior municipal strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence down there in Princeton, New Jersey. Hey, I tell you what's getting my attention, Eric, in the municipal market. I'm seeing some big name universities talk about maybe coming to the municipal bond market to raise capital, to maybe shore up their balance sheet, their finances, and what could be some pretty substantial reductions in federal funding. Yale, for example, weighs an $850 million bond sale. How does your market view some of these colleges and universities as credits?
Yeah. Hey, thanks for having me. Look, as always, those are credits that are always welcome in our market, right? AAA credits, brand names in the Ivy League space, credits that are really known to exempt investors, but more importantly to taxable investors, because the big Ivies, Princeton, Stanford, Harvard, Yale, they access both markets, and overseas investors are still clamoring for very high grade U.S. denominated fixed income assets, and that is going to be one of those names, and they do have a little bit of taxable money coming with that deal as well.
How much issuance do you think we're going to see from universities? Like, how do you model that out?
Yeah. It's really hard to tell. Look, I think as rates come down, you're going to see a lot more issuance come to the market in a favorable rate environment. But also there's a lot of rhetoric and a lot of threats coming from the White House right now in regards to taking away the tax exemption. Certainly something that, for higher education that is a lot simpler to say than it is actually to execute on. But, you could see a little bit of rush to market just to get ahead of some of that, perceived volatility in the market. And that really could be some of the timing you're seeing with Yale coming out with a deal that large right now.
I know you did some work with Andrew Silverman, BI's tax analyst, thinking about this tax exemption status for universities. What did you guys conclude here? Is that a real risk for some of these universities?
We think that the real risk is probably, raising the endowment tax on these universities, right? As they sit there with, tens of billions of dollars, it really seems like sort of low-hanging fruit and an issue that really could get bipartisan support. At the end of the day, it costs them several $100 million in extra tax, right? Really, no one is really harmed by that fashion. But we did sort of tease out, what would happen if the exemption did go away for some of these larger universities. And, the fact of the matter is, like I mentioned earlier, the corporate market is already sort of welcoming these credits with open arms, right? So if they went completely taxable, the market has already sort of been tested on that side. So there's really a clear path for them.
So in theory, losing that status should be fine? Like, they can manage it, they just get it in a different kind of way?
Correct. Obviously, their borrowing costs will go up on what they're missing out on the exempt side, but, we think that the more money that comes in as far as issuance on the taxable side, it's going to find a home and still at cheaper levels than, let's say, a similarly rated corporate would be.
Interesting.
How are the flows in the muni market these days, Eric?
Coming back to life. Like last month, I would say the last 6 weeks have really sort of been touch and go. And we sent a note out the other day just sort of looking at how April was really sort of a story of two separate months, right? The first half of that month, muni returns, especially in the high yield space, were down almost 3%. The back half of that month, if you sort of just came back to the market on the 15th, you were up almost half a point. So, really we're starting to see positive momentum build back in. ETFs are showing a little bit more signs of stability in life. So all things that we want to see going into the technically heavy part of the year.
What other cool things are happening in your market right now? What's on the radar?
I mean, I think the coolest thing that we could probably put our hat on is the fact that the threat of the exemption wholesale going away is finally behind us, right? So we can sort of, stop worrying wholesale about all our, business and jobs going away as far as municipal specific industry. So I think that's a really good thing. And I think it's just about time to sort of get back to basics and figure out how we're going to sort of get all this financing back on track.
So has that officially been shelved, the tax exempt for municipal securities?
I mean, it seems like it's pretty shelved at this point, right? Obviously anything can happen, or a tweet could come out, or something posted on Truth Social to send it the other way. But, as far as we're concerned, the threat is certainly minimized at this point.
All right, Eric, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Eric Kazatsky, Senior Municipal Strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence. He's down there in Princeton, New Jersey. And why wouldn't he be? They have great breakfast, great lunch, great office, all good stuff here. We had some economic data today. I think just the long and short of it is, if you look at the change in non-farm payrolls, pretty darn good this month on the surface. Yes, the prior month was revised downward pretty materially, but if you're Fed Chairman Jay Powell, I don't know, I could just sit on my hands, I guess. But we'll talk to somebody who knows what's going on here. I mean, you have to. You got to go to the smart people here. So we're gonna go. What do you want to talk about here?
Mike McKee.
Oh, Mike McKee. And Mike McKee.
There's a smart person, but where is he? He's not in the room. No, I'm kidding. Michael McKee,
right in front of
International
Paul,
Economics and Policy Correspondent, as you're searching for it. Is this a Goldilocks report for the Fed for next week?
I don't know if I would use the word Goldilocks, but it confirms that there's no reason to do anything that to respond to this report. I suppose you could say it's just right in that sense.
Are you surprised that that we had a pretty good print? Because I think the whisper number was probably 120, for a miss.
Yeah, Wall Street was leaning towards a weak report, and the zeitgeist has been that things are going to get weaker because of tariffs. But the survey week for this jobs report was the week after the president announced his Liberation Day tariffs, and it encompassed the week that he walked them back.
Yep.
And basically the consensus out there, which I agree with, is that it was too early for companies to react. I mean, they were shell-shocked for a few days, and then the walk back just made it worse in the sense of you don't know what's going to go on. So we'll be waiting to see what the impact is when we get to the next month, when we get to June and see the May figures.
So I was looking at WRP after the numbers, and it looks like a full cut is now priced in just for July. It was moved up a little bit before that. Does that track with what you're hearing from Fed officials? Because if everything's Goldilocks, why not cut?
The basic message from Fed officials is we don't have a time frame. And I've sort of stopped paying attention to the Fed funds futures trading because it just moves around on headlines at this point. It's not based on any fundamental analysis of the economy because you can't do a fundamental analysis of this economy. How do you figure out what's going to happen next if you don't even know what the president's policies are? I go back to what Chris Waller said to us a couple of weeks ago, that you probably won't have solid enough data to see which way the economy is going until at least July. And he pointed out the 90-day delay on tariffs doesn't end until the first week of July. So you won't even know what the tariff update is going to be until then. So he was looking to the fall for some kind of, if they were going to move one way or another.
Average hourly earnings hanging right in there, Mike. It's up 3.8%. That seems like a healthy clip.
It is. It's about what the Fed thinks is consistent with a 2% inflation rate. It has been slowing, but so has the overall labor force, but not so much that it gives you the impression that things are falling off a cliff or things are not doing well. So,
have we seen any impact from the fact that the
Gjorde en i stad, Jakob.
border seems to
Långa linjen i stad.
be shut down a little bit? I mean,
not yet. The number of foreign-born workers in the labor force rose a little bit. Not a big deal. And if there were going to be a profession that was affected fairly quickly, it would be construction. But construction added 11,000 jobs. So it doesn't look like that has had an impact yet. Now again, all of the economists who, like me, were wrong in their thinking that we might see a
relatively weak report, not a bad report, but everybody's saying, well, this is the calm before the storm. And that we're going to see things deteriorate going forward. And it's hard to see how they don't. I don't know if you caught Gene Sirocco this morning when he was on and saying that all these ships are not coming to the port of Los Angeles, and he thinks we're really going to have huge problems. And there's a guy on the front lines.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, he had a stat, he was on surveillance with us. He said his bookings or sailings for next week are down 30% year over year. So that now they're starting to see it. I mean,
and I think basically anything you get from that you would buy in the store from China is going to be in short supply very soon.
That's interesting. What else are you looking at? What else is on your radar?
Well, we do have the Fed meeting next week, and we'll get a little bit better picture maybe from Jay Powell about how they're thinking about things going forward. There's no economic forecasts associated with this meeting, and they're not going to change anything in terms of rates. So we'll look to that, and then there is a meeting out in at Stanford, California, at the Hoover Institution.
You go to that?
I'm going to that. It's an honor this year of John Taylor, whom we all know, of Taylor, and there are a number of Fed officials speaking at that on Friday, which is the first day they're allowed to speak after the blackout. The good news is maybe we'll get some idea of what the rest of the Open Market Committee is thinking on Friday. The bad news is it's at 7:45 p.m. Eastern time. So bring your radio or your Bloomberg streaming service out to the Hamptons. And
I'll just wait for my emails from you, and you can tell me what that matters.
I'm sure that'll go over well at your house. I'm sorry, it's Friday night, guys. I'm going to go read emails from Mike McKee about what the Fed is saying.
Cool. Mike, thanks a lot. We appreciate you. Michael McKee, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent. He texts and emails me all the time. I just may not listen
It's
Friday
a special
night.
secret text list, because I don't think that's broadly disseminated.
No.
I think you're special.
It's a special. It's clearly.
It's on
obviously-
Signal. Yeah, I mean, the only people,
Oh.
if you're in the National Security Council,
Too
you
soon?
can get it.
Okay. All right, coming up, we're going to talk to Brooke Sutherland. She's Bloomberg, a Boston bureau chief. She's also an amazing reporter when it comes to industrials. But this is on the news that President Trump says that Harvard will lose its tax-exempt status. We're going to break down what that means for her. She also has her newsletter out every Friday, and today she's talking about toothpaste versus factories. Basically, if you sell to other factories, you're buying stuff. If you're selling to toothpaste manufacturers, you're not selling anything, and that doesn't really make any sense. So she's going to help us break that down as well. This is Bloomberg.
Du kjøper på lille Deep Notox. Ja, du kan gjøre det du, Johannes. Så sikkert ned og så teste 20.044 på den streken der. Hallo!
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We begin with a developing story in eToro Group, considering launching its U.S. IPO as soon as next week after the trading and investment platform paused its listing plans amid tariff-related stock volatility. Again, the headline right now on the Bloomberg Professional Service, eToro set to away launching its U.S. IPO as soon as next week. Stocks pushing higher, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all close to levels last seen before April's tariff shock, thanks to strong jobs data and signs of a thaw in U.S.-Canada relations. Right now, we've got the S&P holding close to morning highs, up 71 now, up by about 1.3%. The Dow up 1.1%, higher by 451 points. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 241. NASDAQ now higher by 1.4%. And the Bloomberg Mag 7 Index up 1.3%. This after earnings from Apple and Amazon. Both of those companies are lower. Apple right now down 3.8%. We've got Amazon down 0.4%. 10-year 4.29% with a 2-year 3.79%. Gold little changed on the day, down $1 the ounce, now $32.38. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.8%, $58.19 a barrel. America's economy added jobs in April, even as tariffs weigh on businesses big and small. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
It's a respectable showing, even a bit higher than last year's monthly average. Employers added 177,000 jobs, a sign the labor market hasn't buckled as White House policy sows confusion and dents confidence. Manufacturing payrolls did show a small loss, though. April unemployment held steady at 4.2%, even with federal government job cuts. The underemployment rate, which tracks people settling for part-time work, dipped. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
On an update for stocks, a couple of prominent decliners. Take-Two Interactive Software has pushed back the release of Grand Theft Auto 6 to next year. The stock's selling off today. Take-Two down 6.4%, and shares of Block Inc. down the most in more than 5 years after the digital payments company posted first quarter results below analyst estimates. XYZ on the ticker, the stock now down by 21.3%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thanks very much. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We bring you all the top news in business, economics, and finance through our lens of our Bloomberg Intelligence folks. They cover 2,000 companies and 130 industries all around the world. They also have an amazing bench of reporters as well as bureau chiefs that we like to tap as well. We're going to go to one of them now, Brooke Sutherland. She's the Boston bureau chief, one of my favorite people, one of the smartest people that I've ever met. So the headline for Boston is that President Trump has announced that Harvard University would lose its tax-exempt status, and that threatens to revoke the school's financial benefits. Brooke, what's the vibe in Boston right now?
I mean, I think the vibe is not great. I think there's a lot of concern about not just what happens with Harvard, but what happens with some of the other funding cuts, specifically around the NIH. I mean, this is an economy that really thrives off of its higher education institutions, its top-tier hospitals, and its research facilities. And these organizations support a much broader ecosystem that is very linked to Massachusetts employment and the overall health of the state economy. And so this is an issue that state politicians have really, rallied around Harvard for, in terms of just really pushing back on this and trying to protect those interests that are key to their economy. We've even seen, the Republican candidate for governor coming out and advocating for the funding that goes to some of these institutions and the important role that they play in the Massachusetts economy.
What's the feeling, Brooke, as to the legality of such a move? Does the president have the legal authority to do so?
It's still not clear at this point whether or not his comments this morning about revoking Harvard's tax-exempt status actually came in conjunction with a directive from the IRS or from him in particular. It's not clear exactly sort of what steps are being taken or where we might be in any kind of process. Now, typically the IRS standards prevent the president from interfering with federal tax agency decisions, and so this is undoubtedly something that if the administration were to proceed with revoking Harvard's tax-exempt status, that you would likely see the university challenge that. And it's a process that would take years to play out between appeals and negotiations over what might happen here.
So the dum-dums like me are going to be like, what's the big deal? They have a big endowment, they charge a lot of tuition, like why do they need the status? And what's the actual argument?
So the endowment is helpful, but you can't really use it like an ATM or a piggy bank. The funds that are in there are mostly earmarked for certain programs, scholarships, certain schools, and so they can't just use that money as they wish to plug whatever gaps that they might have. Harvard is certainly in a better position to weather this storm than a lot of institutions. It's one of the oldest in the country and also the richest. But I still think the financial toll of this can be really significant, and it can affect how the university doles out financial aid. If they're not tax exempt, they would also have to pay property taxes. They have a lot of real estate, not just in Cambridge, but also in Boston proper. And that bill alone would be extremely substantial.
And stripping Harvard's tax-exempt status would deal a significant financial blow to the university. This is the Bloomberg reporting, which receives an estimated $465 million in tax benefits annually. And it's not just Harvard. Brooke, looking at your reporting here, some 1,700 private colleges operate as nonprofits. Given their contributions to society, they receive that benefit part of a section of the internal revenues.
Versus some of the other universities in the country. But certainly, I think they are watching this very carefully. And if they're not, directly connected to this particular fight or going to see their own tax-exempt status called into question, they're likely feeling the pressure of the funding cuts. Because NIH funding does not just go to the Harvards and the MITs of the world. It also goes to a number of other universities spread out all across the country that are doing, very important work to advance U.S. competitiveness and things that we've decided are national priorities. Things around national security, around medical advancements, semiconductor research. I mean, this all takes money, and historically, that's a role that the government has played in supporting that research and innovation.
Brooke, before we let you go, I also touted your expertise in the industrial industry. You've covered the industrial industry for a very long time. You have a weekly newsletter that sort of picks up on all the little details happening within that very important space. And in your piece today, you talked about toothpaste which is like basically factory orders. Can you give me the takeaway from that? 'Cause I thought it was quite interesting as how we're looking at the economy.
Sure. I mean, I think there was a lot of concern heading into this earnings season about what we might see from the manufacturing economy. The thinking being that was sort of the front lines of where tariffs would hit. And these companies are certainly, expecting an impact, but by and large, they're mostly doing okay. I mean, the demand in the first quarter was very strong, and so far companies really aren't flagging any kind of material step back or, some sort of serious pause in projects. It's a very different story on the consumer side of the economy, though. I mean, you've seen airlines pull their guidance because of a pullback in travel demand and concerns about consumer confidence. You've seen companies like Colgate-Palmolive, which makes toothpaste, with sales dropped about 3% in the first quarter, in part because customers are trading down from premium toothpaste options to sort of middle tier options. And that trade down effect is manifesting, in a number of different places across the consumer economy. And I think, it's just interesting. There was an argument a few years ago about could you see sort of a decoupling of the manufacturing sector from the rest of the economy because there's sort of secular reasons driving construction of new factories, and whether it's reshoring or some of the energy initiatives that we've had, all of the government stimulus around infrastructure and semiconductor, that didn't happen. And I think it would be extremely difficult for that to happen again in an environment if we do see tariffs really dampen consumer confidence and really cause that consumer to pull back on spending. It's hard to keep industrial equipment orders going along at a robust place when people can't afford sort of basic needs.
All right, Brooke, we really appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Brooke Sutherland, Boston Bureau Chief and Industrials Expert right here at Bloomberg. All right, from her world to my world, and that's big oil. Chevron stock is up by about 1.3%. It cut its buybacks in the last quarter, but had some really good news, especially when it comes to some of its offshore drilling in the Gulf of America, as it talks, as it says. Exxon sitting pretty tight as oil plunges, not really messing with its buyback program as well. Chevron reducing its buyback this quarter to about $2.75 billion, 30% less than in Q1. I had the pleasure of sitting down with the CEO and chairman of Chevron, Mike Wirth, earlier, and we talked about those buybacks and the potential upcoming arbitration as it relates to Hess.
We're growing production, as I said, we're growing cash flow. As we move into next year, our break even to cover the capital budget and the dividend will be down in the low 50s. We get beyond that, it'll move into the 40s. And so if you pick any given quarter and do some of this math, you might reach a certain conclusion. As we look forward into the next few years, our break even will be low and going lower.
Let's talk about the next few years, and a big part of that will be the purchase of Hess. Finally, you get a date for arbitration hearing for the end of May. You've had a chance to look at each other's cases. How has your confidence changed?
Well, it really is unchanged, Alex. The contract is very clear in the language of the contract that will be applied in the arbitration, and we've steadily believed that the Hess side of this argument is the proper side of it. And so as we move closer to the date of the arbitration hearing and then a decision 3 months after that, our view really is unchanged. We feel very, very confident that Hess will prevail here.
Obviously, Guyana is a huge asset and would be so great for Chevron. So how quickly could that be accretive to you guys? Like, what would that integration look like?
Well, we've had plenty of time to prepare for
Yes,
integration, and so the teams have been working closely, and we're ready to move very quickly to integrate the two businesses. So once we get a decision, that can happen in a matter of days and weeks, not months or years.
Part of that also was you buying 5% of Hess shares on the open market. Two thoughts, and there are two very different thoughts. One is it just shows how much confidence you do have in the deal. The other thought is that it won't go through and you still want a seat at the table if the deal fails. Help me understand which side.
Well, the shares were trading at a discount to the value that we would exchange our shares for in the transaction, and so it made it economic just on the surface. We do have confidence, as I just expressed, and so that's really what sits behind that decision. It's a good company. Hess's performance has been exceeding expectations every quarter, really, since we announced this transaction. The business is being run well. Their stock has, we viewed it as a good investment back then. We view it as a good investment today.
That was Chairman and CEO Mike Wirth joining me earlier on earnings. And just for a recap, Chevron made a bid to buy Hess. Hess accepted. And then Exxon came in and said, no, we have right of first refusal to Hess's project in Guyana, which is a prolific oil region. And they've been in arbitration for quite a long time on that. We may get final result later on in this year. Vince Piazza heads up all our oil and industry coverage for Bloomberg Intelligence and joins me now. Vincent, what do you think of the answer that, nope, they got complete confidence? If Chevron doesn't get Hess, what happens?
Well, look, if Chevron doesn't get Hess, then someone of size would need to make a move on Hess, right? Exxon suggests that it has these preemptive rights. And so if the arbitration goes in its favor, there would be a decision that needs to be made about that value and what that value is. And I would suggest to you that because of Hess's size, the number of suitors for Hess whether it's the asset or the entire entity, is quite limited. And you need someone that has the heft, the balance sheet, the flexibility, the financial flexibility of an ExxonMobil. And so I think both entities have a solid case to be made. I've never heard of an acquisition being held up because of a shared asset. But you know, a lot of strange things have happened in the world in the last year or so. So we'll see what happens. But
right.
I think if you take a look at just the earnings from today, guys, I think it's obvious that Exxon is pulling away, both operationally and financially. And I think that if you were to take a look at this a year from now, you would see the ongoing strength of the Exxon operations and Exxon's financial health.
Right. So, hey, Vince, you've been covering these big oil companies, integrated oil companies, for years here. What are they telling you about life at below $60 a barrel, around $60 a barrel for WTI crude?
You know, life is sustainable when you have solid balance sheet and you have the financial strength. And in this case, you have ExxonMobil, which paid back roughly $5 billion of debt. Balance sheet leverage is very, very manageable. They have the financial flexibility to push forward. Financially, they threw off about $9 billion of free cash flow, 8.8 to be exact. The cadence of buybacks remains the same. The dividend pace remains the same. So there is strength there in their confidence, in their decision to maintain those levels. Contrast that with what you heard from Chevron, and when you're throwing off roughly $1 billion of free cash flow and you're trying to pay out dividends of 3 and do buybacks of another 4, the math doesn't compute, right? And so that pretends the decision to scale back the buybacks closer to what, 2.5 or 3 billion for 2025. Hey, look, you know, operationally, Exxon's in a strong position, especially in Guyana, especially in the Permian. You have Yellowtail likely coming on sooner than expected, most likely in 3Q. That's 250,000 barrels a day of growth capacity on a resource that has potential of well in excess of $6 billion. But you could understand the attraction for both Exxon and for Chevron. And, you know, Exxon's in the driver's seat there. You have also for Exxon the Pioneer acquisition, the Permian Basin, which remains a strong, low-cost avenue for growth. So I'm not really concerned here if this dips below the $60 barrel range, especially when you have the balance sheet strength to push through that. Now, 15, 20 years ago, the economics were different, right? Leverage was a bigger source and also a bigger source of pain for these organizations as well. But for the most part, a lot of these names have gotten their balance sheets in the right size and the right shape. Maturities are quite manageable in 25 and 26, so I don't see the pain coming from any type of balance sheet event. And for the most part, what we're telling the operators is, let's manage that production. We want to see the free cash flow being thrown off. We don't want this excessive accelerated growth that we saw during Shale 1.0. We're in a different situation here. It's a mature industry. What we do want to see is much more capital discipline. And it's fine if you want to go out there and pay for an asset using your currency, using you for equity, because your equity is valued higher than what a private equity sponsored company may be, and you can consolidate, integrate, and actually increase free cash flow going forward as well.
All right, Vince, thanks a lot. We really appreciate it. Vincent Piazza, he covers all the oil companies, E&Ps, as well as the big guys for Bloomberg Intelligence. We appreciate all of that insight. Shameless plug. You can check out my full Chevron interview on the Bloomberg podcast page on YouTube. It's also available on Bloomberg.com, and you can also check it out on the terminal as well. Shameless plug. I did it. Yeah.
Oil, how was that?
Yeah, so fun. Not so much when you look at the oil price. Watch that OPEC meeting tomorrow. That's going to be fun. Wraps it up for me and Paul. Balance of Power with Joe Matthews up next after this Global News Update.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. Shrugging off tariffs and sagging consumer confidence, employers kept on hiring last month. The government says 177,000 jobs were added on. CBS's Kelly O'Grady.
This is a good report, but there's sort of an
Hva skjedde nå, Stig? Prater Trump igjen, eller?
There's a lot of different places where you
Hæ?
see
Prater Trump nå? Nå fikk vi noen spark opp her.
if we don't get trade deals.
CBS's Jim Krasula has the latest math on home ownership.
Looking to buy a home? You'll need to earn at least $114,000 a year to afford a
Her kommer det noe Uber greier.
the national
Hæ?
median listing price last month. That's
Det ble noe
according
på
to data from
Uber.
Realtor.com. The earnings figure is nearly $50,000
I'm great,
more than
Bill.
just 6 years ago, when the median U.S. home was listed for $315,000.
Hva skjedde nå?
CDC reports more children have
Jeg
died
vet ikke hva
from flu
faktisk
this
ble
season
kalt.
than at any time since the swine flu pandemic 15 years ago. 216
Og så har du Beijing aids need offer to US to start trade war.
assisted administration efforts
Beijing?
to force leadership and admissions changes.
Yeah.
Legal contributor
Ikke sant.
Jessica Levinson says a court fight is likely next.
If Harvard felt that its tax-exempt status was targeted because of its educational content or its ideological views, it could argue that that actually violates the First Amendment and that it amounts to government retaliation based on ideological content. It could also argue that that violates the Equal Protection Clause, that that's an arbitrary or discriminatory enforcement of the rules.
Now to London, where CBS's Holly Williams says Prince Harry lost a court bid to have his royal security restored when he visits the UK.
After losing that appeal today, Harry's only remaining recourse is to try and take his case to the UK's Supreme Court, which is an extremely high bar legally.
Comic performer Ruth Buzzy has died at 88. CBS's Stacey Lynn.
Ruth Buzzy appeared on popular shows in the 60s, including The Gary Moore Show, The Monkees, and That Girl. Her big break, though, came on Rowan and Martin's Laugh-In 1968. She was one of only 4 cast members who were regulars for its entire 6-season run.
Boy, you can't trust anybody these days.
Her most famous character was the spinster Gladys.
It was a fun, easy character to do.
After Laugh-In, she starred in several TV shows, including Saved by the Bell.
Wall Street, the Dow is up more than 500 points. This is CBS News. In just 5 days, we'll need real ID to enter some government buildings or board flights. The passport will still work. CBS's Chris Van Cleve says the TSA is braced for possible delays and confusion.
The TSA says about 1 in every 5 flyers is showing up without a compliant ID, meaning they could be in for major travel troubles when the real ID requirements kick in on Wednesday.
We're all hands on deck.
Adam Stahl is acting as the deputy TSA administrator.
We're very confident that we can thread the needle of both enforcing the law while also minimizing impacts for folks.
TSA officers will use a secondary process to try to confirm the identity of flyers without a real ID, passport, or other compliant identification, but that can take time.
Masse marginer. Har nesten gjort noen ting.
And a chimney has now been installed in the Sistine Chapel.
Jeg vurderer å ta ut 3 av skjortene og så bare sette doble longer. Det her faller ikke. Vi faller ikke på noen ting. Vi faller ikke på noe makro, vi faller ikke på Apple, vi faller ikke på dritt.
To the world of business. This is Balance of Power.
Og da kan vi gå helt opp til 21 000 ganske fort.
Live from Washington, D.C.
Vi faller ikke på noen ting. Ikke noe. Ja, ta den siste. Da må du fylle på, GT. Da må du se den siste uka, Peder. Er det siste uka, eller?
To the U.S. to start trade talks, and markets are kicking up on this. We'll be joined
Ja, det er Beijing som kommer nyheten nå. På tariffen.
As well this hour by Bloomberg's Washington editor Wendy Benjaminson, with President Trump now saying Harvard will lose its tax-exempt status. Later this hour, our conversation with
Det verste at det der kan komme hver dag. Det kan komme en ny sånn tariffløsning for hvert land. Og da går ikke dette ned, altså. Beijing waits, fentanyl offer. Men det er jo doptariff, da. Fentanyl.
Ja.
Det har ikke noe med tariffen å gjøre.
But again, right now we've got the S&P taking a leg higher up 92 now, 56.96. That's where we stand.
Hvorfor går Nasdaq opp på det?
Phenylketosis.
Ja, fentanyl, det er den der rusegreiene.
Driven by strong jobs data and progress on international trade talks. The Dow up 590.
Rentene stiger. Hva med gulda? Går det videre oppover, eller går det ned nå?
25 up by 1.8%. The
Gulda går ned.
7 index is advancing now. That index up by just about 1.8%.
Fentanyl, faktisk.
4.32% with the 2-year, 3.82%. Gold now lower by $9 the ounce, 32.29. That is a drop of 0.3%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 1.6%, 58.29 a barrel. So the jobs report out this morning. Reaction from Stephanie Roth, the chief economist at Wolf Research.
It was a strong one. Granted, we had some downward revisions to the prior month, but the net trend is pretty strong. The challenge is looking forward. There's a pretty big cliff from an economic perspective heading into the next couple of months, and if we don't get a significant downward shift in the tariff rate from China, then things like the strength in transportation and warehousing is gonna very much shut off.
Stephanie Roth of Wolf Research, and of course we'll have more on this morning's jobs report coming up with our Stuart Paul in just a moment right here on Balance of Power. After earnings, Apple shares are moving lower. Apple down now by 3.7%. Apple getting at least 2 downgrades today. Also reporting earnings last night after the close of trading. Amazon up now by just about 0.6%. So again, U.S. stocks higher. And let's repeat the headline that we brought you moments ago. Beijing weighing a fentanyl offer to the U.S. to start trade talks. That according to the Wall Street Journal. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much for walking us through it, Charlie, and happy Friday. If you're with us here at high noon in Washington time, you know there's going to be news breaking, and that certainly is the case again today with the redhead on the terminal. We'll keep tabs on stocks here, and as we learn more about what Beijing is reportedly offering, we will let you know. You made it to the threshold of the weekend, and thank you for being with us here on the Friday edition. Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio channel 121, and YouTube. Dial us up, search Bloomberg Business News Live. I'll have a seat for you saved in the studio. Got a lot to go through today. When it comes to economic data, of course, it's jobs day, and that's driving things along with the uncertainty, or maybe we just got a glimmer of hope when it comes to the tariff story and trade. But it's a conversation day here with lawmakers back home. The president has left the bubble, and we're joined live from New York by Stuart Paul, the U.S. economist for Bloomberg Economics, on a Tuesday that saw some pretty impressive numbers. Stuart, great to see you. We keep hearing that at some point the impact of Doge layoffs of federal workers is going to show up in these reports. The uncertainty that could be dampening hiring because of tariffs, but I guess just not today.
Well, if you
read
below the fold, if you flip to page 10 of the paper, maybe you start to see some tiny impacts of both trade policy and the Doge policy coming through in the data. For example, there were 9,000 fewer federal employees showing up on payrolls. We did see, for example, construction workers that were but across the board, if we think about actual headcount expansion, the payroll report today was very favorable. As we think about the household labor statistics asks households how many people are employed. They ask businesses how many people are on their payrolls. When we think about the household side of the report, a heck of a lot more people reporting that they're employed.
Nå ser du, nå går vi igjen. Det går opp.
Headline numbers across the board are favorable for the Fed ahead of its meeting just next week.
The relationship between soft data and hard data is getting to be a little bit complicated here, and I want you to hear the take from the White House on this. We heard earlier on Bloomberg TV and radio, Stephen Miron chairs the U.S. Council of Economic Advisors, one of the president's most important economic voices inside the White House. Here's what he said.
There's been an ongoing disconnect between the hard data and the soft data, and the hard data continued to perform very well. 177,000 jobs last month, a beat of 40,000 jobs. That's the president's second jobs day beat in a row. And on top of that, you've got 11,000 construction jobs, expanding construction sector in spite of the president's crackdown on the border.
Okay, so a couple of things there, by the way, referring to, I thought this was Biden data. It's the White House has been saying. It just says that was Trump's second beat. But let's get to the actual matter at hand, Stuart. Will the soft data catch up to the hard data, and when?
I think that consumers, I think that businesses, when they're surveyed, are going to remain relatively pessimistic. I do want to pick on Stephen Miron just for a second when he pointed out that 11,000 additional construction workers were added to payrolls despite the tariffs that were put in place. We did see a decline in aggregate hours worked in the construction industry, so there's less worker intensity despite the increase in headcount. And as he pointed out, maybe this is downstream from immigration policy, we did see a material increase in native-born employment and a decrease in foreign-born employment. So construction might be one of these vectors in the payrolls report where you're just getting a rotation toward documented workers artificially buoying the payrolls. Now that's a very technical thing, but to the extent that workers are experiencing some sort of a boom in demand for labor on this great day where we saw 177,000 jobs, it might not be as material of an effect in terms of workers' experiences, in terms of demand for labor. It could be just sort of a little bit of a rotation towards documented workers that are buoying the numbers, and so sentiment can remain relatively unfavorable because experienced conditions on the ground are not as good as the numbers might suggest. And I expect it to remain that way, especially with policy uncertainty so high.
Yeah, well, this is important. Now, as the White House trumps the data, pun intended, the other side of the coin, illustrated by Senator Elizabeth Warren. Stuart, she's out with a statement saying, today's jobs data shows the labor market is still slowing down. In 3 months, Trump and his chaotic tariffs shrunk our economy and raised prices, slowed private sector job growth to its lowest point in 9 months, and pushed continuing jobless claims to levels not seen since the pandemic. Is she right?
I think that that's a particularly unfavorable reading of the data. I think, again, I think that if you look below the fold and you flip onto, maybe even page 10 of the paper, you start seeing some of the effects of policy decisions showing up in the data. I think that overall we are seeing a cyclical slowdown as consumers are stretched, as businesses are adjusting their investment expectations, their sales and revenue expectations for quarters ahead. I think that that's what's going on, is that this is part of a larger cyclical phenomenon that is being affected to some degree by this reorientation of the global commercial order. But to the extent that Trump's policies are to blame for a modest slowdown in the headline number of jobs added, I think is rather unfavorable. We would expect that from Elizabeth Warren. We know where she is, on what side of the political aisle. I think that if there were to be a more precise critique of the data, and if we could infer anything about the future from it, it's that wage growth slowed, average weekly earnings slowed, average weekly earnings growth slowed, and if we're looking out to personal income growth for the month of April, it's likely to just be about 0.3%, which is pretty cool. It's not the sort of thing that's going to support real spending growth for the year ahead, and that would be the thing that's more troubling. It's uncertainty weighing on hiring, earnings, and spending plans.
Mm-hmm. Well, you heard the two polar opposites there, the view from the White House, the view from Elizabeth Warren. The fact of the matter is, Stuart, Elizabeth Warren and Donald Trump agree on one thing. They both think the Fed should be cutting interest rates. If we didn't have this tariff overhang right now, if none of that concern was in the water, and you look at the actual hard data we have, would the Fed be cutting?
It would be a pretty close call, because right now we do have the inflation data in hand that would allow the Fed to cut by a quarter point, for example. But on the employment side of the Fed's mandate, hiring is still reasonably robust. Unemployment is still low at 4.2%. And if anything beyond tariff policy would be affecting the Fed's thinking right now, it would be immigration policy and the tax proposals. What we're going to end up seeing ultimately with the budget plan, tax proposal coming out of the West Wing. And both of those would point to more inflation pressures and a tighter labor market. So it probably would net out to the Fed remaining on hold, even if we were to remove everything in terms of trade policy. I don't think that the Fed would really be inclined to cut rates at this point.
Understood. Do we hear any new wrinkles at the Fed meeting next week? This is going to be an interesting time for the news conference, when we're talking every day about a different story on tariffs. Before we started the program, red headline, Beijing now weighing a fentanyl offer to the U.S. to start trade talks. The markets love this. We get to new highs for the day. But Jay Powell's just sitting there holding the bag while he's waiting for news.
That's right. I think that all things considered, all the news is going to be made out of the West Wing. It's not going to be coming from further down on Constitution Avenue at the Federal Reserve. I think that it's going to be a relatively boring meeting. No change in interest rates. We're not going to get any news about the Fed's balance sheet or the pace that it is normalizing its balance sheet. I think that anytime somebody asks about political pressure coming out of the West Wing to either replace Chairman Powell or to cut interest rates, Chairman Powell is going to stay mum, and he's just going to say that he's going to keep doing his job while he's in the post.
We'll find out together next week with special coverage of the Fed meeting and the help of Stuart Paul. It's great to see you, Stuart. Thank you, and have a great weekend. U.S. economist, Bloomberg Economics, on the fastest show in politics. I'm Joe Matthew. This is Bloomberg.
Det som blir å min innkonto bare matche shortene. Ja, jeg hadde kanskje gjort det hvis jeg var deg. For jeg kan ikke si noen ting enn at jeg har aldri sett dette før. Jeg gjør ikke noe enda, men jeg har aldri sett dette før. Det er 9. dagen på raden nå, og vi har hatt profitordninger over hele fjøla. Et sterkt tall det var i dag, og de tallene i dag det er basert på forrige måned. Så det vet jeg ikke. Jeg vet ikke. Man kan kanskje ta halvparten og gå long imot, men hva faen skal jeg gjøre for noe? Det har gått opp. Det har gått opp. Det er faen meg. Bare for 2 dager siden så var vi her nede. Nei, var vi for nei. 2 dager siden så var vi på 1900. På torsdag så var vi på torsdag så var vi på 17 755. Det her har jeg ikke noe svar på. Jeg kan makro, og jeg kan tall, og det her gir null mening. Så Trade selv, komma. Vær så god. Du gjør det. Jeg kommer til å sitte rolig enn så lenge I hvert fall. Så gjør du det du gjør selv. Ikke noe stress. Jeg kjører akkurat det jeg gjør.
1.6%. Dow Industrials up 620 now, up 1.5%. Nasdaq up 324 for the Nasdaq Composite.
GT7, det var lett for etterpåklokskap, men jeg sier igjen, vi var I pluss I forgårs, så det ikke sånn jeg trader. Jeg tåler å sitte feil vei noen dager, altså. Det ikke noe... Jeg må vite hvorfor, så det helt greit.
58.19 a barrel, down 1.8%, and Bitcoin is advancing by 1.3%, 97,718 on a Bitcoin. So the S&P 500 is moving higher, looking at a full recovery from April tariff turbulence, strong jobs data this morning, and progress on international trade talks boosting investor confidence. Right now we have got ExxonMobil shares. They are moving higher.
Under 50 CMS.
0.3% after earnings this morning. Chevron up by 2%. Both companies reporting earnings. Chevron, by the way, saying it will reduce share buybacks. ExxonMobil sticking to its buyback plans. And the headline that we brought you earlier bears repeating, certainly driving sentiment today. Beijing weighing a fentanyl offer to the U.S. to start trade talks. That according to the Wall Street Journal. We got you covered on trade. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all higher. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington, the Friday edition. He made it. Here he is. Joe Mann.
Det fortsatt
CMS. It's a pretty good day on the markets. We'll get back to Charlie shortly with that Beijing headline resonating on Wall Street. Maybe we'll learn more from the White House on this. It really did seem to kick in the afterburner right around noontime when we came to air and that headline broke on the terminal. Interesting Friday trade here on what is of course jobs
Koma.
as well, having discussed that.
Jeg skal si deg en liten ting. Jeg var opp 50% på et par dager. Nå har jeg ikke tradet noen ting. Så jeg kommer ut av dette her, men jeg kommer ikke til å sitte og bli presset av trade når ikke jeg vil gjøre det. Jeg synes dette dritspesielt. Da får bare gå som det går. Så hvis du så jævlig god selv, så gjør du det selv. Det ikke noe verre enn det. Du har sikkert kjempepeiling. Jeg gjør ingenting akkurat nå. Ja, det da, Koma? Hvorfor faen tror du live da? Siden jeg sitter feil vei 3 dager. Jeg ikke verdens beste, men blant det beste i verden. Det vil du skjønne snart, når du ser hva som skjer. Jeg sier det nå før du ser, det her kommer til å smelle. Bare fordi jeg tok feil vei på grunn av Tesla forandret en lov dagen etterpå, betyr ingenting. Du kan ta det jævla fitteriet til hva kommer deg vekk. Jeg orker ikke sånn piss som det der. Jeg sitter feil vei 3 dager. Du får bare tåle, hvis ikke du ikke tåler, så må du bare drite og trede da. Jeg merker å bli irritert på deg. Donald Trump forandret loven dagen etter jeg gikk short. Så smalt det opp. Det det som skjedde. Nei, jeg sitter ikke fra med 2000 poeng, ditt søppeløye.
cataloging, unpacking and cataloging these weeks, it's become, I guess, a futile exercise. But we've cleared the first 100 days, and I wonder what kind of context you can put around what we've seen just in the last 5 days.
Hvis ingen kan prate med sånn som han koma, så kan dere bare, så trenger ikke være admin. Altså, jeg orker ikke. Jeg prøver å følge med på hva som skjer. Det klin umulig for meg å holde på, for han kameraten følger meg ikke engang. Han er en som kommer fra et annet sted. Nei, jeg kicka han ut. Han følger ikke koppetrening, men han gjør ingenting. Han er en som har snakket dritt sin dag 1, til og med da han var opp med 50%. Så var han der og holdt på. Det er ikke noe vits av noen annen, men jeg orker ikke sånn, altså, sånn helt seriøst. Jeg skjønner ikke en dritt av hva som skjer i markedet nå. Jeg kommer ikke til å presse til å trade, jeg forstår ingenting nå. Det går opp på tariff på tariff på tariff. Det går opp på dårlige nyheter, dårlige nyheter, dårlige nyheter. Det går opp på Donald Trump. Jeg har aldri sett dette før. Jeg kommer ikke til å trade masse når dette her skjer. Da sitter jeg helt rolig. Uansett, om vi går i minus nå, for det kan vi gjøre flere dager, jeg kommer ikke til å trade når jeg ikke skjønner hva som skjer. Og jeg kommer heller ikke til å trade bare fordi det går opp. Jeg har aldri sett dette før. I hele mitt liv. Jeg har aldri sett at markedet går opp 9 dager på rad på dårlige nyheter. Da kan ikke jeg bare kjøpe. Det funker ikke for meg. Alt må stemme. Når jeg gjør en trade, så må det være at det er bra makro, bra nyheter, teknisk riktig. Alt må være i korta. Nå er ingenting riktig, og ingen skjønner noen ting. Da, selvfølgelig skulle jeg aldri trade, men jeg visste jo ikke det. Jeg visste jo ikke at han kom til å forandre loven dagen etterpå. Jeg ante det ikke. Han har forandret loven 2 ganger på en uke. En gang for Nvidia, en gang for Tesla, og Tesla har gått opp 30%. Hvordan faen skal jeg vite det? Da blir jeg bare helt satt ut. Eneste feilen jeg gjorde som jeg angrer litt på, at jeg var short over natta. Etter de tallene, det er det eneste jeg kunne gjort litt annerledes. Ellers så kunne jeg ikke gjort så mye annerledes. For jeg hadde ikke gått long her. Selv om jeg har gått opp masse i 3 dager nå, så hadde jeg ikke gått long. Jeg hadde gjort kanskje litt da, men ikke mye. Jeg hadde ikke gjort så mye forskjell.
Clearly Trump gave a wink nod to the IRS commissioner that you ought to do this. But it's not the stroke of a Sharpie.
Sure.
Yeah.
You know, the president frequently says, I was elected to do the things that I'm doing, when he talks about tariff policy, when he talks about extending the Trump tax.
Ja, akkurat det. Jeg vil ikke kjøre trades når jeg ikke skjønner hva som skjer. Det er derfor jeg tjener penger på sikt. Men jeg tør ikke gjøre det. Jeg er livredd nå, liksom. Vi har opp 9 dager på rad på dårlig makro. Da er jeg pissnervøs.
Anti-Semitism on college campuses, or what he perceived as anti-Semitism, DEI, transgender bans, all these sort of things.
Hva hvis Donald Trump sier nå, nei, vi kommer ikke i enighet med Kina? Hva tror du skjer da? Hva faen skjer da? Nei, vi gir oss ikke. Vi er ikke enige med Kina. Det kan skje når som helst. Det er liksom nå går vi opp på alt av dårlige nyheter, for vi tror at det ordner seg med tariffen. Jeg forstår den. Men den tariffen har kicket allerede på makroen. Det ser vi ikke før om 3 uker, 2 til 3 uker, da ser vi det. Det som skjer nå, det har jeg aldri sett før. Jeg har aldri sett det før. Det er derfor jeg er på nyhetene hele tiden. Det er den største oppturen på 9 dager siden 2004. Jeg har aldri sett dette før. Aldri. Og dere som lurer på om jeg er short 2000 poeng feil, det stemmer ikke. Jeg er short ca. 700 poeng. Og hvis jeg dobler posisjonen min, så er jeg short med 350 poeng. Det er ikke sånn krise. Jeg vet hva jeg gjør for noe når jeg begynner å trade. Det er derfor jeg har så små kontrakter. Så hvis jeg ser at det begynner å falle nå, for jeg tror ikke gå long her. Hvis jeg ser det begynner å falle nå, så bare øker jeg eksponeringen min, og så tar jeg et halvparten. Det er det jeg kommer til å gjøre. De som lurer på hva jeg gjør for noe. Så jeg driter i om jeg får være med 1000 eller 2000 eller 3000, for jeg har så små posisjoner. Så med en gang jeg er trygg, så tar jeg også kjører en trade. Men jeg tør ikke gjøre noe. Jeg må følge med på alt av nyheter. Det er ikke sånn at jeg sitter og ser på nyhetene fordi jeg synes det er bare kult å sitte her. Det er fordi jeg genuint vil forstå hva som skjer. Og det holder ikke for meg, jeg kan si det igjen 100 ganger, det holder ikke for meg at det går opp. Det går opp, kjøp, det går opp. Det er sånn som det var i 2008, tok taxi til jobb. Så kom en taxisjåføren i meg masse aksjeråd, ikke sant? For han hadde tjent så mye penger på aksjer i 2008. Det er liksom, det holder ikke. Og så gikk det 3 måneder, så var det verste børsfallet siden 1930. Og sånn det nå liksom. Vi går opp på dårlige nyheter. Det skal egentlig ikke være mulig. Vi skal egentlig ikke gå opp på dårlige nyheter. Det skal ikke være mulig egentlig. Vi skal gå opp på bra nyheter, og så skal vi gå ned på dårlige nyheter. Sa ikke du at vi kan gå opp til kjønn? Ja, jeg ser hvor du kan gå hen. Det ikke det som greia. Vi kan gå helt opp til 2 sekunder. Ja, det en del motstand da. Vi kan gå helt opp til 20.616 kan vi gå opp til. Jeg ser det nå, men jeg vil jo faen ikke kjøpe selv om jeg ser det. For alt dritt. Men vi kan gå helt opp dit. 20.616 kan vi gå opp til ganske lett. Og så sier du, hvorfor kjøper du ikke nå? Jeg tør ikke. Jeg tør faen ikke. Jeg tør ikke, med så dårlig makrotall. Jeg tør ikke. Vi opp 9 dager på rad nå. Det skal liksom ikke være mulig. Stopplås. Jo, du kan ta stopplås hvis du vil, men jeg trader på fundamental. Jeg gir faen om jeg sitter feil vei 3 dager. Det driter i det, liksom. Og når jeg trader så scalper jeg masse, men når jeg tror vi skal et sted, så holder jeg den retningen. Jeg tar ikke å bare ta masse stopplås for å ta stopplås. Selv det sikkert hadde vært smart nå på 3 dager, men jeg gjør ikke det. Jeg kommer til å se ut som årets største tulling når dette knekker, for det kommer til å gjøre. Og så har jeg tatt stopplås, for den chat var nervøs og sitter feil vei 3 dager. Det skjer ikke, ass. Jeg vil heller tape på å ta skikkelig feil. Jeg vil ikke ta feil bare for å nå må vi gå long, for det går opp. Det ikke sånn jeg tjener penger. Det en grunn til at KOA gikk opp 5% i dag. Den kommer til å gå opp til antageligvis 4,50. Det fordi jeg kan caset. Det en grunn til at jeg traff på PGS, det en grunn til at jeg traff på NPCC, det en grunn til at jeg sa shipping skulle ned, det en grunn til å si shipping skal opp, det en grunn til å si jeg tror Nasdaq skal ned nå, det ikke fordi jeg liksom, hva det som skjer? Jeg har spådd makrotallene hele uka, på hva som bra, hva som dårlig. Alt sammen har jeg sagt før det skjer. Men Nasdaqen beveger seg ikke på det, det har jeg aldri sett før. Så jeg sitter her nå og bare, hva faen skjer? Og så må jeg finne ut hva jeg skal gjøre. Og jeg gidder ikke høre på kjøp for det går opp, for det ikke så, du vil ikke tjene penger på det, liksom. Jeg gjør i hvert fall ikke det. Hvis det ukomfortabelt, ta på rett, liksom.
Okay, maybe we can talk, tell us what you want on fentanyl and we'll have a conversation. That calmed the markets down, which calms down people's retirement accounts, calms down that. But it is the prices. Everyone goes to the grocery store, and goes to Walmart and Target to buy their kids' clothes and toys, and that's gonna come home to roost.
Interesting. Yeah, all of this stuff.
Så som i dag, liksom Japan, de truer med å dumpe amerikansk statsgjeld, og så begynner Kina å true med å dumpe dollaren, ikke sant? Vi skulle falt på det også, vi faller ikke på en dritt, for ingen tror på det. Ingen tror på, alle tror at alt skal ordne seg med tariff. Det derfor vi går opp.
Right, and no one has signaled a change in rates for months to come. It'll be midsummer at the earliest, and that's only if inflation and the unemployment numbers change, and so far they've been okay. They have to see real change, and then there's a delay, right? They can't just do it instantly.
We're pretty much out of time here. Wendy, you mentioned the headline about China, though. Is Donald Trump simply waiting for an off-ramp? Did he just get that?
He might have. I mean, the Chinese have been, saying, no, we're not going to talk until you show us some interest in talking. And now they feel that they've gotten enough of a nudge to give them political cover for their own constituencies to come and talk to them.
You wonder if the off-ramp presents itself, if he in fact will take it, and we might find that out together in the days ahead. Wendy Benjaminson, Bloomberg senior editor, bringing a sense of humor and grace to our Friday conversation. We always look forward to it, Wendy. Thank you so much. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. The conversation that I mentioned, Mallory McMorrow, is straight ahead. We'll have Kaylee Lyons join us coming up, so stay right here on the fastest show in politics. This is Bloomberg.
Vi får heller se hvordan jeg klarer å vri meg unna dette her, da. For det det jeg må. Jeg skal vri meg ut av dette her, men jeg må ha ro i huet mitt. Jeg må forstå hva som skjer. Jeg klarer ikke bare... Og så skal jeg si da... når jeg tjener penger på trading, sånn som jeg gjør stort sett da, så har jeg en formening om hvor vi skal hen. Jeg har en formening om hva som skjer i markedet, og så trader jeg på teknisk ved siden av. Når jeg ikke vet hva som skjer i markedet, så er jeg blind. Jeg blir som sånn der hodeløs and. For jeg må vite hva som skjer i markedet. Og jeg vet hva som skjer i markedet, men det reagerer ikke sånn som det skal. Og da blir jeg sittende litt sånn og se. Fordi jeg må vite hva som... For trading for meg er ikke flaks. Det er derfor jeg tjener penger på det. Det er ikke flaks, det er ikke gjetting. Det er ganske kalkulert. Og når jeg da ikke ser at det går den veien jeg vil det skal gå, men jeg treffer på alt rundt, da blir jeg sittende rolig. For enten så tar jeg feil, eller så kommer reaksjonen i markedet litt senere. Jeg har fått bekreftet det jeg har sagt nå hver dag, på de makrotallene som har kommet, og profitwarningene, at jeg har rett. Og så går vi opp allikevel. Vi går opp på grunn av Donald Trump, som har pratet nå hver jævla dag, og så går vi opp på disse tariffhåpene, at det skal bli løsning på tariff, løsning på tariff, løsning på tariff, og da går vi opp på det. Så kan man si, hvorfor kjøper du ikke på det? Jeg vil ikke kjøpe på det. Men jeg kan godt ta tap på det, men jeg vil ikke kjøpe på det. For når det først faller her nå, så vil det falle hele veien ned. Og det går fort. Det går mye fortere enn det går opp. For det er ikke noe hold i det. Og nå er det sikkert masse stopplåser som går og alt sammen, ikke sant? Så det er jævla vanskelig. Det er ikke bare å kjøpe for meg, altså. Det er ikke sånn jeg trader. Jeg må vite nøyaktig hva jeg gjør for noe. Sammen med en aksje. Om ikke jeg skulle trade på US, hva hadde du sett på da? Jeg hadde sett på Dow Jones blant annet, så hadde jeg sett på gull, slik til det masse gull. Men Nasdaq har jeg ganske kontroll på til vanlig, skjønner du. Jeg har jo på copy-tradinga mi før jeg sitter i minus nå, så gjorde jeg faktisk 5000 poeng. Jeg tradet en 5000 poeng. Jeg er i minus på den traden her nå med 1000 da. Så jeg tradet en 5000 poeng. Det gjorde jeg på en uke. Men da har jeg kontroll. Og da gikk det opp, og det gikk ned, det gikk alle veier liksom. Men jeg har aldri sett det der før. Jeg kan ikke skjønne at det bare går og går og går og går. Du ser det er veldig choppy ballehetta, at det nøkker, det er ikke noe glid, det bare nøkker. Så det er ikke noe volum her. Og så hørte på BlackRock i sted, og så sier de at de er ikke på kjøperen, de selger. Så, ja, det er liksom, jeg vet ikke hvem som kjøper her. Det er retail antagelig. Og på hver dipper nå, så går vi faen meg videre oppover. Robin, jeg vet ikke. Det er problemet. Han gir ikke beskjed når han prater, han bare prater.
12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks continue to push higher. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all gaining. Best level of the session right now on the S&P, right to the numbers up 92. That is a gain of 1.6%. Dow Industrials up 621, higher by 1.5%. And NASDAQ up 333, now higher by 1.9%. S&P, by the way, on track for its 9th day of gains, longest winning streak if you're keeping track, and yes, we are here at Bloomberg, in over 20 years. Today's rally driven by strong jobs data and progress on international trade talks. Again, the S&P keeping it all in context, up 1.6%. 10-year at 4.32% with a 2-year currently yielding.
Tror ikke det er så dumt, Robin, og så bare vente dette roer seg ned, for det her er helt gal, Mathias. Gull er jo opp. Renten er opp. Det stemmer heller ikke.
And Bitcoin now down by 1.2%, 97,579 on a Bitcoin. Fresh data today on manufacturing as tariffs loom over the economy. And with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
The government's data are lackluster at best. Factory employment dipped in April, though the overall U.S. economy added jobs. Factory orders for business equipment in the meantime barely budged. Total orders were up, though, led by aircraft. The reports follow Thursday's disappointing numbers from the Institute for Supply Management. The ISM said factory output posted the biggest drop in 5 years in April. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg.
Take-Two Interactive shares down 5.6% as the gaming company pushes back the release of the next Grand Theft Auto version to next year. Again, Take-Two lower by 5.6%. And shares of Block Inc. are plunging the most in more than 5 years after the digital payments company that's led by Jack Dorsey posted first quarter results below analyst estimates. Right now, we've got shares of Block down by 20.8%. Ticker, by the way, XYZ. Recapping, S&P up now by 1.6%. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Live in New York, Charlie Pellet, the voice of Wall Street and the New York subway, with us here on the fastest show in politics. Quite the rise in the markets here following that headline of less than an hour ago coming from the Wall Street Journal about an overture from Beijing when it comes to trade, one of the president's most important issues, not just trade and tariffs, but also fentanyl, maybe an off-ramp here from China, according to the Wall Street Journal. Wall Street is not waiting around to find out with new highs for the day. With us now, a little bit earlier than usual, is my partner, Kaylee Lines, here on Balance of Power for an important conversation that we're going to have with Mallory McMorrow. It's been an interesting day here in news, though, coming off the data this morning, the news from China. Maybe we'll get some more clarity on this. I think it was Kevin Hassett yesterday who said there was trade news coming. We didn't get it yesterday, but that doesn't mean it can't happen on Friday.
Yeah, so they keep us waiting. And of course, this news from the Journal comes after the Chinese Ministry of Commerce signaled that it is evaluating whether or not to open talks with the United States on trade overall. But the fact that this reporting suggests they're looking at fentanyl specifically speaks to the very myriad range of issues that the U.S. is using tariffs to address with China. It is not just about their overcapacity in terms of supplying the global markets and what he sees as a way too large trade deficit. It's also about things like fentanyl. And as we always have, it's a question of how much tariffs are intended to address those issues, or how much it is about onshoring U.S. manufacturing, benefiting American workers, because that was the argument, of course, he was making as he celebrated 100 days in office in Michigan last week.
That's right. Well, it brings us to the dichotomy that we were talking about a little bit earlier this hour, and Michigan is a great example of that when it comes to auto tariffs, for instance. In the C-suites, and we've heard from Mary Barra, we've heard from the executives at all of the major U.S. automakers. Jim Farley certainly had strong feelings about tariffs. This is a massive disruption in their supply chains and potentially in their business. They're pulling guidance. But when you talk to auto workers on the manufacturing floor, they love this idea. And many of them voted for Donald Trump.
Yeah, that's right. Sean Fain, who leads the United Auto Workers, has been wholly supportive of the idea of auto tariffs specifically. And it becomes a question of, is it something that is different for the companies than it is for the workers who are actually putting together these cars? And of course, that is a key constituency in states like Michigan.
Well, this is the backdrop for our conversation that we've been looking forward to and telling you about. Mallory McMorrow is with us, Democratic Michigan State Senator, and now a candidate for U.S. Senate, having been framed repeatedly as a rising star in the Democratic Party. Mallory McMorrow, welcome to Bloomberg. It's great to have you with us. As we have this conversation about trade and tariffs specific to Michigan, just want to ask you more broadly. This past election saw Michigan elect Elissa Slotkin and Donald Trump on the same ballot. When we consider the message that you're honing now as a new generation on the campaign trail, what is it that national Democrats misunderstand about your state?
Michiganders are fiercely independent, and it's so great to be with both of you to share a little bit more of why. You know, this is a state that in the 1980s had 5 of the top 10 metro regions in the entire country for median household income. So this idea, this vision of Make America Great Again, I think was compelling to a lot of Michiganders who remember vividly when we were the most prosperous state in the country. And there is a longing to recapture that prosperity. And the question is how? So I think that is a reason why many Michiganders may have voted for Donald Trump, but also see the appeal in somebody like Elissa Slotkin, somebody who is no BS. She will tell it to you straight. She brings a strong national security background with her work in the CIA. And I think a lot of Michiganders respect the fact that Elissa served under both Presidents Bush and Obama. In a moment where we see nothing but division, people want to see their elected leaders work together. So my campaign is really centered on this idea of making a new American dream, acknowledging that we can't recreate the prosperity of our past by going backwards, and leaning into my own story. I'm a millennial who graduated right into the recession. I had no job prospects. I had no health insurance. I lived in the back of my car for a few nights, applied to 300 jobs, and I talked to Michiganders across this state who share that sentiment and frustration of having done everything right and still feeling like they're behind and they're not getting ahead and they don't have stability. So this is going to be about 3 things: success, safety, and sanity, and writing that new American dream together in a way that people can see themselves in, that isn't just about Donald Trump. It's not about, relitigating what he's doing or not doing. It's about what our future looks like.
Well, and we do want to get into the fact that you are a millennial and kind of the generational question now at play with the Democratic Party and what you might represent. But to touch back on your point around prosperity and what it will take to return it, for those who were gathered at the rally in Macomb County earlier this week, as Donald Trump talked about the Reagan Democrats and the auto workers who he thinks his policies will benefit, what is your message to that particular part of Michigan's constituency that you are seeking to represent, who feel like these policies actually would serve to benefit them?
There is a world where a thoughtful trade policy, thoughtful tariff policy could do things like bring a 3rd or 4th shift back on some of our manufacturing facilities that have laid workers off or have idled. But what we're seeing now is the broad, expansive tariffs that went on after the announcement of the auto tariffs on everyday goods, from clothes to coffee to bananas to diapers, is going to devastate workers. So the approach that I have, that I hope Michiganders hear, is that we have to be thoughtful as we put policy forward and not have this approach that I think we've seen out of the Trump administration of ready, fire, aim, of let's just announce things, see how they go. And I think Michigan, really for the rest of the country, is a canary in the coal mine. We saw some strong jobs numbers come out this morning. However, Michigan has the 2nd highest increase in unemployment in the entire country. Our unemployment rate is sitting right now around 5.5%. We've seen layoffs at Stellantis, at suppliers, at small business owners, and we see that ripple effect play out where, over in Long Beach, the longshoremen put out a really critical, strong letter about the impact that this is going to have to jobs in the economy if we don't see some measuring in the approach to tariff policy. So I am heartened by some of the news out of Beijing that you just mentioned, but we're going to have to see some stability and not the chaos that we've seen so far.
There's a question about whether to engage right now. James Carville would say Democrats should hibernate, give Trump the rope. Governor Gretchen Whitmer was criticized, as I'm sure you saw, by a lot of Democrats for coming to Washington to meet with President Trump. There was a bit of an awkward Oval Office appearance, but then days later we learned the Selfridge Air Base would get a new fighter wing, which she lobbied for. So is your governor actually the smartest one in the room?
I think what people want to see right now is that you know not only how to fight, but when to fight and when not to fight. Governor Whitmer is in one of the most difficult positions that I think any governor is in the country. We have seen a president who is willing to carry out vengeance and retribution on governors who dare to stand up to him. We saw this with Governor Mills and Trump rescinding funding from her state. So Governor Whitmer has a track record of standing up strong against Donald Trump, but at the end of the day, she has to protect and deliver for Michiganders. So she went out to that Oval Office meeting to advocate for a new mission at Selfridge Air Force Base in Macomb County, and we saw that come to light last week. And at the end of the day, what I'm hearing from Michiganders is that they are grateful that she understands when to work with him. I think when to work against him, maybe stand up to him. She's not compromising her values. She's still a strong advocate for reproductive rights, for women's rights, for voting rights, all of the things that we need to stand up for, but also knows that, you know, Selfridge Air Force Base delivers $880 million of economic activity in Southeast Michigan and for our state. That is essential for the success of our state. And she knew the only way we were going to get that was by meeting him, by flattering him. And she did that and did it successfully.
As you talk about values here, Mallory, and the kind of the values that do unite the Democratic Party, I think we all also know that there are plenty of fissures within the party itself, especially in the aftermath of the 2024 election. And in the contested primary in which you are competing, including against the incumbent Congresswoman Haley Stevens for that Senate seat, does that risk bringing to light some of those deep fissures? And I wonder what aspect, what part of the Democratic Party you see yourself representing here.
You know, I don't think so. One of the things that I believe has been frustrating for voters across the political spectrum is feeling like the parties are making decisions for them, that voters do not have a choice as to which their preferred candidate is. I think that was some of the frustration that I heard on the ground in 2024 from the Democratic Party. I think Vice President Harris was put in a nearly impossible situation. I think that she did an incredible job with the 100 days or so that she had to mount a campaign. But I also heard from voters who said that they really wanted to have a primary, that if President Biden was not going to seek the reelection or was unable to, that voters should decide. So I'm excited about having a primary that is going to give Michiganders the option, the ability to look at multiple candidates, look at their platforms, look at their approach. My sense in this moment, to answer the second half of your question, is that this is going to be an election decided less by where a candidate falls in the political spectrum, whether they are progressive, moderate, or somewhere in between, and more about what their approach is. And that is where I think I fit. I have been a very pragmatic legislator here in the Michigan Senate. I came into office flipping a Republican district in 2018. My predecessor had won by 14 points. I beat him by 4. So we swung a district almost 20 points in the first cycle. And I did that by appealing to a lot of voters across Oakland County who saw me and they said, "You remind me a lot of my daughter who left and went to Chicago or New York or Denver. Why are you in Michigan? And what can we do to bring my kids back?" And that is a value that I think is universal, that Michigan should be a place of opportunity and family, and that this should be a place where people want to stay, invest, start a family, buy a house. And that is the approach that I'm taking into this election, that I feel like this is less about relitigating maybe a 2016 political fight where, you know, it's the Bernie wing versus the Hillary wing, and people are looking for somebody who stands up and communicates and believes that we have a future after the Trump presidency, knows how to articulate what that is, and shows that they're willing to fight for Michiganders.
All right, Mallory, we appreciate you joining us. Mallory McMorrow is a Democratic state senator in Michigan and, of course, is candidate for Senate seat in Michigan as well. Thank you for being here on Balance of Power. And of course, we still have more coming up in the second hour, getting back to some of those very ideas we were just hearing from her about, specifically around trade.
Til denne matkanalen der nå.
China when it comes to a path, or at least an off-ramp to tariff reduction.
Absolutely. Mikey Sherrill is going to join us, the Congresswoman from New Jersey, who's
Å,
also
veldig godt sett.
running
Hvor er
for
øla,
governor
da?
to get into some of these issues and a lot more.
Hvor
We'll
er
review the
ølen?
jobs data with Anna Wong. Economist Catherine Edwards will be with us. We're just getting started here on the fastest show in politics. I'm Joe Matthew with Katie Lyons on Bloomberg.
Han har hatt spist nachos. Det var godt. Nydelig. Du spiser ikke ost. Ost er ikke sunt, faktisk. Fuck. Ja, da må du spise litt mer enn kjøtt. Hvis det er lov å si.
Nei, stakkars Sahar, da får bare smoothie, jo.
Ja. Burger og graut.
Ja.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from
Det var
Washington,
litt bra.
D.C.
Har så jævlig stålkuk at jeg ikke har nok skinn igjen til å
Jobs
lukke
Day
meg
edition
om.
with news from China putting more gas on the fire on Wall Street. Thanks for joining us live from Washington. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons. Remarkable to see the markets making up for ground lost since President Trump's Liberation Day, Kaylee, without much news to base it on. Yeah, we got strong jobs data today. There are some concerns about a slowdown. It was the news from Beijing and a headline from the Wall Street Journal having to do with fentanyl that really seemed to get things moving.
Yeah, essentially that Chinese authorities are trying to understand, or at least looking at, what exactly the U.S. would like to see in terms of changes to the chemical ingredients that China makes that go into fentanyl. Maybe trying to address that 20% tariff related to fentanyl. Of course, there's the other 125% tariff to contend with as well that is more structural trade issues. But the Chinese Commerce Ministry did say overnight that they're evaluating whether or not to begin talks with the U.S. And perhaps that evaluation is enough to juice risk appetite. We could be looking at the longest winning streak if we indeed close up today since going back to 2004 on the S&P 500.
20 years. Who would have thought we'd be having headlines like this today? But look, we'll let you know as we learn more. The fact of the matter is there's still great uncertainty when it comes to the tariff policy. This could, however, provide an off-ramp or maybe the beginning of talks with this White House, which is exactly what this market wants to see.
Yeah, keeping in mind that it was earlier this week that President Trump referred to this market as still being Biden's stock market. I wonder if that thinking still holds today.
Jeg har ikke spist noe til siden torsdag, siden shorten har gått ned nesten 7 kilo. Det er ikke kødd. Jeg vet ikke om dere kan se det på trynet mitt. Jeg har sittet her, jeg har spist en pølsedag tidlig. Nå har jeg gått ned masse. Jeg klarer ikke, når ikke jeg skjønner hva som skjer i markedet. Jeg tar det så personlig.
Da tar du det for hardt. Det er litt sunt for deg.
Nei, men jeg tar det jo jævla personlig da. Jeg sitter og studerer nyheter hele dagen. Jeg blir helt satt ut. Og så føler jeg meg litt sånn dum og fikk jeg vil kjøpe. Det går liksom mot alle prinsipper, alt jeg kan. Det bare går så jævla mot det. Bare sånn, jeg sliter skikkelig, ass.
Du må resette deg selv.
Ja, men det er så jævla vanskelig, fordi jeg har rett. Det er det som er så jævla dritt. Det bare syns ikke på en uke. Jeg har rett nå, liksom, og det bare gjør så jævla vondt.
Ja, men det er snart helg nå, så prøv å finne på noe i helga, tenker jeg, så får du nødvendigvis litt.
Nei, for det som kommer til å skje her, jeg kommer til å sitte og se på alle grafene hele helgen. Så kommer jeg til å sitte og se på alle nyhetene, så kommer jeg til å bli helt skrudd. Jeg kommer til å bli helt gæren på mandag. Som jeg sa i går, de strekene her har jeg laget for kjempelenge siden. Den treffer alle nivåene som man skal. Jeg ser det jo. Men vi skal ikke dit nå, og da blir jeg sånn der, og så det de makrotallene og nyhetene, og så bare Trump, opp. Ny tariff, opp. Forandrer loven på Tesla, opp. Forandrer loven på Nvidia, opp. Det er bare sånn, hva faen skjer egentlig? Det er bare sånn helt vi er opp på en, altså vi er opp, det har aldri vært sånn opptur på 21 år, og vi har så dårlig make nå. Det er sånn der, det gir null mening. Jeg blir bare helt sånn der, jeg blir skikkelig sånn satt ut. Se på hele Europa, det har gått til helvete med julekost.
The Council of Economic Advisors over there joined Bloomberg earlier today.
There's been an ongoing hard data in the soft data.
Jeg fant på den navnet, julekost. Jeg husker ikke hva den kosten heter for
last month, a beat of 40,000 jobs. That's the president's second jobs day beat in a row. And on top of that, you've got 11,000 construction jobs, expanding construction sector in spite of the president.
Nå tar han kreditt for jobbene som kom i dag, presidenten. I går så tok han avstand fra de dårlige tallene som kom. Så skal du forholde deg til det her, da? Jeg vet ikke hva jeg skal si.
Han har i hvert fall ryggen fri, da.
Han kan bare velge. Han vil, dårlig tall. Nei, det var ikke meg, det var Biden. Bra tall, jo, det var meg. Bare du, forresten, du vet at det er ikke sånn det fungerer. Donald Trump ordnet tariff med 200 land. Du vet at det er bare 195 dere driver og jobber med, liksom? Jeg vil legge på 5 ekstra land. Jeg blir helt snesnødd.
professional and businesses sector, which is what we expected, actually largely came from employment services. So basically, employment services are the people who are helping temp agencies, helping helping people who are jobless to get temp jobs.
Det holder massevis det.
Essentially, the support to payrolls print today is due to
Flere som begynner å gå long på Gud, på vurderingene.
Og går long nå?
Folk går long.
Ser du det nå på fordelingen?
Ja. Gull 59,8% sånn.
Ja, får vi dropp da, kanskje. Hvordan var markedet da Biden var sjef da? Det var mye roligere. Du hadde svingninger, men på en bra dag så svingte det kanskje opp og ned med et par hundre poeng på en bra dag.
Ja, 4-5.
Ja, på en bra dag, når det var sånn ordentlig. På den verste dagen, når jeg tappte 700 000, eller hva faen det var for noe, på den meldinga, så falt det med 1000 poeng. Her nå så har vi gått opp og ned med 1000 poeng hver dag, siste uka. Eller hva faen? Eller det går ikke ned da, det går bare opp. Men det går ned, sånn som i foregårs, når vi falt, så falt vi oss 650 poeng på sånn. Når Trump hadde plutselig pressemelding og alt var flott. Så det er bare sånn, det er jævla spesielt, ass. Det er veldig spesielt.
Men markedet ble jo kjørt opp, jeg skal til å si, før i valget, og for at ikke skulle Biden da.
Ja, de lovte rentekutt hele tiden, men det var litt annerledes. Det var litt annerledes fordi du visste at han kom til å love det, og du hadde muligheten til å trade det, og liksom, det var litt mer sånn fornuftig rundt det da. Så kan man si det at de løy. De løy jo veldig lenge, og sa det som kommer rentekutt, det kommer rentekutt, det kommer rentekutt, det kommer rentekutt, det kommer rentekutt. Men du hadde ikke sånn der, du hadde ikke sånn volatilitet som du har nå, hvor plutselig Trump har pressemelding og truer Amazon og holder på sånn som han gjør. Det er jævla spesielt. Men jeg skjønner jo hva han gjør for noe. For han kommer til å bruke den tariffen for alt det er verdt. Og mest sannsynlig så kommer det ikke til å bli noe sånn tariffkrig, antagelig. Men det har allerede skadet selskapene. Flere av de mindre selskapene i USA nå har ikke jobber. Havnene er tomme. Butikkhyllene på mindre butikker, de går ut nå om ca. 2 til 3 uker. Det er sånne ting som folk flest ikke vet. Jeg sitter og vet det. Det er derfor jeg er så jævla forsiktig med å gå long nå.
Ja, man kommer heller ikke til å komme mål med Kina med det aller første, for at kineserne, de holder igjen som lærheten. Det kan du være helt sikker på.
Ja, det er det de som kan det, sier jo det at kineserne, de kan gå i talks med Trump nå, men de kommer ikke til å kjøre noen deals med han før lenge. Det er det de sier. Og de kommer til å prøve å holde det så lenge som mulig for å se liksom knappene til Trump, og de kommer ikke til å bøye seg. For Trump sier at de har suverenitet, og kineserne de er avhengig av USA, for USA er største kunde til Kina, ikke sant? Det er det de sier. Men det folk her i chatten ikke vet, er det at inntektene til de selskapene som gjør at vi går opp nå, de er på vei ned nå. Det er det folk ikke her helt skjønner. Så de tallene som gjør at vi går opp nå, det er tall som var forrige måned og forrige kvartal. Det er liksom bakover i tid. Og de var dårlige. Så kan du tenke dere hva som skjer nå. De tallene som kommer fremover er mye verre. Og da er det sånn der, som jeg har sagt i 3 dager nå, jeg ser vi går opp, men det går imot alle bein og prinsipper i min kropp å gjøre en trade bare fordi det går opp. Hvis jeg begynner å gjøre det, så har jeg ikke noe, da vet jeg ikke hva jeg driver med. Jeg driver ikke med gjetting. Jeg kan ta feil. Det er helt greit å ta feil. Jeg kan ta feil. Det er ikke noe problem at jeg tar feil. Og det kan skje. Det kan skje alle. Men da har jeg i hvert fall tatt et valg, og at det er feil. Men når jeg sitter og ser hva som skjer, jeg får bekreftelse på makroen, jeg får bekreftelse på tallene, jeg får bekreftelse på alt jeg sier det skjer. Bare se på aksjemarkedet. Totalt sett på aksjemarkedet. Se på hele Europa, se på ECB, se på IMF. IMF nedgraderte hele fuckings USA forrige uke. Det ser ikke sånn ut på indeksen. Den ble nedgradert i forrige uke. Altså, USA ble nedgradert i forrige uke av IMF. Og indeksen har gått opp det meste den har gjort siden 2004. Da sitter jeg her som et spørsmålstegn og lurer på hva faen det som skjer? Nå har ikke jeg heldigvis, det høres ut som jeg har vært short i flere uker nå, det har jeg ikke vært. Men og jeg var med på oppsiden først også, men det gjør det jævlig vanskelig for meg å være veldig positiv da. Når alt skriker det stikk motsatte. Og de tallene som kom i dag, det var bra tall. Men de tallene er jo ikke fra nå. Liksom. Det er fra forrige måned. Før tariffen. Så...
Nei, da var det endelig kommet negative nyheter oppi det her som mer aktuelle enn som så.
Ja, men det jeg er litt engstelig for nå da, og nå er jeg helt ærlig. Det jeg er engstelig for nå er at de dårlige tallene som vi kommer til å få nå fremover, det kommer til å bli overskygget at han kommer til å si til alle at nå har vi en avtale med Kina, nå har vi en avtale med Taiwan, nå har vi en avtale med Thailand, nå har vi en avtale med UK, nå har vi en avtale med... Altså kommer til å komme med sånne avtaler på rekke og rad hele veien. Det er det jeg er redd for. Det er det verste som kan se. Det verste jeg sa i forrige uke, eller for 3 dager siden, var det jeg sa det at det er kanskje han lager en avtale til Nvidia. Det er vel det sjukeste, sa jeg. For når han snudde loven for Tesla, så sa jeg skal bare mangle at han lager en avtale med Nvidia. Jeg vet ikke om du husker at jeg sa det. Jeg sa det. Ja. Og så det gjorde han i går. Hvor mye kan du sprette over rentekutt da? Jeg kan garantere deg at det ikke blir rentekutt nå. Det er bakt inn 4 rentekutt i år, og de kommer ikke nå. De tallene som kom nå, de var for bra til å være rentekutt. Og problemet med det er at inflasjonen i USA begynte å stige. Så du har et helvetes problem der borte. Du har en stigende inflasjon, og så har du et arbeidsmarked som går i motsatt retning, og så har du Donald Trump som vil ha rentekutt. Det er på vei til stagflasjon i USA. Jeg har sett dette her før. Det er ikke noe nytt. Det som er nytt er at markedet ikke reagerer på det. Det er helt fuckings nytt. Nå hadde vi hatt Biden som president.
Klarer Trump å få orden på økonomien?
Det aner jeg.
At det ikke blir inflasjon?
Nei, ikke så snart. Ikke så snart. Det har gått for langt. Du kan skylde på Biden-justeren. Det kan godt gjøre, liksom. Men det har gått for langt, liksom. Og kan hende at han klarer å resette det at du må innom den vi må innom den duppen som kommer nå, før du går videre oppover. Så det kan hende at han klarer å få rettet opp det blir rettet opp til slutt, men han klarer ikke å stoppe det som skjer nå. Havnene i USA er tomme nå. Det har skjedd. Det er ikke noe han kan ikke forandre på det nå, liksom. Det har skjedd. UPS sa opp 20 000 mennesker nå. Det har jo skjedd. Coca-Cola tar ned guidingen for de taper masse cash nå, for at de ikke taper dem, de har ikke den samme inntjeningen de hadde før. Det har jo skjedd. Procter & Gamble sagt opp masse årsverk. Det har jo skjedd. Apple har profitordning, eller så den som skjedde i går med Apple. De kom ut med negativ guiding akkurat nå, ikke sant? For kostnadene blir alt for høye når de går til India fra Kina. De aner jo ikke hva det vil si. Alt dette har skjedd, men det skjer ikke noe på indeksen da. Så det er jo litt spesielt. Det vil skje, det vil gjenspeile seg. Det vil få en effekt. For når du kjøper aksjer da, altså basically så er jo Nasdaq aksjer, ikke sant? Når du kjøper en aksje, så kjøper du en aksje på forventet inntekt, forventet inntjening. Da du kjøper en aksje. Du kjøper en aksje som har bra cashflow, du kjøper en aksje som tjener penger, du kjøper en aksje som har kontrakter, bra utsikter, bra guiding. Da kjøper du en aksje, ikke sant? Så ser du på inntektene, så ser du, ok, hvor skal de gå hen? Og så ser du, oi, du tjener så mye nå, og så er det beregnet så mye da, og så har du target der, ikke sant? Finner du fair value. Så ser du på tallene, ikke sant? Og så kjøper du en aksje basert på det. Det er det du egentlig gjør nå med Nasdaq. Men med Nasdaq nå, så går den opp på 7 aksjer. Russell 2000 er faen meg ned med 50%. Altså majoriteten av alle aksjene på Nasdaqen har gått til helvete. Det er liksom 7 aksjer som går. Og den ene aksjen er jo bestevennen hans Elon Musk. Og så er det nå kompisen hans med Nvidia. De 2 aksjene er faen meg nesten 7% av hele Nasdaq. Og nå går vi opp på fentanyl. For Beijing skal prate om en avtale på fentanyl. Fentanyl, det er narkotika. Det er drugs. Det har ingenting med Nasdaq å gjøre. Men vi går opp på det, for da tror man at det vil finne løsninger på de andre tariffene, ikke sant? På de andre produktene. Det kommer ikke til å skje på lenge. Og guidingen også på Supermicrochip, som var i forrige uke, var helt katastrofe. Det er de største konkurrenten og samarbeidspartneren til Nvidia. Det har man helt glemt nå. Det har man helt glemt. Så jeg sitter her som en fyr med vet da faen, jeg leser alt av nyheter. Jeg har blitt helt autist og bare ser at det går opp. Men hadde ikke jeg lest nyhetene, så hadde jeg sikkert vært med da. Men nå leser jeg nyhetene også, så da klarer jeg klarer ikke bare å gjøre en trade. Og jeg vet også hva som skjedde her nå for 2 uker siden. Hva som skjedde. Da raste vi med... Hvor mye var det raste da, Robert? Husker du det, eller? Vi raste fra...
Når?
Når vi toppet på indeksen, så gikk vi fra var det 23 200 i år?
Ja, det er fint, King Kong.
Jeg vet ikke, jeg er helt ærlig med dere. Jeg er skikkelig ute i humet nå, altså.
Ja, det tror jeg på.
Jeg hater ikke å ha kontroll. Ikke at jeg har tapt penger, jeg bare hater ikke vite hvorfor. Jeg blir sånn der helt helvete. Så jeg skal sitte oppe i hele natt også og følge med. Jeg blir helt idiot.
Ja, det kommer ikke noe godt ut av at du sitter oppe i natt og følger med, for at i natt så er det stengt.
Nei, jeg vet det. Men jeg klarer ikke stoppe. Jeg klarer ikke. Vi ramler jo nå, plutselig, mens jeg sitter her og sutrer.
Ja, men...
Hæ?
Nei, jeg ramlet. Nei, det er ikke mye 70 poeng, cirka, tror jeg.
Nei, men...
Jeg tok en short her i stad.
Jeg tør ikke gjøre en dritt, jeg. Skal ikke gjøre noen ting før det blir litt mer volum her.
Nei, for min del, så... Som sagt, jeg tredde jo ikke... Altså, vi tredde likt, men vi tenker ulikt.
Det sa han.
Hæ?
Så hva sa han, sier jeg?
Markerer som fuck nå, håper Trump blir skutt på det. Ja.
Å, fy faen. Herregud. Herregud.
Ja, da ble jeg stoppet ut på shortminter. Satt den i break-even, nesten. Litt kvitt.
Du tok en akkurat der, du.
Jeg tok en like for den rammen her.
Ja, jeg ser. Neida, men jeg kommer til å sitte her. Jeg kommer ikke til å gi meg, jeg kommer til å fortsette. Tror dere det, så har jeg tjener penger på dette her. Siste 3 dagene, så har jeg ikke gjort det. Men jeg kommer ikke til å trade når jeg er usikker. Sånn er det bare. Jeg kommer til å sitte her, selv om det er enkelte dager jeg kommer til å gjøre en dritt, så jeg kommer til å sitte her. Jeg kommer aldri igjen noensinne til å ta en trade bare fordi jeg blir presset til å ta en trade. Det klarer jeg ikke. Hæ?
Nei, det er bare tull.
Nei, det er bare for det er mange nye her som lurer på hvordan jeg trader. Og de som følger meg på Telegram og vet hvordan jeg egentlig trader, vet at dette her er ikke vanlig for meg. Det er ikke sånn her jeg trader, vanligvis. Da trader jeg så det spruter. Jeg trader så fort, og det går så helvete. Men da har jeg et syn på hvor vi skal hen. Da har jeg liksom litt kontroll. Selv om det høres veldig rart ut. Og da har det ikke noe å si om det går opp eller om det går ned. Men jeg må vite litt mer. Sånn som nå så har jeg fått litt høydeskrekk. Og så har jeg fått litt sånn... Jeg har fått litt sånn nerver av han Donald Trump, som jeg likte. Jeg liker den ikke lenger. Jeg er så latterlig, min så skyt å se. Ja, men jeg føler så jævla ansvar for de som følger meg på kopptrening. For jeg gjorde så jævla bra helt til jeg tok den shorten på natta, ikke sant? Jeg gikk jo mot mine egne prinsipper også. Jeg er en daytrader, ikke sant? Og så trodde jeg virkelig at jeg skulle tjene så mye penger til dere på å shorte Tesla. når de kom med så dårlige tall. For han var jo ganske mye opp i forkant. Og opp 10% i forkant. Og så trodde jeg han var ned 50%. Hæ?
Det sånn tankegangen der. Det sånn felle, det.
Ja, jeg vet det. For jeg var ferdig for dagen og tjent masse penger. Jeg gjorde jo 10% den dagen. Og så gikk jeg short, og så dagen etterpå så kom det en ny lov at Tesla skal få lov til å selge det der jævla programvaren sin. Og da gikk jo noe opp. Ja, men så gikk jo opp nesten 500 poeng, ikke sant? Da tenkte jeg, faen, det tapet gidder jeg ikke ta nå, det kan jo ikke henge på mål. Og så, for det kom jo dårlig makro tillegg, og så kom den pressemeldingen fra Donald Trump, og da gikk jo opp faen meg 300 til. Og så ble jeg bare sittende og dingle og bare, helvete. Det var det som ødela hele greia for meg. Kommer til å trede mer på Alexander, jeg kommer til å trede som av faen, men jeg tør ikke gjøre noe nå. Jeg vet ikke hvordan jeg skal få sagt det noe klarere. Jeg tør ikke trede, ikke fordi det bare går oppover, men jeg tør ikke trede når ikke vi reagerer som vi skal. Vi skal reagere annerledes. Nå går vi ikke ned på noen ting. Det er ikke noe som biter på her. Så kan du banne på. Når du først faller nå, så sitter man long og får den rett i stjerten. Selvfølgelig kan du kjøre en stopplås, men ja.
Det var ikke så ille. Så det mye minus.
Sahara virkelig tapt nå.
Fy faen.
Ja, Botox. Du må huske på det at alle som kommet fra TikTok og Telegram, det jo kunder som har faktisk betalt for å skal til å se for deg også. Og alle med på copy-trading fordi at de har tillit til den måten du trader på.
Ja, men jeg føler meg ikke så jævla smart nå.
Og gjør noe annet enn det du skal til å si riktig. Det blir helt feil i forhold til alle dem som kommer derifra.
Ja. Jeg har jo tjent jævlig med penger til alle da, på aksjer og alt. Jeg sitter balle for 4 dager nå. 5 dager er det. Det er ikke kult, ass. Man føler seg mislykket. Det er helt jævlig.
Jo, når du tar penger så blir man mislykket, det er jo ikke tvil om det. Men det er en del av gamet.
Ja, det er det.
Et bolla i noe mer, ja.
Så har du ikke short når det går opp. Det som å prøve å ta en falling knife.
Ja, det kan du si.
Ja, men det var en som sa at han bruker stopplås.
Hæ?
Det var en som sa at han bruker stopplås, da.
Ja, det var det. Det tror jeg ikke jeg har gjort. Jeg er 11 000 måneder minus.
Den kniven kan jeg ramle mye for å få tatt stopplås nå, altså.
Det er
Midten av tåa, det meste av alle tåen.
Jo, og så er det litt sånn sånn som jeg trader, da, mange som lurer på det, jeg trader masse forskjellige måter. Altså jeg kan kjøre breakouts, da kan man kjøre en tight stopplås og sånn, ikke sant? Men det jeg gjør, de som følger med da, jeg trader jo litt mer som forvaltning. Jeg prøver å predikere markedet og treffer veldig mye på det. Og når jeg trader, så trader jeg jo intenst ved siden av. Det er ikke sant at jeg bare... Det er som jeg sier helt, alt det gjør veldig gjennomtenkt, selv om det ikke høres sånn ut akkurat nå. Så veldig ofte så kjører ikke jeg stopplås, med mindre jeg kjører en transaksjon som krever en stopplås. For når jeg gjør en trade, så føler jeg at jeg har så kontroll, for stort sett så har jeg jo det. Det er derfor jeg har så høy avkastning. Men det er vel lett å si det etterpå, ikke sant? Men kjører jeg breakouts, som Stig er helt rå på, så kjører jeg ofte, da kan jeg kjøre en stopplås. For da gir jeg faen og går opp eller går ned. Men hvis jeg er helt overbevist at det skal den veien, for det skjer og det skjer og det skjer og det skjer, så tar jeg nivåen hele hånden oppover. Og da er jeg liksom ikke så bekymret om det kommer litt ned eller går litt opp, for jeg treffer stort sett på det jeg gjør. Og så har jeg så små kontrakter at det har egentlig ikke noe å si om jeg tar et tap i ny og ne. Jeg trader ikke med store beløp, og trader med veldig små beløp. Og i og med at jeg treffer mye mer enn jeg bommer, så har det ikke så mye å si i lengden. Så det er sånn ofte jeg kjører. Men det er mer sånn forvaltning jeg driver med, ikke sant? Selv om jeg gjør det på en skalpemåte. Jo, Robin, vi kan snipe, men jeg må bare Jeg må ha litt mer volum, så kan jeg gjøre det jeg gjorde i går. Det går fint. Og nå må jeg stikke og hente Sahar, som er roende i huet mitt, for jeg blir bare helt Jeg blir helt deppa av dette her. Men jeg kommer på etterpå, jeg gir meg ikke. Jeg skal sitte der hele tiden. Så må dere bare grille meg så mye dere vil. Det er ikke noe stress. Og så kan du spørre hvorfor jeg gjør det jeg gjør. Det er helt ikke noe Jeg har svar på alt jeg gjør.
En ny short.
Hæ?
Jeg tok en ny short på poppen der.
Ja. Trump kommer sikkert til å snakke snart, så får han sikkert rett i trynet. Faen, se, jeg driver og klor på.
Vi kan ta den ut. Jeg har kastet ut, ja.
Nei, men da stikker jeg og henter Sahar, så kommer jeg tilbake. Jeg bare kjører, jeg må ut og bare lufte huet mitt. Jeg blir bare helt fjern av det. Så får bare gjøre det. Så får jeg beklage om jeg skuffer mange nå, men jeg må holde meg tro til det jeg driver med, som Robert sier. Jeg kan ikke forandre.
Nei, har du en strategi, så har du en strategi, og den må du følge. Sånn er det bare.
Jeg må følge det som jeg alltid gjør. Selv om jeg sitter feil vei en uke, så kan ikke jeg forandre på det. Jeg kan forandre på det når jeg får bekreftelse på at det jeg sier er feil. Da kan jeg forandre på det. Da kan jeg bare, ok, fuck, nå tok jeg helt feil. Nå dreit jeg meg ut. Da kan jeg gjøre det. Men så lenge alt jeg sier liksom stemmer, så klarer jeg ikke. Da kan jeg heller stoppe. Det kan jeg gjøre. Jeg kan stoppe, men jeg kan ikke bare gjøre det motsatte bare for det er riktig nå. Jeg må bare få presisert det, for da har jeg mistet hele identiteten min. Det her har jeg gjort siden 2006. Jeg har jobbet for alle de store gutta. For det jeg har gjort, det jeg har gjort. Jeg kan ikke. Det er litt annerledes nå, for nå sitter jeg med dere. Hadde jeg sittet alene, så hadde jeg bare gitt faen. Men nå føler jeg en sånn jævla press. Sånn skikkelig press. Da bare ha på mens jeg kjører.
Hæ?
Da bare ha på alt. Da er det bare på.
Vi sitter, vi.
Ja, sånn. Skal du ha på deg lyden, eller skal jeg ta den av?
For min del skal du ta den av.
Da bare snakker vi etterpå. Jeg kommer tilbake, så bare henter hun.
Ja. Kjør forsiktig.
Below current year spending. Is there any real chance of that becoming?
Jeg likte ikke den poppen, altså når den ikke brøyt ned ordentlig der GT, så satt jeg stoppen min i break-even. Det er altså, den ser fortsatt sånn relativt grei ut til nedsida, men ja. Så den bounsa bare på forrige breakout. Nei, vi fjernet han, Sahar. He got kicked out.
So, look, the way that compromises get done in Washington, D.C. is that you spend more, not less. And my guess is that's what they're going to end up doing in some fashion. They'll figure out a way to call it a reduction in spending.
Og det er derfor jeg har satt litt tight stop-loss på sånn der GT når den ikke når den ser ut som, altså når den detter ned, og den ikke klarer å få continuation, da setter jeg stop break-even, for da blir den mest sannsynligvis å hoppe opp igjen. Og så har den en W der i tillegg, som da er reversal.
He would say, I am now the biggest fan of cutting spending. If you came to him and said, Mr. President, we're going to have to raise taxes on the super wealthy in order to pass your tax bill, he's going to be the biggest fan of raising taxes on the super wealthy. He wants the bill passed. But here's the part, and you guys mentioned this in the run-up, and I don't think this is getting nearly enough attention. The bill is not a tax cut. The bill is an extension of the current tax rate.
Ja, altså på lengre sikt skal det så ser det ned ut. Men 1 minutt, så ser det opp.
Middle-class American, and you hear Donald Trump go on TV and say, I'm going to give you a huge tax cut. Technically, he's correct because the current law is that your taxes are going to go up, and he's preventing that from happening. But if you were expecting more money in your wallet, if this bill passes, you are going to be extraordinarily disappointed. And that's going to be a hard sell for the Republicans.
Well, and is it an even harder sell because it is not just being pitched as a tax cut, but something that's going to offset potentially the detrimental impact of the tariff policy? They say this is a 1-2 punch. You got to wait for the tax portion as you consider what this is going to do overall economically. But Mick, you're suggesting that there's not going to be that much juice in this.
Yeah, well, there's going to be a little juice because a couple of things have already phased out. I think the 100% expensing that we did in the 2017 Act has slowly wound down, and resetting that to 100% is going to help. It's certainly help on business investment and so forth, and ultimately help with economic growth. But again, if you are an ordinary person trying to figure out if you have enough money to buy toys for Christmas and you're counting on that big, beautiful bill, that's not going to help you. You are not going to have more money in your pocket in order to pay for the higher expenses, the things that cost more because of tariffs. And that's where I think the Republicans have got a blind spot, especially in terms of a PR message.
Where's Donald Trump on tariffs? Mick, so many people think they can get inside the president's head on this. It's become a question about whether tariffs are a negotiating tool or a way to raise revenue. There is a group, though, and there are many Republicans who tell us off the air, Donald Trump never intended to have a new tariff policy in place. This is, in fact, leverage that he's using. In a couple of months down the road, we're not even going to be talking about this anymore. Wall Street seems to be maybe warming up to that idea. We've just round trip back to where we were before so-called Liberation Day. Bring us inside his head when it comes to tariffs.
Yeah, of course, that's been the $64,000 question since Liberation Day. Is it are they the Peter Navarro tariffs, which are tariffs for the sake of tariffs, staying forever as a way to sort of encourage domestic production of textiles again? Or are they tariffs, for the sake of leverage on getting better trade deals? I'm sorry. And I think what we know now is it's the latter. It's the more nuanced approach that Scott Bessent has been pushing. I don't think they're going away, but I don't think Peter Navarro is having nearly the voice in the White House that he's had the last couple of months.
Well, someone who's a voice within the White House or Trump's inner circle is going to change. We learned yesterday, Mick, is Mike Waltz, who's no longer National Security Advisor, has now become the nominee to be the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. You obviously served in the first Trump administration. You were familiar with the kind of turnover nature of it. It's how you ended up at one point being acting White House chief of staff. And I wonder what your reaction was to yesterday's news that President Trump wasn't necessarily letting him go. He's not getting fired, simply maybe being reassigned. But still, this is the first shakeup we have seen in term 2.
It is, and I got a different perspective on it than I think most people. Look, I think I like Mike Waltz. I think they'll be hurt by having Mike Waltz's influence not available to them in the White House. I know who's in charge of immigration policy in the White House. That's Stephen Miller. I know who's in charge of leading the discussion on spending. That's Russ Vought. I sort of had the impression that Mike Waltz was at least a leading voice on foreign policy in the White House, and now he'll be gone. Okay. And I think that hurts the White House. There's no question. Losing the talent like Mike Waltz hurts. But here's the part I think they're missing. They've nominated him for a Senate-confirmed position. I consider the UN ambassadorship to be a demotion. I think most people would. John Bolton didn't go from NSC, National Security Advisor, to UN ambassador. He went the other way. Nikki Haley would not have gone down. She would have only gone up. But it is Senate-confirmed. What does that mean? The Democrats are going to get the investigation into so-called Signalgate that they haven't been able to get up to this point. And we are going to be hearing about this for a long time. I think Mike Waltz is ultimately confirmed for this position. I just wonder if we don't go through an entire summertime of drip, drip, drip of leaks about Signalgate that somehow get collateral damage, most specifically Hegseth at Defense.
It seems like we are. We talked to Senator Chris Coons about this last evening, and they're already preparing for those hearings, Mick. We're out of time. I've only got 30 seconds left. Can he still be confirmed? Will he clear committee?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, he's qualified. He'll clear committee. It was a mistake. There's no question. It was a stupid mistake. It was a mistake that rightly cost him his job, but the man is eminently qualified for the position. I think he'll be confirmed.
All right, Mick Mulvaney, great to have you back here on Balance of Power. Former acting White House chief of staff in the first Trump administration, former OMB director, former Republican congressman from South Carolina, founder of the House Freedom Caucus.
You got them all. I think you got them all.
Okay, it is a long resume. Joining us here on Bloomberg TV and radio, and we still have much more ahead. Our conversation with Democratic Congresswoman and New Jersey gubernatorial candidate Mikey Sherrill is just ahead on Bloomberg.
1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. S&P 500 index on track for its 9th winning day in a row. That will be the longest winning streak in over 20 years. Right now we got the S&P higher by 82. Jobs Friday up 1.5%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average now higher by 540, up 1.3%. NASDAQ, the composite index, up 287, up 1.6%. The 10-year 4.31%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.82%. Spot gold down 0.3%, 32.30 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.8%, 58.18 the ounce. And Bitcoin now trading higher by 1%, 97,389. So again, recapping here, stocks higher, strong jobs data and progress on international trade talks certainly boosting confidence. Balance of Power continues right now, and back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you very much indeed. We are live in Washington, where we saw yesterday the first real turnover, or at least shaking up, of the second Trump administration, as he announced that his national security advisor, Mike Waltz, who of course was embroiled in the Signalgate scandal after his inadvertent addition of a journalist to a chat that discussed Houthi attack plans, is now the nominee to be ambassador to the United Nations, leading many to question the other person who was operative in that Signalgate scandal, the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, who actually texted the plans of the fighter jets, the weapons that would be used to strike the Houthis, and what would happen to him. And it's something we had a chance to ask Mikey Sherrill about earlier. She's a Democratic congresswoman from New Jersey, also gubernatorial candidate in New Jersey, and happens to be a former Navy helicopter pilot and sit on the Armed Services Committee. And this is what she said when we asked about the Defense Secretary.
Pete Hegseth needs to be fired. He is somebody that has obviously given classified information out over Signal, which is not a classified platform. And almost inexplicably, he wasn't just on that text chain we're all aware of with Mike Waltz. He was also on a separate text chain with his wife and his brother, among other people. So this is an infraction that would get a junior petty officer court-martialed. Certainly the Secretary of Defense needs to be fired for this.
You're backing an amendment to prevent the Secretary of Defense from destroying records and historical artifacts at the Pentagon and in our service academies. Congresswoman, you said in a recent Armed Services Committee meeting that he's taken Why the Caged Bird Sings by Maya Angelou off library shelves, but left 2 copies of Adolf Hitler's Mein Kampf. Does this amendment have the support to pass?
Unfortunately, we did not see that support in the House Armed Services hearing that we held on it. Again, this does not seem controversial to me. This erasure of history of the service, particularly of Black service members and women, is an affront. I went to the Naval Academy. I served for almost 10 years as a helicopter pilot, as a Russian policy officer. And I will tell you, the idea that somehow service women should not be there is just infuriating when we have seen such brave and great service from so many women, like our former CNO, who was one of the first admirals fired by this administration, and others. So at this point, I am just really convinced that Pete Hegseth is a real cancer on the military and certainly needs to be fired.
As we consider the defense posture of the United States, Congresswoman, President Trump today is requesting a record $1 trillion national security budget. Is that level of spending justified in the next fiscal year?
Well, I don't think we saw the $150 billion supplemental well justified because we didn't have the safeguards in place as to where it would go. We, in the hearing, tried to make sure that we understood exactly what was being funded. There wasn't a lot of clarity, and there weren't enough guardrails. So simply dumping $150 billion, much less $1 trillion, onto this Pentagon, when we have a Secretary of Defense that has proven to be very incompetent, many of the top leaders having resigned, at this point, we don't have a new chief of naval operations. I'm not sure anybody at this point wants that job because of the chaos that we're seeing at the top in the Pentagon. So we really, I think, have a lot of concerns. I have a lot of concerns as a member of the House Armed Services Committee about what the proposals are in this budget and what they will be funding.
Well, it becomes a question as well of what it is we're spending this money on, regardless of the spending level. Congresswoman, I know this is a debate that you're involved in on armed services. There was reporting recently that Elon Musk actually advised Secretary Hegseth on procurement, that we should be spending less money on the weapon systems and platforms of the Cold War and investing more in drones and hypersonic missiles. Is he right?
I think that there's some truth in there. I think what we saw, especially as we watched Ukraine, we saw how important some of these drones and new technologies are. I think the procurement process at the Pentagon is something that I've been very concerned about for years, and I think we can do a lot better. My concern, though, with somebody like Elon Musk advising this is the debacle that he's created with the DOGE process, which has not been thoughtful at all, which has actually fired a lot of people that are critical to the running of our country, people like air traffic controllers or people at the FDA or the NIH. So I would be very concerned about having Elon Musk run this process, and that's why at the hearing we just had in Armed Services, we wanted to understand what DOGE was doing in the military. We've got no clarity on that, which is just once again related to my concerns about what's going on in the Pentagon, especially under Secretary Hegseth.
Congresswoman, I'd like to ask you as well about the budget reconciliation process that is well underway on Capitol Hill, though it is kind of one party only. Democrats don't really seem to be playing a role here. But I wonder, when you consider your constituents at home in New Jersey, if you still think they might actually be net beneficiaries of this ultimate tax package, if it is to include a lifting of the SALT cap.
I think overall they will probably lose out, because what we're seeing is a $6 trillion addition to the deficit, higher than anything we saw under the Inflation Reduction Act or the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the CARES Act combined. And in fact, this huge increase of the deficit, while at the same time not funding some of the really basic priorities of our state. 1 in 3 children use Medicaid as their insurance. Many of our nursing homes use Medicaid to care for people at the end of their life. Many families are relying on that nursing home care for their loved ones. So we also see these hits to the Department of Education and the Title I funding, a lot of funding that goes to the disabled community. I hear from that community quite often about what the future holds for them. And then at the same time, beyond just what we're seeing in reconciliation, we're seeing these huge hits to the economy of New Jersey that are ongoing because of the tariff regime and the chaos coming out of Washington. So I'm hearing from everyone from a coffee shop in my town saying costs are going to go up, to a builder in my area who's saying I've stopped all my projects because HVAC systems are going up 30 to 40%. And then, as concerning, we're seeing the world community is becoming really infuriated by the destabilization of the world economy by the United States. So we're hearing Canadian tourists are not going to come down the shore this summer, which is going to be a huge hit to our economy. We're also hearing from, manufacturers that, I was talking to one manufacturer saying, look, I had these orders from Germany. They just called me to cancel the orders to say they're not buying American anymore. So I'm not just concerned about the short-term consequences here, but some of the long-term consequences that we're seeing on the ground in New Jersey.
Well, we've spent the better part of this conversation talking about the changing political realities here in Washington. And of course, there are national implications. If you become the next governor of New Jersey, to what extent will you be able to balance what's coming from Washington in the state of New Jersey? Or is this Donald Trump's world?
No, this is why I'm running for governor, because I think we can take a very different path forward in New Jersey. We have so much opportunity in this state. I think building houses so we can drive down housing costs, making sure we're planning for utilities, because I firmly believe that the state that can drive down utility costs and produce the power of the future while driving down carbon emissions is the state that is going to own the innovation of the future. Investing in our broken healthcare system and rethinking how we're delivering care to millions of people. I think there is such an incredible amount of opportunity here to show a different and distinct path away from what we see coming out of Washington. What we see is the attacks on the economy and the attacks on opportunity, the attacks on just rights and freedom coming from Washington, D.C., standing in the breach as New Jersey with a different path forward, which I think is going to be really compelling.
Fascinating conversation with the Congresswoman, also a gubernatorial candidate, as you just heard, joining us here on Balance of Power. Mikey Sherrill, representing New Jersey's 11th District. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington with one of the major stories that we have not touched yet, Kaylee, that brings us back to Donald Trump versus Harvard University, as he took to Truth Social earlier today to make it clear that he would revoke Harvard's tax-exempt status. This is something he's danced around for weeks, writing, "We are going to be taking away Harvard's tax-exempt status. It's what they deserve!" Exclamation point. And joining us with more on this is our Boston bureau chief at Bloomberg, Brooke Sutherland. Brooke, it's great to have you with us. Does President Trump have the authority to do this on his own?
He does not, and there, is federal law that prevents the president from directing the IRS to take specific tax actions against, an individual or an organization. And so it's not clear at this point if what the president was referring to is some sort of directive that might come from the IRS, or if this is just what he would like to see happen. But even in the event that the IRS were to go down this path, this is not something that can just be done quickly with the swipe of a pen. This is a prolonged process that would require sort of an audit of Harvard and its activities. And then, this is likely the kind of thing that the university would most likely challenge in court, and that would play out over the course of several years.
So understanding that there are several things that would likely need to happen here before this actually would come to fruition, if it indeed if the administration is able to prove justification for this, Brooke, what would the consequence be for Harvard and its finances?
It would be very serious. I mean, Harvard is the oldest and the richest university in the U.S. And so compared to other colleges, it has a lot more financial firepower, but it benefits greatly from that tax-exempt status. It helps Harvard avoid paying property taxes. It has significant real estate, not just in Cambridge, where it's based, but also in Boston. And it also allows the university to issue bonds without paying interest on those. And those are material benefits for the university. And it would also, if the IRS were to go down this path, that would have serious ramifications for the Massachusetts economy writ large, which is highly dependent on institutions like Harvard and the top tier medical schools and other research institutions that are already feeling the pressure of the Trump administration's funding cuts, specifically as it relates to NIH.
Senator Elizabeth Warren spoke to Bloomberg News about this last month, called it flatly illegal for the president to direct the IRS to investigate or change the status for a taxpayer. So this goes to court?
Yes. At this point, we still don't know, I guess, if there is something to fight about in court. But I would presume that if the IRS did go down this path, that it would most definitely be something that Harvard would challenge. And we have already seen Harvard suing several U.S. agencies and government officials over that decision to freeze billions of dollars in funding that was supporting research on things like ALS and tuberculosis. And other projects spread out across its various schools. And so, this is an escalating feud between Harvard and the Trump administration that really was kicked off by demands by the Trump administration to assert more control over the way in which Harvard really runs itself. And the university pushed back against that and said that went far beyond the stated purpose of really trying to curb anti-Semitism on campus and represented a threat to its independence. And so you have seen a number of Democratic leaders, Elizabeth Warren being one of them, but also Governor Maura Healey in Massachusetts and the state's congressmen as well, many of whom, I will note, went to Harvard or taught there, really rallying around the school's cause as it pushes back on the Trump administration.
All right, Brooke Sutherland, our Boston bureau chief at Bloomberg, thank you so much for joining us on this important story. We appreciate your time. And of course, there's a few important stories floating around on this Friday that we have been discussing here on Balance of Power. One being, of course, the hot jobs report we got today, 177,000 on payrolls. That in part is what was fueling the equity rally already today. maybe fuel added to that after the reporting, Joe, in the Wall Street Journal, that China is looking at fentanyl and what it may be able to do in that regard as it considers a pathway toward trade talks with the United States.
It brought us to new highs for the day. Just the idea of an off-ramp seems to be enough to get investors' attention here, although pretty remarkable to see the markets returning to where we were before Donald Trump's Liberation Day. This has been quite a stretch of rallies.
Yeah, could be the longest stretch of rallies since 2004, and they'll have more on that on Bloomberg Business Week Daily straight ahead on Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, yes, indeed, everybody. Happy Friday, live on Bloomberg Radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily for this Friday. Carol Massar, Tim Stenivek is off. Joining me.
Happy to be here.
We dragged
David
him
Gura.
in. We dragged him in.
Thank you. No, I very willingly ran over here.
Is that because we've just seen such a run up in stocks? Like it's
That's
kind of
it.
almost like the tariff noise hasn't happened.
It's
over the last
interesting.
month.
This is a good jobs report that we got today, a strong jobs report, and we're going to talk more about that. But definitely a moment in time as we kind of look backward before we gird ourselves for looking forward, and interested to talk to Michael McKee, our chief international economics correspondent, in a few minutes just about what might lie ahead, both for the economy and the Federal Reserve as well.
Yep, got a Fed meeting next week, so a lot on his plate.
A lot of central banking,
Yeah,
I think. It's a busy week.
Exactly. Wow, it's like you do this for a living or something. All right, we're also going to talk about the U.S.-China trade war. Is there possibly signs that China is softening? Some interesting stuff that certainly has helped lift the market as well. We're also going to get into the world's most valuable company. We're talking about Apple. Everybody was glued to that call with analysts last night, so we're going to dig into that as well.
Yeah, we saw some downgrades this morning. So, there was that great swell of interest in people getting iPhones and other products before we see this trade war go into effect fully. But what does it mean for Apple's future? I think that's a huge question when we're going to dig in with Mark Gurman about.
All right, we're also going to get kind of the inside view from the C-suite, CFOs from S&P Global, Wholesome, and also Rivian, what they have to say about today's uncertain environment. So all of that to come over the next 60 minutes. First up, though, guys, let's get to that rally and that trade on this Friday. Here is Charlie
All
Pellet.
right, I thank you very much. Surrounded by greatness in the studio today. What a team, what a lineup. We've got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing right now. Stocks extending gains, yes, could see some history today. The S&P 500 index up 9 in a row. That would be the longest winning streak in just about 20 years. Got to keep it locked into Bloomberg to see how things shake out at the closing bell. The S&P right now up 87. We're at 5691. That is a gain of 1.6%. The Dow, stocks extend gains up 560, up 1.4%. NASDAQ right now up 305, higher by 1.7%. A lot of optimism after the jobs report. Indeed, a lot of optimism about trade and tariffs with the 10-year 4.31%, the 2-year now 3.82%. Gold down 0.3%, 32.30 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.9%, 58.12 now for a barrel of WTI. Bitcoin up an even 1%, 97,431. Briefly, Apple teaming up with startup Anthropic PBC on a new so-called Vibe coding software platform that will use AI to write, edit, and test code on behalf of programmers. That report from our Mark Gurman. Apple, meanwhile, down 3.6%. Couple of Wall Street firms cutting their or downgrading the stock. Apple again down 3.6% after earnings. Amazon up barely after earnings, up just under 0.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, got it. Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Master along with David Gura, of course. He is host of the Bloomberg Big Take podcast, and you do a lot more than that.
Well, I try to be useful.
You have lots of titles like Marco Rubio.
Like Marco Rubio, that's right. Not quite 4.
Not quite 4.
I can aspire to that, though.
But it could happen.
Yeah.
Hey, let's talk about the monthly jobs report. Got it early this morning. We did see treasuries falling after a stronger than expected print, showing maybe that tariff uncertainty hasn't hit the nation's jobs market. Let's see what our Michael McKee has to say about it. He's Bloomberg TV and radio international economics and policy correspondent right here in studio. Felt pretty good.
It was certainly better than anticipated. Wall Street was leaning towards a weak report. The whisper number was 120. The consensus forecast was 138 going into it. But you nailed it there. This was done the week of April 6th through 12th. So it was right in the middle of Trump announcing his Liberation Day tariffs and then walking them back. So there was no chance for companies to respond. So they were going to do whatever they were going to do, and we did see a fairly strong hiring. Some categories that you would think would be affected by the tariffs showed strength. Construction, 11,000. Well, that's not tariffs, but that would be the immigration thing. A lot of the undocumented folks that come in end up working construction, and yet they were able to hire a decent amount of people. And so, this is the kind of thing that we just have to leave to the side of the road here because
it doesn't really show stuff.
It doesn't show us what's going to happen, and that's what the Fed cares about.
It is going to be part of that dashboard that the Fed's going to look like when policymakers meet next week. How do they regard this? You can kind of look at it and say, again, it's a moment in time. doesn't reflect that kind of broader anxiety about President Trump's trade war. How are policymakers going to look at this?
Well, they'll say it fits the narrative that we came into the year with a strong economy and a strong labor market. Even though we were stronger than anticipated in the 177,000 jobs that were created, they did revise down the previous 2 months by 58,000, and we're slowing. But that's what they expected.
Is that a big deal, that revision? Because when I heard the numbers, I'm like, oh, stronger than expected, but they revised lower.
It's a little bit more of a revision than you usually get, but it's not unusual. I think it's basically some of the difficulty with adjusting around the seasonality of January, February. And so, we're slowing. It's what's expected, and the Fed isn't going to be able to take any lessons out of this. So you ask what happens next. We don't know because we don't know what the president's plans are. What we do know is that the week that they started the survey is when Indeed's job postings list started.
This is the job search site.
Started falling off a cliff. And since that week, it's gone way, way down. And so that may mean that companies are, if not getting rid of people, definitely not looking to hire more people.
So when does that show up? Is it next month? Potentially? If everything kind of stays the same and sentiment remains the same, do we see that in next month's data?
Well, I think you'll see some of it. Okay. You won't see all of it because, again, we don't know. And if the president should suddenly pull everything off the table, then companies are not going to want to be caught short-handed because that hurt them coming out of the pandemic.
They still feel that
So
fear.
they'll keep people on as long as they can. I was at an event last night talking to an executive from a European candy company.
Okay.
Does business here. And he said it's a mess because their raw material prices are going up, their tariffs are going up, everything's going up. And he says, we've gone to our retail customers and they don't want to take price increases. The only thing that helps is everybody's doing it. And he said, and the customers are just stopping buying because the prices have gone up so much. And I said, well, what are you doing to try to, mitigate your costs? And he said, well, we're trying to establish production lines in the United States, but that takes 2-3 years to do. And I said, well, are you letting any people go? He said, no, we're not, because we don't know. We may need these people.
Right.
So he was a kind of perfect example of where companies find themselves at this moment.
I read with interest Anna Wong of Bloomberg Economics' note this morning, as I'm sure you did, and a line stood out to me. In a typical May and June, 3 sectors account for almost all net hiring: leisure and hospitality, trade and transportation, and construction. Let me ask you to use that as a jumping off point to kind of forecast the pressures that those sectors will be under here if things continue apace.
Well, the construction sector would have a great future given the shortage of housing that we have if they can get the workers. And so that's going to be something definitely to watch because we've shut off immigration from the South, which is where most of these construction workers come from. So we'll see if they can do that. Leisure and hospitality did well, 24,000 jobs in the food and drinking service space. Now, this is also a time of year when leisure and hospitality adds lifeguards at swimming pools and camp counselors and things like that. So there's going to be a question there as to how robust that is. And then we'll see if these different categories can continue their seasonal pattern of growth. We just don't know. And it sounds silly to keep saying that, but we don't. Federal government lost 9,000. That's not very many compared to what we've heard. So we would expect that one to lose a number of jobs going forward in the next couple months.
Hey, one of the things, so none of this really, the Fed's going to be okay, great. We've got some breathing room. And so in terms of any kind of rate moves, Mike, are we looking?
Nothing this month, nothing next week.
And so second half of the year, maybe?
Well, that's what would seem logical. You remember when Chris Waller talked to us a couple of weeks ago, he said that we wouldn't see data that they could rely on until maybe July, which would be June data. And even then he wasn't sure because the president's 90-day suspension of the reciprocal tariffs ends in July. So it may be August and September before you get good numbers. So I would think that if nothing changes, that we're probably looking to the fall.
I suspect this leads to a very interesting Jackson Hole in August where you could have some movement on this, and also a national park that could be dealing with a significant amount of employment shortage.
And we saw that during COVID. You remember the Jackson Hole conference was canceled in person. They did it virtually during COVID because they couldn't get the workers because of the pandemic and ISIP in the summer. So I'm interested to see how that all plays out.
I will point out the travel section of Bloomberg Business Week. It's all the summer travel guide, and they talk about going to the national parks and give you some advice and kind of maybe how to deal with what might be some reduced workers. Before you leave, got to ask you, because we did see President Trump put out on social media, gasoline just broke $1.98 a gallon, lowest in years, groceries and eggs down, energy down, mortgage rates down, employment strong. Much more good news. Billions of dollars pour in from tariffs. No inflation. The Fed should lower its rates. Are these prices down? Your gut check. Will billions pour in from tariffs? Is there no inflation?
If only any of that were true.
Truthfully, right?
The folks at Gas Buddy who track gasoline prices at every station in the country say that no gas station in the country is below $2. The average,
I haven't found it.
The low, I think they said, was something like
found it? No. I haven't found it.
Something like $2.58 or something like that. So that's completely wrong. Mortgage rates. One of the producers here just asked me today, so we checked, and they've been going up. Egg prices on a retail and wholesale basis are a little bit higher. They're not rising as fast. This is the old what's disinflation and what. Yeah. They're rising, but they're not rising as fast. And grocery prices have been up every month. They're not falling at all. So no, none of that is true. The year-over-year inflation numbers, because the monthly ones have been not rising as fast, have come down closer to 2%. But the problem is not solved. There is no inflation, and the Fed is still on the job with that.
I suspect it's going to continue. We're going to keep hearing from the president in this forum and others.
Well, it's been a great day because we've barely heard from him. I guess he's been on the golf course all day.
It's been a little bit quieter.
He's been on the golf course. So.
But I do think about pricing and trade, right? Like what the impact, Mike. Before we wrap up, like how are you thinking about that aspect in terms of tariffs and trades and the impact that could put on pricing? Should we assume we're going to start seeing the data points?
We should assume that, at least from what everybody is telling us anecdotally. The folks from the Port of LA were in today and talking about there's no ships in LA, there's no ships at Long Beach, there's no ships at Seattle. And that just means that stuff that we buy from the Pacific, which is a lot of what you buy on a regular basis because it's inexpensive Chinese or stuff from Vietnam or something like that. And so if there's nothing on the shelves, then the prices are going to go up. If stuff does come in, we assume it's going to be tariffed and it's going to cost more. You've heard the stories about Shein and Temu. They're not selling anything from China anymore. They're just selling stuff from the United States because they know people won't pay these prices. So you'll notice it, and that'll probably happen reasonably quickly, sometime in the next month or two.
Unless they get some kind of deal.
Unless they get some kind of deal. Michael McKee, always great to see you here on Bloomberg TV and radio. And as we talk about trade and the prospects of some sort of cooling off here in this relationship between the U.S. and China. Enda Curran joins us now from our bureau in Washington, D.C., covers economics for us out of Washington and spent a lot of time covering Asia's economies as well. Enda, this is the day on which those de minimis exemptions go away. And Michael McKee just a moment ago talking about the effect that's going to have on a number of these Chinese companies. What are you seeing as you dig into this, and what do you think that's going to mean for consumers who are worried about the price of products going up?
Well, I think on the de minimis side of things, there is literature that suggests lower income households in particular will be impacted by that. But on the other side of that debate, David, there are companies here, US producers, manufacturers, who do complain about that threshold being so high in the first place. And they welcome this change in the de minimis because they say it will give them more of a competitive playing field against their Chinese counterparts. So there's two ways of looking at that. But the bigger picture, I think, does remain one of continued concern in the business community about the tariffs in China, which are now stacking up to be something like a trade embargo. Lots of business people that we speak to are complaining their inventory is running low, they're running out of goods, they've put orders on hold, and people are waiting to see, is there some kind of a breakthrough in the weeks, not even months ahead in terms of these China-US negotiations. So it feels like we're approaching something of an inflection point in all of this, I think.
So let me ask you, and do we feel like, I feel like the market, some of the enthusiasm, yes, it's the jobs report, like, the U.S. labor market doing still okay. But I think it was some signs, perhaps, that China was reaching out. And I'm just curious, as you watch the global economy and try to figure out where we go from here, are we starting to maybe see that movement?
Yeah, well, of course, we can slice and dice all day who's reaching out to who, right? Who started this? Who's coming to the table first? All of that.
And China, I think, more than most. So, like, how do you read this?
Well, I read it as though the White House started this trade war. They have been the ones sending the public signals, and China is now responding to that. That's how I read it. Now, China is making clear that they're willing to talk. I think the Commerce Ministry said the door's open if Washington shows sincere signs of talking to them. But they've also made it clear they're willing to fight to the end. So probably we're at a stage now where maybe these are going to be initial talks for perhaps some kind of a near-term, off-ramp. Maybe the tariffs come down, maybe some kind of a near-term truce and working level parties work on some low-level agreement and the rest of it. But one would have to say that none of the bigger picture stuff can surely be solved near-term. If you think about the size of the trade deficit, the arguments over unfair trade and unfair competition, the arguments over IP theft and protection and all of these other issues, all of that's going to take much longer to negotiate. And Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said that himself a few weeks ago. So if take at face value what we're seeing in the headlines, presumably they're going to talk to each other, maybe hit some kind of a near-term pause button. But this is a big story that won't be going away for a while.
And very quickly here, we got about a minute left, and another big meeting on the horizon is between Prime Minister Mark Carney and President Trump next week in Washington, D.C. Bloomberg broke that story this morning of that visit. It was confirmed by the Prime Minister shortly thereafter. As you think about the pace of these negotiations, how quickly do you expect some sort of agreement to come together between these two neighbors, these two allies?
Again, one would assume the fact they're meeting, the fact they're talking, surely does it suggest maybe de-escalation and meeting of minds on some of these issues? At least that's the face value take. They're hardly coming down to have an argument in the White House. That certainly would be a fairly shocking outcome. But I think this fits into the picture of a lot of these trading partners. The U.S. does want to cut some kind of deal with a lot of allies and then turn its focus to China.
All right, great stuff, as always. Enda, have a great weekend. Enda Curran, Bloomberg Global Economy reporter. I have to say, David, when I saw that meeting, I'm like kind of already thinking about the Oval Office meeting in the chairs.
We've seen enough of them to kind of imagine what it will be like, and I think it's all but guaranteed you're going to have cameras and microphones in there, and sort of what's the dynamic going to be like between these two leaders who have spoken by phone before. I think that they spoke back in late March, and they're very different politicians in terms of style.
Totally, right?
So eager to see sort of how that plays out when it happens on Tuesday.
Yeah, looking forward to that one. We'll be covering it, of course, right here on Bloomberg. Hey, China tariffs, we talked about that. Apple shares, they're down about almost 4% here on renewed fears, I should say, when it comes to tariffs, the impact on that company. We're going to dig into it. All you need to know about Apple. That's coming up next. Bloomberg's Mark Gurman on the other side. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. Jobs Friday. The S&P is on track for its longest winning streak in more than 20 years, 9 in a row. It's also wiping out losses from April tariff turbulence. Strong jobs data this morning and progress on international trade talks have unleashed a wave of buying. So here's where we stand. The S&P right now higher by 90. That is a gain of 1.6%, 56.94 on the S&P. The Dow up 581 now, an advance of 1.4%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 313, up 1.8%. The NASDAQ 100 Index, full of big tech names, up 1.8%. And the Bloomberg Mag 7 Index up 1.9%. This after we heard from both Apple and Amazon. Apple down 3.9%, Amazon up by 0.4%. The 10-year 4.32% with a 2-year that's currently yielding 3.83%. Spot gold now down $10 the ounce, 32.28, down 0.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.4%, 58.41 a barrel. And Bitcoin now advancing 1.1%, 97,520. Bottom line, jobs Friday and a rally underway. Jeff Bezos plans to sell as many as 25 million shares of Amazon.com over the next 13 months, potentially cashing out as the world's largest online retailer grapples with uncertainty over tariffs. Now, according to a filing today, Bezos adopted what's known as a 10b5-1 trading plan on March 4th, which entitles the Amazon co-founder to sell until May 29th of 2026. At today's share price, the total value would be about $4.8 billion. Amazon, meanwhile, is adding to its Manhattan real estate holdings with the purchase of an office tower on Fifth Avenue. The e-commerce giant said it bought 522 Fifth Avenue from landlord RFR. No price was disclosed. Again, Amazon shares up now by about 0.3%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Massar along with David Gora. He is in for Tim Stanovic on this Friday edition of Bloomberg Business Week Daily. You know, I do think, David, like if everything just started to move forward in terms of the tensions easing on trade, maybe everything would kind of go back to a little bit normal? I don't know.
I've wondered about that in just the context of how these other countries have changed their tack and looked for ways to strengthen alliances with other countries, and just how they might feel about kind of mercurial nature of the administration. If it's easy enough to kind of flip the switch and go back to the way things were, or if there's going to be a real challenge there going forward. So, I mean, I'm very interested to see, as I said, how that meeting with Canada goes next week. And also just we know, or we've been told all these meetings are happening with other countries, what progress has been made and sort of what's going to tangibly come out of those conversations.
You know, it's funny. I'm getting ready to go over to Milken on the West Coast, and so it's a lot of financial folks, corporate types. And in a prep call, somebody was like, "Well, how do you see this?" And an investor, and he's like, "I'm not quite so sure. I think in terms of the U.S. position in the world could change dramatically." And he's like, "I'm not quite sure yet."
Yeah, and I think that's going to be kind of the legacy of all of this, and yeah, I'm fielding those questions all the time as well. I think that's the broad takeaway here, is just how pervasive that uncertainty is. And I think we're hungry for some indication of what's happening. I'm also curious just sort of like how tangible that needs to be. Is a suggestion that a deal is coming enough, or do you have to actually see something inked between two countries? We'll have to see as the weeks go on.
Yeah, and I do think if this sticks, right, and we carry it out, someone, Boaz Weinstein, who talked to Shinali, who said, the uncertainty genie is out of the bottle. I keep repeating it because I can't get away from it.
Yes.
Yeah, it's great. And he said, listen, this is with us for the 4 years. You just don't know if something's going to change. And then if we do get a political change, how will our allies be like, well, wait a minute.
Right.
The back and forth.
Right.
It's lasting. Hey, one thing we are thinking about, who's changing things dramatically perhaps, is Apple. But we certainly did see an impact. The company warning investors on the call with analyst investors last night. Tariffs, big cost, almost $1 billion. Let's get to it with Mark Gurman. He's Bloomberg News managing editor for Global Consumer Tech. He's out there in our news bureau in Los Angeles. Mark, we talked to you before earnings, right after earnings. We haven't had a chance to talk to you now that you said this call was going to be important. It was. Break it down, what we got from the company.
Yeah, the call was important, and they did not meet expectations, certainly from me or investors, you can see in the share price, in terms of explaining the situation. Tim Cook and CFO Kevin Perek, they talked about this $900 million of cost increases operationally for dealing with the tariffs, but they didn't really give a good idea or even speculate what they think is going to happen to the company past the June quarter. It wasn't very reassuring. Tim Cook came across as extremely defensive in regards to its supply chain, and specifically in regards to artificial intelligence, as well as the lawsuit facing them. I mean, Apple is in for a world of hurt right now. You look at tariffs, you look at the AI struggles, you look at these lawsuits, you look at the Google deal possibly being upended by the United States Department of Justice. It's not a pretty period for Apple, and I think shareholders and investors and watchers of the company need to understand that.
Mark, on the other side of that call, there were a couple of analyst downgrades, Rosenblatt Securities and Jefferies as well. Are they aligned? Is this becoming a kind of more bearish look at Apple? And sort of, you've ticked through some of the challenges that Apple faces right now. What do those two analysts in particular see as the problems with the company going forward?
I'm not really sure what the analysts are saying, but I can tell you the problems with the company moving forward, coming from me, are their struggles in artificial intelligence. In the near term, it's the supply chain. Definitely there's a question about innovation. You're not going to see, over the course of the next 12 months, anything remarkable from the company. I think tail end 26 into 27 is when you're going to see a lot coming out of the pipeline that the company has been working on for many years. The problem is that AI is such a core technology to enable the next swath of hardware, and they really can't move on that new hardware until the AI is perfected, and it's going to take them a while to get there.
Go ahead. No, David, please, go.
I was just going to jump on. As a loyal reader of the Power On newsletter, what you do so well, Mark, is sort of focus on the kind of managerial undulations within Apple. And so I just kind of wanted to dig into what you're saying about AI there. It seems like, again, as a regular reader, there has been some difficulty here in just sort of aligning management when it comes to the AI priorities of this company.
They've basically all but fired John Giannandrea, their head of AI. This executive used to run underlying AI research, but also product development when it came to AI. And obviously the two main AI products, or the three main AI products, were the self-driving car, robotics, and Siri. The self-driving car was canned back in February 2024. Okay, so that's out of the picture. Siri was taken away from him in March, given to the guy who created the Vision Pro. Okay, and robotics was taken away from him a couple of weeks ago, right? Or it's in the process of being taken away from him right now. And so he's basically running an AI research team, infrastructure, foundation models, testing, team called AI measurement, annotation, analytics related to AI. So big management changes there. Craig Federighi, their head of software engineering, really running the show big time when it comes to AI, even more than he was before.
I find what's fascinating, Mark, and I think about all the conversations that we've all had with you when Tim is here too, is you keep bringing up this idea of innovation. Like, I think about Apple as being the innovative company, but you keep bringing up, like, there's questions about their innovation and maybe their future innovation. I mean, this is a big thing. This, once again, speaks to kind of future growth.
The door is ajar for someone to become the next big player in consumer technology.
Wow.
It's been open for a few years now, right?
Yeah.
You've seen the redesign cycle slow down on the phones. You've seen these AI issues. You've seen the car unable to come together. And Apple is very lucky. It shows that this stuff is harder than one may think, even me, that the door has been ajar and no one has taken advantage here.
Mark, I want to go back to trade, and we talk a lot about the dialogue that's taking place among countries. When you look at Apple and its senior management and their dialogue with this administration, what's your sense of how those conversations are going? We've seen this company pivot and do so much to change its supply chain, to make it not as China-specific as it once was. How worrisome is this tariffs policy to Apple, and how good is the quality of conversation between Apple and this administration?
It's a double-edged sword, because you're moving out of China, right, to mitigate those tariffs, and then you open up the opportunity for China to become upset with you for moving because of those tariffs, right? So you're getting hit in both directions. So it's not a pretty moment for the company. Obviously, this is not going to be a long-term solution to just move things around as necessary, depending on how things are being levied, right, in terms of tariffs. So I think ultimately they're going to have to move to more of a globalized model where they're going to use production facilities for the countries they serve in. They've shown that model for Brazil and India. India and Brazil production lines for the iPhone were created because there's huge tariffs on importing into those countries externally, right? So ultimately, we're probably going to see something like the Tesla model, where Tesla creates their products geographically. They produce in Europe for Europe, they produce in the US for the US, they produce in China for China. Now, I don't think they're going to ever bring production to the US, but for other parts of the world, you're going to see Apple pretty quickly move to more of a globalized model, I believe.
Hey, is it still going to pay off, Mark, for Apple to be in China? It's obviously, they still sell a lot of stuff. It's been disappointing. It's been a tougher market. I think about the political dance, right, that perhaps Tim Cook at this point has to do with President Xi or China at large in terms of being there, employs a lot of workers, and they're hoping to sell more stuff. But I'm just curious about the future there. They have to be there. Is it important still for them to be there?
I mean, Carol, it's $50 billion a year, right?
I know,
and maybe
I know.
Maybe it was once $60 or $70 billion a year. At some point, they hoped it would be $100 or $200 billion a year. But $50 billion a year, listen, I'll do whatever I need to do to get that $50 billion a year is what they're saying to themselves.
But they have to be there. Like, I just think about politically, right, in terms of manufacturing and keeping that humming.
Who cares? They don't care. They care about the bottom line. They care about the money, right? And it may look bad that you're working with a communist country. It's terrible, the things they do in that country. It's terrible, the changes they've made to appease the Chinese government. They're bending over backwards to make Xi happy and do all that. It's for $50 billion a year. They're happy to do it. They'll always say this is to protect the company, protect the employees, protect the shareholders, and $50 billion a year of revenue is no small amount of money.
It's serious.
In the last couple minutes we have here, I wonder if you could kind of help us understand this company in complement with others who've also reported earnings in recent days. Let's look at Microsoft in particular. What's Microsoft doing differently or better than Apple? How are they positioned vis-a-vis Apple?
Well, the big difference is that Apple's business model is hardware, right? So you're being impacted by tariffs at a level that Microsoft is not. Obviously, they have supply chain for their own hardware, but the hardware at Microsoft is a very slim part of the overall business. I mean, Apple makes more money on AirPods than Microsoft makes on all of their hardware products combined, right? Maybe aside from the Xbox. So, it's not really, for lack of a better term, an apples to apples comparison.
We'll forgive you for that.
No, we won't. No, we won't, Mark. Hey, listen, 30 seconds left here. Big week for our big tech, Mag 7, Meta, Microsoft, Apple, Amazon. You are managing editor for Global Consumer Tech, but I'm just curious how you're thinking about that world right now in an environment, where there's so much uncertainty. And again, just about 30, 40 seconds.
A lot of shaky ground right now. Apple, like I mentioned at the top of the segment, is dealing with a lot, but Apple is not alone. They're all reeling right now. Meta is exciting because of some of their own AI stuff. This past week, they rolled out a standalone AI chatbot app. It's pretty nicely designed. It works pretty well. You're seeing Microsoft with its turnaround and success of breaking away from OpenAI for their own artificial intelligence technology. You're seeing all these companies, though, deal with tariffs in some fashion, but not to the degree that Apple is inherently, because of all of them, it is the only essentially pure hardware play.
Yeah, totally get it. Hey, listen, thank you so much for all your coverage this week and finding time for us multiple times.
Exhale. After that, it was a long week.
You're amazing. Mark Gurman, Bloomberg News managing editor for Global Consumer Tech out there on the West Coast. Coming up, we get some views on the C-suite, CFOs from S&P Global, Rivian, what they're thinking. That's next.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We got a Friday rally underway. Jobs Friday with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. S&P 500 index could make it 9 in a row. Got to keep it locked into Bloomberg television and radio to see how things shake out at the close. But if we do see number 9, that would be the longest winning streak in 2 decades, with scars from April's tariff shock healing on fresh signs of U.S.-China diplomacy. Right now, we have got the S&P 500 index advancing by 1.7%. The NASDAQ 100 index up 1.9%. The Dow up 1.5%. NASDAQ also up by 1.9%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index up 2% right now, with the 10-year 4.32%. The 2-year 3.83%. Gold now down $11 the ounce to $32.28. That is a drop there of 0.3%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.6%, $58.28 a barrel. Speaking of crude, specifically oil, ExxonMobil and Chevron both out with earnings today. Chevron's going to reduce share buybacks this quarter to about $2.75 billion, 30% less than in the first quarter because of tumbling oil prices. ExxonMobil, though, sticking to its plans to buy back shares. Exxon planning to repurchase about $5 billion per quarter. Again, recapping here, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all higher. S&P right now up by 1.7%. And for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Massar, David Gora in for Tim Stenovic on this Friday edition of Bloomberg Business Week Daily. So we talked about last week Amazon and Apple both noting kind of how their businesses were affected by tariff and trade policies. Amazon going so far to note that recessionary fears and global economic and geopolitical conditions are in their forecast. Another company that's got a great read on the consumer is Wayfair. They reported earnings this week. They came in better than expected as consumers brought forward spending while suppliers are holding back from price increases. We caught up with Wayfair CFO Kate Gulliver. We talked earnings, business, the outlook, and how the U.S. consumer is doing.
To your point, we had significant pull forward in the category in the COVID time, right? So in the sort of 2020, 2021 time. Since then, the category has been down consistently since then. The category itself is actually below, starting to be below 2019 levels, right? So we're seeing a category that has historically been, over the last few years, quite depressed, which may be different than, some of the other consumer discretionary categories that folks are referring to. That said, yes, it's absolutely an uncertain environment.
All right, everybody take a shot, because every time we hear uncertain, that's it, David. Like, that's
the word of the year, I think I can safely say.
Totally. All right, that's Wayfair CFO Kate Gulliver. Hey, let's get more into what CFOs are doing in this environment. The conversation she's been having with members of the CFO suite. Nina Trentman is senior editor at Bloomberg News, author of CFO Briefing Newsletter. You can find it at bloomberg.com/CFO-briefing. A new one comes out on Sunday. How are you?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm good.
It's good to
Thanks
have
for having me.
Well, I'm curious, the CFOs that you talk to, how are they feeling? Are they good? Are they saying uncertainty or uncertain times a lot in conversations? What are you hearing?
Yeah, uncertainty is probably the number one word, which sometimes is made harder by the fact that we aren't supposed to be writing it so often, given that, well, what does it actually mean? And also, we've heard it a lot during the pandemic. She mentioned it. And so the question is, of course, well, how do you navigate that? Of course, we need to give CFOs also a bit of a pass, given that there's so many variables within their equations that they just don't have any information about, tariffs being one of them, whereby sort of, yes, it's fair to say that times are very uncertain for CFOs right now.
You have these two variables, and of course they're related. The first is uncertainty, again, I say it, about the kind of broader economy and the trade picture. And the second has to do with just the market volatility we've seen. How is that impacting the appetite for deal making among CFOs? I mean, going back to the campaign and the election, there was this promise of the deal market opening up, and there was going to be a huge swell of them. Hasn't come to pass. Are deals getting done?
Some deals are getting done, yes, but we haven't necessarily seen this huge rise or surge in deals that people were expecting, because the deregulation that people were hoping for so far hasn't really happened, and instead there has been a lot of stuff that is not necessarily very conducive to deals, tariffs, volatility, market volatility, and so I think for certain deals, yes, they're still going through. For example, Conagra this week announced a divestiture where they're selling one of their brands to a PE firm. So those deals get done, and I think they're assuming it's going to be done in the next few months. So not necessarily a big challenge for them. But I think then also we're seeing that some deals are sort of hitting the brakes. I know deals involving China, involving other countries. So I think bilateral deals and even multinational deals are very tricky these days.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like we've been all talking about, especially the private equity guys, right? The private world, just waiting for the environment so they can kind of start selling stuff or things to go public so that they can kind of either return money to investors and move on to new deals. Having said that, always love the different CFOs, that you talk to, different areas of our world. Tell us who you've been talking to. You mentioned Conagra, but who else have you been talking to and what they're saying?
Yeah, so this week we spoke to a few CFOs. Conagra was one of them. Then we spoke to the CFO of Holcim, which is a Swiss materials.
Concrete stuff.
Yeah, concrete maker, correct.
I love it, right? It's like the core of so much.
Right, and then also a few other CFOs, including S&P Global. Interestingly enough, those companies are amongst the companies that are saying, okay, well, actually, yes, the environment is tricky, but still we want to pull ahead with our deals. So Holcim is in the process of spinning off its US and North America business. Something that had started a while ago, so it's not something that they triggered recently, but they're expecting that spin to take effect in May or in June. And I asked them, well, are you going ahead with it? Isn't the market volatility a tricky thing, given that you're planning a spin-off? This involves, to some degree, markets have to be conducive. You don't want your shares to sell off on the day that the spin takes effect. And they were saying, well, no, the strategic rationale still is very much true and holds, and therefore, yeah, we're pulling through with the deal, and we're not necessarily pausing it. Interestingly enough, they're also pointing out that the dynamics in their business in North America versus in Europe are very different, where they were saying, well, in North America, we have a lot of construction spending, and in Europe, we are focusing on decarbonization, for example, less CO2 heavy concrete, as you pointed out. So they were saying basically it makes a lot of sense for these businesses to be separate. And so they think to some degree that the tariff tensions that we're seeing right now and the divergence between the US and the rest of the world might actually be sort of like to some degree a supporting factor for this spin-off, which was interesting because my assumption was that they would be like, oh yeah, well, timing isn't great.
I think it's funny, right? Strategy sometimes or fundamentals still matter.
Yeah, I'm curious in the minute we have left, how persuadable these CFOs are. So I know you talk to folks at advisory firms as well. What's the message that they're conveying to CFOs just about whether or not to move forward with deals or to pause or to reconsider them?
Of course, advisory folks to some degree always, when they talk to us, they want to talk their books. So
yes,
to some degree, what they tell CFOs is different than what they tell us.
No, just kidding. Just kidding.
But they've certainly told me that they have a lot in the pipeline and they see a lot in the pipeline. I think what they are also telling their clients that they work with is that, well, you need to really do scenario analysis here. You need to sort of really work through, okay, well, what are your assumptions? What do you think is going to happen? And how will the deal work in a different environment, just mentioning tariffs, for example. And so I think they were saying that select deals still go through, that it's a case-by-case basis, industry-by-industry basis. Yeah, I think they were all hoping for more certainty as well. I think not just the CFOs, but also the deal advisors would look for that.
That's what's kind of wild, I think, in this environment. Gina Martin Adams, too, just saying, I don't think I've ever seen a company come out and give you two, earnings scenarios of could happen this way.
A or B, pick your pleasure here.
Right,
yeah.
Possibly recession, so then not so good. Things go back to normal. And I think it's just this scenario-led environment. I think companies do it all the time, but this is like amped up in a big way.
Yeah, and also we're seeing sort of, if you look at the guidance that companies are putting out right now, of course, we've seen a fair amount of companies pulling guidance.
Yeah.
Or we are also
Which
seeing...
I get. Like, okay, we can't give you an outlook, but when you give like a couple scenarios is wild.
Or we've also been seeing, of course, companies widening their guidance, which then also gives them more room. To some degree, it's understandable. Then also, if you look at it from the analyst perspective, like companies that withdraw their guidance, that's basically for any analyst very difficult to then work with in terms of factoring models. But
got to figure it out,
because
right?
we're all coming to the same question of not knowing what's going to happen.
There you go.
All right. Dare I say it? Uncertain.
No,
Okay.
there you go. You said it.
Take a swig, everybody. Nina, thank you so much, as
Good to see
always. Nina Trentman, senior editor of Bloomberg News. Check out the CFO Briefing newsletter. Comes out on Sunday on the Bloomberg and at Bloomberg.com.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, we're just coming up on almost an hour to go until we wrap up the Friday trading session, really the trade for the week overall. And, you know, I got to say, David, it just feels a little calm.
Yeah, it does.
Ish.
There's a lot of tech earnings.
Yeah.
I noted, and
Got through it, though, right?
taking a breath before the Fed meeting next week.
Oh, yeah.
All quiet on the Washington front right now. So it's a good end of the week, I think.
Fingers crossed, fingers
Yeah.
crossed. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move this week. With us is Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Emily Grafea, because even if the markets seem to be business as usual-ish, there's always something moving in a big way.
There is. Today, it happens to be one of the biggest stocks, one of the most well-known companies in the U.S. It's Apple, down as much as 5%. Right now, it's down about 4%. But the reason why this stood out to me is because this was a week of Mag 7 earnings, and Apple's really the only one that is in the red. And it's also on a day when the NASDAQ 100 is almost up 2%. Like, it's a
I know.
broad-based rally. And yet, none of that was enough to keep investors, I guess, focused away from the fact that Apple said China sales were disappointing. They warned about the impact of tariffs. Tim Cook said that U.S. tariffs on foreign imports will add $900 million in costs.
That's real money. That's real.
In the current period. Yeah, I mean, that's like the market cap of some other companies
Sure.
that sometimes we talk about here. And then 2 rare downgrades coming today from Apple. Jefferies cutting the stock to underperform, and also Rosenblatt Securities downgrading the stock to neutral from buy, which is, there's 35 buys right now on Apple.
That's
on the
That's what
terminal.
I was trying to get at. Mark Gurman was on. I was trying to see if I could get a sense here if there's like a new bearishness to this stuff. There isn't.
Well, I mean,
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there
The
is.
dam
I mean,
is breaking.
I mean, people don't do sells easily, and there are 4 sells on this stock.
Yeah. I mean,
but I agree with you. There's still
betting
a lot
against
of
Apple long term, I think
Proven
has
not to be wise.
It's proven not to be wise, depending on your time horizon.
It's only a $3 trillion market cap company.
Yeah, I mean, some of these price targets, they are for like 1 year ahead. So we did have it's notable when you see people come out and be bearish against Apple, because like you said, the consensus is typically pretty bullish.
Another stock on the move, Duolingo,
Yeah. So
the prominent language
do you use
translation
it?
application. No, but my kids use it, and they were sad when that owl disappeared. Like Duo the owl disappeared.
right.
Who always was shaming them into not. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
Well,
I digress.
The stock is up a ton right now. It's up 18%. And what was interesting is that they're growing in part to their AI-powered video call feature. So I don't use Duolingo, but also a lot of friends do. So I know that it's growing in popularity, and you can see that reflected in the earnings. But specifically this AI video, I actually looked up on YouTube, like, what is it? And you can converse with AI. So, you know, when you're trying to learn a language.
Yeah.
And like, you can't have
I
anything
know.
that mimics.
We're going into a really strange reality, but go ahead.
Like,
go ahead.
you can't mimic a real conversation.
Right.
And what comes, how unpredictable people can be when you're actually trying to speak to them in their native language.
If
So
they laugh
this
at you, for
app,
instance.
right, this
This happened
app
to me.
now
Try that again.
is using AI.
Accent is off.
To simulate
To
that.
kind of simulate that. And they have this like
pretty cool,
sarcastic
actually.
character that you converse with, and you have to like adapt to its personality.
Did you like it?
His name is Tim Stenovec.
Yeah.
But
I mean, it was just a little video that I saw. It looked really
loves
promising.
this company. Tim
He
loves
does,
this
he
company.
does.
He would really be
It's a
into
Devo
like
He loves
learning
this
a new
company.
language. One a year.
Well, now I know what I'm going to do maybe this
Yeah.
week.
Right.
It's up almost 50% this year.
Yeah, just a ton of growth there. Subscriptions for their highest price tier grew in part again to that AI-powered video feature. They now have 10.3 million paying subscribers.
What a great way to learn a language, right? Like everybody's like the tapes and you say it and it's
Remember
like
the tapes, yeah.
the tapes.
Yeah.
Right, that's so much easier
My
than
7th
like
grade
real
Spanish
life.
teacher
Destiny
embarrassing
Nurse,
me
yeah,
in the
all that,
class.
Yeah.
Block. Let's talk about Block.
Okay, so Block shares very different than Duolingo.
Different story.
Different story here, down 20% right now. This is a digital payments company. They actually had seen their biggest intraday drop since March 2020, but paired that drop just a little bit, but it's still really down a lot today. They have a Cash App card spending unit, and you can kind of read into the macro in these results. So they said that the largest hit from spending came from declines in discretionary spending. So people pulling back on travel and media. people were still spending on essentials like gas and groceries. What kind of signal is that telling
Says
us
a
about
lot,
the
actually.
economy?
Yeah, right?
You know, people aren't going out and spending travel, so.
But they are spending on language translation, learning languages. I don't,
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah,
what
so
that
maybe
tells us
they're
about the
planning to
macro. I feel
travel.
confused
David,
by
have,
that.
have you heard about the AI
I'm sorry.
trade?
Okay, all right.
Anything with
Anything
AI.
with AI in any language.
Right, and Block also cut their gross profit guidance for the full year. So
Okay.
that was kind of the headline there,
And this is
driving
the
those
theme of
shares
the
down.
week and the several weeks that we've been through.
Yes, cutting the outlook or
Yeah,
getting rid of it entirely.
Yeah.
Stock's down 45% year to date. Ouch. A lot of it because of today's move. Emily, thank you. So appreciate it. Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Emily Graffeo. For more conversations, check out our Stock Movers podcast, 5-minute episodes, winners, losers. You can find them at Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast. Thanks so much.
Glad to be here. I know it was time limited, but anytime.
Thank
you let me know.
Come in.
You know where to find me.
Anytime. You can even just drop in. Even
All
if
right.
Tim's here, I'll get him out of the seat and you can come in.
Excellent.
Sorry, Tim. David, have a great weekend.
Thank you so much, girl.
So appreciate it. All right, folks who are watching on television, the close is coming your way in just a moment. I'm going to continue right here with Emily Graffeo for the next couple of hours of Bloomberg Business Week Daily. This is Bloomberg.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Linda Kenyon. An Illinois landlord has been sentenced to 53 years in prison for a hate crime that killed a 6-year-old Muslim boy and wounded his mother. The child's grandfather doesn't understand the hate that led to this attack.
We wish people just to understand other people more, especially religions. And most of the hate crimes going on in this country right now, if you pay attention, it's all against Muslims.
President Trump's decision to oust National Security Advisor Mike Waltz and nominate him as UN ambassador has left Secretary of State Marco Rubio with more responsibility. He will take on the role of interim National Security Advisor. CBS's Charlie D'Agata says wearing those two particular hats will be quite a challenge.
Both of those hats, I want to go so far as to call it a conflict of interest, but those are two different and tightly defined responsibilities.
The White House tells CBS News it gave Mike Waltz a choice of jobs, including the role as U.S. ambassador to Saudi Arabia. He picked UN ambassador instead. Meanwhile, his deputy, Alex Wong, remains at the NSC, helping with the transition to Marco Rubio. The latest jobs report is good news for the Trump administration. Here's CBS's Ed O'Keefe.
The White House pointing out that for the second month in a row, the jobs report beat estimates. They call it exactly what we want to see. A bit of encouraging news for this White House after a week that showed us concerns with the consumer price index, approval rating sliding as he hit the 100-day mark.
The latest report finds employers added 177,000 jobs in April, which was above analyst expectations. School leaders in Oregon's capital city say Hispanic families are changing how they interact in public. KXL's Heather Roberts reports.
Nearly 50% of the families in the Salem-Keizer School District are of Latin American descent. Superintendent Andrea Castaneda says the most common topics among students and families are fears around immigration.
We have parents who were born in this country and speak Spanish as their first language, and they have decided to no longer speak Spanish in the streets of Salem.
Castaneda's teachers are now learning how to talk to students who are afraid in school. She says that reality should compel communities to ask themselves,
are we okay with this?
Heather Roberts for CBS News, Portland.
Prince Harry has spoken with the BBC after a British court ruled against him in his battle to be provided with royal-level security while in the UK.
For me, and only me, there has to be a royal obligation in order to receive protection on UK soil. And I think that speaks volumes.
As for reaction from Buckingham Palace,
we have had a statement from Buckingham Palace. All of these issues have been examined repeatedly and meticulously by the courts, and the same conclusion has been reached on each occasion.
This is CBS News. Actress and comedian Ruth Buzzi has died. CBS's Stacey Lynn with a look back at her career.
Ruth Buzzi appeared on popular shows in the 60s, including The Gary Moore Show, The Monkees, and That Girl. Her big break, though, came on Rowan and Martin's Laugh-In 1968. She was one of only 4 cast members who were regulars for its entire 6-season run.
Boy, you can't trust anybody these days.
Her most famous character was the spinster, Gladys.
It was a fun, easy character to do.
After Laugh-In, she starred in several TV shows, including Sesame Street, The Muppet Show, and Saved by the Bell. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
Ruth Buzzi was 88. The rock band R.E.M. is putting out a special edition of its first single, Radio Free Europe. The real Radio Free Europe is among U.S. government-funded services targeted for cuts. Linda Kenyon, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
And a very good afternoon, everybody. We are just about 55 minutes away from the closing bell on this Friday, getting ready to wrap up the trade for the day and for the week. Tim is out. Emily Graffeo, of course, Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter, familiar to our Bloomberg audience in a big way. You were just on air with me.
I did just talk about stocks, a couple stocks on the move. There's a lot happening in the equity market today.
There is, right? Some big moves. So we're going to get into it. We're up across the board. We've got most of the major industry groups in the S&P 500, not everything. Am I right? Wait, let me just pull up. I was looking at year-to-date numbers. Let me just pull up the day. They actually are all up, but consumer staples, the smallest amount, just up about 0.7%. So it's broad-based.
I mean, where are the gains not being held right now? That's the bond market. We have yields really ticking higher right now. But I think that, again, shows just how risk-on today is.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, right? That labor report reminding everybody the economy maybe not falling apart, at least not yet. We're going to talk markets. We're going to talk about how the S&P might record its longest winning streak in over 20 years. That feels like a milestone. Hey, and we're also going to talk supply chains. Emily, we've got a cool guest, Sarah Barnes-Humphrey. She founded, it's called the Let's Talk Supply Chain podcast. It's out there. She's been following supply chains, talking about them for over 2 decades. So curious what she has to say about all of this.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like the perfect guest for right now. And we're also going to be talking about BMW and Mercedes. They want you to know they're also made in America. And thousands of falling satellites, Carol, putting the atmosphere at risk. We're going to discuss as well.
What's to worry about, right?
What's a falling satellite? Have I seen one?
There's lots of satellites in the sky. Love this story. It's the Bloomberg Big Take. Sit tight, everybody. Lots coming in the next 2 hours. Let's get you going, though, with a check on that trade. What's going on in equities? What's going on in treasuries? Here's Charlie Pell.
Hi, thank you very much indeed. 53 minutes to go until that closing bell clangs on Wall Street with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. Just about everything higher right now, on track for another winning week. 2 prominent decliners, though, Apple and Amazon. Tell you more about those in just a moment. The S&P right now up 82. That is a gain of just about 1.5%. The Dow up 533 now, up 1.3%. NASDAQ up 269, a gain there of 1.5%. Jobs Friday, we have got the 10-year at 4.31%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.83%. Spot gold lower a little change, down 0.2%, $32.31 for an ounce of the precious metal. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.9%, $58.14 a barrel on WTI. And Bitcoin pairing its gain somewhat, up 0.7% right now, 97,117. So what about this morning's jobs data and the outlook? Emily Rowland is co-chief investment strategist at John Hancock Investment Management.
You're getting some pretty decent hard data. Everybody's sort of like holding their breath, waiting for the hard data to catch up to the soft data. And I think today's labor market report provided more evidence that we're just not there yet.
Emily Rowland of John Hancock Investment Management. Apple's much-awaited quarterly earnings report failed to soothe investor concerns about its biggest challenges, including escalating tariff costs and a slowdown in China. As I mentioned, Apple today on an update for the rest of the market. Apple right now down by about 4.4%. And Amazon told us it is bracing for a tougher business climate in coming months. Amazon shares also lower after earnings, down 0.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Massar along with Emily Graffeo in for Tim Stanovic on this Friday. So, all right, we're under an hour to go, about 40 minutes to go until we wrap up the trade on this week. We keep saying this, the S&P 500 on track for its longest winning streak in over 20 years. So I'm curious, it feels kind of important. We'll see what Eric Weiner has to say about it. He's Bloomberg News Senior Editor, Equities America, right here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. It's amazing if we think about the past month, and we had days where we didn't even take breaks on our show, and market swings were dramatic. And here we are.
Yeah, 9 straight days of nonstop winning. Are we tired of winning yet?
I don't know. I still have yet to look at my 401k.
Yeah,
I'm afraid.
It's time. The more interesting thing is that it's up 10% in that time. That's the biggest, like, of all going back, of all the times that the S&P has risen in 9 straight days, that's the biggest gain. Like in 71 it happened and it rose like 3%.
But so even like GFC, COVID,
yep.
Still big.
Yeah, it's bigger, and it's a weird rally. It's a very strange rally.
Why?
Well, so like for today, for example, when there are about 450 of the S&P 500 stocks that are up, something around that.
Yeah.
So when that's going on, I like to look at what's down, and you look at the top of that, and that's Apple. And when you read about what Apple was saying last night, it literally is everything we're afraid of.
Mm-hmm.
It's, China is going to hit it. Its products are going to be more expensive because of tariffs. It's literally, and it's Apple. So everything that you're concerned about is like in that report, and the company is getting beaten up, but the market doesn't really care. That's weird. Like when these you have Amazon in a similar situation. They gave an outlook. Like we can't get outlooks from companies because they just don't know. So Amazon's outlook was like, there was like what, a $4 billion difference in it was like 13 billion versus 17 billion. You can drive a Cybertruck through that. So
and they tend to do that. Like our Caroline Hyde reminded us that they tend to give a range, but still
that's insane.
Their tone,
and it was still shy of what was expected.
Right.
So the 17.5 is less than the 17.8 or whatever was expected. And they're down slightly. So, and again, it's the same kind of thing where you're talking retail, you're talking something that's exposed to China. It's everything that we're supposed to be afraid of. It's down, and yet the market is soaring.
So what does that tell you about what's driving the rally then, when you have two of the most watched companies in the marketplace and in the country?
It's correlations are really high. Everything's moving together at once. So and this is largely, we've been looking.
Amazon and Apple together are like 14% of the NASDAQ 100. And let me just see, about 10% of the S&P 500. You're right. It's weird.
It's very strange. And that's why we look. So oftentimes when you see this going on and you look at what's on the right side of the board, the downside of the board, you're looking at like biotech or whatever. It's usually not like all the Mag 7s are moving at once. But when you have two of them breaking off, and they're breaking off for actually reasons that are directly related to the fundamentals, and it has a read through to the economy, usually that has an effect. That it doesn't leads you to believe that the people who would be betting on macro situations, the people who look at what the economy is doing to the market, are not playing this.
So is that kind of how you explain the divergence between opinions here? Retail is buying the dip. Institutions are pulling back. To me, it seems like a timing. Like if you're in your 401k, you just buy the dip. You're like, I'm not going to look at this for 20, 30 years, maybe 10, depending on how old you are. You know,
5.
institutions are more
Did you just look
tactical.
What was that?
I'm just looking at, you know.
I want to be Emily's age.
Anyone here. But like, is it timing or
Yes.
is it not understanding some signal under the surface?
No, you nailed it. You nailed it. It's timing. So the whole thing here is when you can, it's really easy to spot bubbles. It's really easy to spot euphoria, things like that. And that's kind of where we are right now, where there isn't a whole heck of a lot like underpinning all of this. There's hope for trade deals and whatever else. But it's not like there's a lot going on that would be like saying, okay, this will lift things to a next level. It's timing where things are. So if you want to make money right now, you trade up. You know, like if you're trading in this environment, you buy because the bias is to the upside, and you get out, you get in, you get out, but you're buying, you're looking for increases in stock prices. So that timing when you're a pro is they're looking for other entry points. They're looking for when things bottom because they're going to step in then, and timing that is way trickier. So that's where you have like retail going in saying, I don't really care what the level is. You know, I know that I made money yesterday, I'm going to make money today. And you're looking at that very, very short term. Then you have these portfolio managers who are thinking, if I get caught the wrong way in a big position, I'm going to get nailed. And I'm pretty sure that something is going to happen soon enough.
Is there something or some comfort in that the markets are working like they should, stocks are up?
Yes.
And that we've got bonds going down? Like, when that disconnect happens, I actually get uncomfortable. But so that we're seeing that is a good sign. I feel like the bond market, the treasury market is truer sometimes.
Well, what you want to see, it's the credit market really.
Or the credit market.
You know, so it's like when a hedge fund can't get you know, credit for to cover its positions or whatever else, that's when things kind of fall apart. This it was orderly on the way down, and it's been orderly on the way up. We haven't seen a lot of like, oh my God, kind of moments where like, we're on tenuous ground. The closest we came was when we sort of bottomed out on April 8th, and then Trump, you know, turned reverse course on the tariffs. On the day where, before that happened, people were starting to get nervous, and we were wondering if we were going to start hearing about margin calls. That will be what people will be looking at if and when this turns, and then what would then cause a real big slide down.
I still keep wondering if something fundamentally has changed. Like if we are in a higher tariff environment, and the stress that this is going to be on companies. We'll get about 30 seconds here.
So the difference is hard data and soft data.
Okay.
So the soft data right now, which is basically like expectations.
Right.
Soft data right now is really not good. The indications are that everybody's nervous. Consumers are starting to pull back. They don't believe in the economy. All of that stuff. It's not showing up in hard data. It's not showing up in inflation, employment, all that other stuff.
Well,
if that were to happen, and that's what all the portfolio managers are telling us. When that happens, that's when they go.
That's what Mike, McKee was saying. Like, we got it, it could show up later on. Bloomberg News Senior Editor, Equities America, Eric Weiner joining us. Thank you so much.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index. We'll throw in the Russell 2000, all advancing ahead of the closing bell. 39 minutes to go. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index up 1.5%. The S&P up 90, up 1.6%. Tech, though, the big story. NASDAQ 100 index up 1.7%. NASDAQ Composite Index up 1.6%. The Dow up by 1.5%. The 10-year at 4.31%. Jobs Friday, the 2-year 3.83%. Spot gold right now down $10 the ounce, 32.28, down 0.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 1.6% now, 58.31 for a barrel of WTI. Bitcoin up 0.8%, 97,197 on Bitcoin. So bottom line here, we've got stocks moving higher, driven by fresh signs of U.S.-China diplomacy and that strong jobs report that calm fears about the economy. Sarah Hunt is Chief Market Strategist at Alpine Woods Capital Investors, and she was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance.
When it looked like all of the bad news was being baked in and there was no good news coming, there was a reason to feel afraid. And when Treasury yields started to move like they were stocks, there was a reason for people to get worried about that. And the volatility, I think, created its own problem and created a further de-risking than maybe we needed at the time. But we certainly have bounced back quite considerably from there.
Sarah Hunt of Alpine Woods Capital Investors. Jeff Bezos plans to sell as many as 25 million shares of Amazon over the next 13 months, potentially cashing out as the world's largest online retailer grapples with uncertainty over tariffs. Amazon, after earnings, now little changed, up less than 0.1%. Apple, by the way, after earnings, down 4.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. So kind of surprised considering the trade last night. At one point, I think Amazon was little change, but let me just pull it up because I think it's been under some more pressure. No, it's kind of flat on the day, but Emily, sold off a bunch in the after hours following earnings last night.
It even was in the green at one point in the trading session today.
Yeah.
It's been a funky day for Amazon. But
A big swing, right? Like
Yeah.
almost 3.5% to the upside downside. Hey, so let's get into it. The company did say it's bracing for a tougher business climate in the coming months, echoing concerns from a range of companies that we've been hearing this earnings season that tariffs and related economic turmoil could crimp consumer spending. It did say operating profit in the current period would be weaker than Wall Street anticipated. That was the big headline that came across that I think pulled the stock down, certainly in the aftermarket. Let's get to it with Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Analyst for E-commerce, Athleisure, Off-Price Retail. She's Poonam Goyal, and she's with us from our Princeton News Bureau. Poonam, good to have you here. I feel like both last night, Amazon and Apple, when they came out, they were kind of very clean, streamlined press releases. And then we got down to reality in the earnings call. Lay it out for us, what you heard and what everybody needs to know from that earnings call in case they missed it.
Yeah, sure. So the numbers were great, right, for Amazon. It was the guidance. It was the operating income guidance that was wider than we had expected and lower than consensus. Excuse me. So what we learned was that tariffs, there's a lot of uncertainty there. And we clearly know that there's tensions with China and the U.S. and the tariff is high. And Amazon sells a lot of things from China. We estimate about 70% of what's sold on Amazon Marketplace comes from China, and that will be impacted.
Hey, Poonam, go ahead and take a drink of water. I hope you have some water nearby and cough it out. We're going to just give you a moment because we know it's a lot. As she was saying, though, that headline crossed what we call a red sticky often on the Bloomberg. It was the outlook, and it's something, Emily, that we've been wanting to hear from companies, like the outlook, especially with something like Amazon, what's going on.
But their operating income forecast, this is what we've been focusing on, is that range was so big. So they see operating income in the second quarter, $13 billion to $17.5 billion. That actually missed estimates of 17.82. But still, such a wide range, and it just raises questions of like, what exactly do they have to do to meet that? How realistic is that? But we have heard that typically they do provide a very wide range.
Right,
They
but
provide an outcome.
But to even see the high end, right? kind of basically missing that average estimate. We're back with Poonam Goyal. Hope you're okay. Happened to me. It's
I am. Thank you.
You gotta take a moment to catch when something's caught in your throat. Poonam Goyal, of course, of Bloomberg Intelligence. She covers Amazon. What was amazing, so continue with us in terms of what we got on the call that was maybe more color around what the outlook is all about.
Yeah, I think, look, there's just so much uncertainty that they're casting a wide net. We don't know where things will settle, but what we do know that people will come to Amazon to buy things still. And given that Amazon has a large 3P business, that means you can sell whatever you want on Amazon. They just want a percent of that revenue. So will there be a shift in where their sellers are coming from? Possibly. And on the 1P side, where they do have more exposure, they front-loaded a lot of that inventory. So for now, they're somewhat insulated. But should these tensions build or even stay into the summer, I think we have bigger problems.
What about AWS, their cloud business?
Great question.
How was that doing
Which
in the
we
quarter?
normally would talk about.
Right. That seems a little bit more like resilient to all of these, factors that have to do with tariffs and trade.
It's a little more resilient, definitely. And the operating margins on that business is very high. We saw them come in at 39.5%, which is phenomenal. And we think a lot of that can help with Amazon being able to absorb some of those price increases.
All right, we're going to leave it there. We're going to let you catch your breath. I've been there. Hope you're okay. Allergies are killing all of us at this point. Poonam, good, though, that we could get a few minutes with you. Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Analyst for E-commerce, athleisure, and off-price retail. Poonam Goyal, be well. Have a good weekend out there in our Princeton bureau. Hey, folks, we're going to stay with supply chains. We've got someone who's been following, studying, talking about supply chains for more than 2 decades. We head to Florida. Sarah Barnes-Humphrey. She's an entrepreneur and an influencer, as we mentioned, studying supply chains for a long time. She's founded the Let's Talk Supply Chain brand and podcast. She's also co-founder and CEO of a bid and freight platform called Ships Inc. And she joins us. Hey, Sarah, good to have you here. Before we get into the nitty gritty, tell us about your studying of supply chains for the past 2 decades, because it's obviously a super timely topic today, but I don't know that everybody cared so much a few decades ago, maybe during the pandemic, but not necessarily 20 years ago.
Yeah, no, they definitely didn't. Thanks for having me on the show. So I've basically been talking about supply chain at the dinner table since I was 9. My parents owned a logistics company, and I worked in the family business operations and sales, and then ended up founding our media business, which is Let's Talk Supply Chain. So podcasts and live shows and all sorts of things.
Okay, so let's start high level. How are global supply chains looking in the here and now? There's a lot of fear about what tariffs are going to do, but in the here and now, what are you seeing?
Yeah, so I was at a conference last week and there was a lot of optimism. It was a Breakbulk conference, but I do know there's a lot of uncertainty. There's a lot of supply chains being redesigned. I think the mindset is going from what are the challenges to what are the opportunities? How can we design our supply chains? What does that need to look like? Some examples I've seen recently. So Apple, a couple of years ago, they moved their production or their manufacturing, some of it, into India. And they did that because they wanted to use India as a new consumer market for them. And it's really paying off today, because they're going to be able to produce iPhones in India and skirt some of the tariffs in China to be able to bring iPhones to the US as well. And there's a couple of other examples where, the electric vehicle maker Polestar, they've paused their annual forecast and they're shifting manufacturing to the US and Europe, whereas Aston Martin is limiting exports to the US. So I think everybody's just sort of taking a look at, how do we want to spend our risk dollars? What does that look like? And what do we want to do right now?
Well, I think about all the globalization everybody's been pushing to over the last few decades. Like, that was the way to go to the low-cost producer, go to the countries that could do it the best. It just kind of made a lot of sense. Do you think that's over?
No, I don't think it's over. I think people are waiting and seeing. I think a lot of retailers were able to get product out before the tariffs hit. Some retailers are going to get hit with the new tariffs, but I think there's a lot of organizations that are pausing orders right now, which is a bit of a problem, right? Because if we think about it, we're going into peak season, and peak season is where retailers and organizations are bringing in products for holiday season. So depending on how long this is going to go, will determine whether they're going to turn on manufacturing again and whether they're going to order those products for holiday season. So we might not actually see some of the effects for another 5 to 6 months when people are starting to shop for holiday.
How is shipping looking right now? Because there were a few analysts earlier in the week and even the week before who had started to flag shipping data that cargo shipments are slowing, and then that's going to mean that we're soon going to see shelves empty because trade is just going to stop. Are those fears overblown?
No, I don't think so. The Port of Los Angeles came out with a stat that said that they're going to see a decline of 35%. And they're also looking at every fourth vessel not stopping at the port. And so what's going to happen is not as much cargo is coming in. And so the shipping lines are actually going to start charging more for container shipping as well. So not only are we going to have higher costs for goods, but we're also going to have higher shipping costs on container shipping because those vessels, those steamship lines, they're not going to want to lose money either.
You know, do you think, I don't know, I think about the negotiations between U.S. and China, or whether or not there really is any negotiations, right? I mean, do you think when all is said and done that we're going to find more reasonable trade deals created and it will go back to kind of somewhat business as usual, or no, things are going to change dramatically going forward?
So I'm not sure. I think at this point, nobody really has a crystal ball for that. I mean, if we think about what has happened
do
today
companies, or do companies that you talk to or that you know, do they think it's going to go back to more of kind of business as usual, or they're not quite so sure?
They're not quite so sure right now either. I think everybody is sort of in a wait and see type mode at the moment. With the changes that came in for Shein and Temu today, you know, we're seeing $80 shipments that now has close to $69 in shipping and import charges. So these are the types of things that until it happens, we're not entirely sure how long it's going to stay and what that looks like. And so how do you plan for that? So a lot of forecasting and planning is really hard at the moment. And so supply chain teams have a lot on their plates right now.
I'm also wondering, you know, you talk about manufacturing. Do you think this idea that, you know, companies are going to be able to bring the manufacturing to the U.S., build factories here, is the supply chain in the U.S. equipped to handle, you know, what could be an influx of a ton more domestic manufacturing very quickly?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And I think there could be room for some. I'm not sure we can do it all in the U.S. I think there's a number of different factors. There's some labor factors. I saw somebody the other day talking about how machinery into the U.S. because of the tariffs might be more expensive as well. So I'm not sure we can necessarily equip those facilities with the machinery that we need to manufacture either. And also, it takes a long time to be able to set up manufacturing in a new location. I mean, if you take that example of Apple that I mentioned earlier, it's taken them a couple of years to shift some of that manufacturing into India, and it's paying off today because of the tariffs. But at the end of the day, it's a really long-term play. And a lot of people were moving to Mexico, and now they're unsure how that actually fits into their manufacturing like cadence as well.
That's what's fascinating, Sarah. And I think this is something that we talked about a lot after COVID. We would have just even architects or developers coming in and saying, you know where there's a lot of activity? Mexico, because people are moving operations to Mexico. And coming off of COVID, we realized how vulnerable our supply chains really, really were, and that we wanted stuff closer to home. And so like that shift already started happening. I mean, what is going on behind the scenes? Even with Apple, you mentioned India. We have talked with our Mark Gurman, who covers that company flawlessly and in depth. And, we've been having conversations how Apple was spreading out its supply chain, but still so reliant on China, still is. But then, bam, it was like, well, wait a minute. We can next year have all the iPhones that are needed in the United States come from India. So I feel like there's stuff that's been going on very quietly. What are you hearing about what companies are doing quietly as they continue to maybe spread their supply chain around?
Yeah, again, I think they're looking at the design of their supply chains. Where do I want to spend my risk dollars? Where can I actually source the components that I need to be able to create the products that I need? Just another mention on Apple, they looked at manufacturing the iPhone in the US, and it would cost the US consumer $3,500.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of
conversations. We would not be buying the phone.
Yeah. Right.
I mean, 3 phones in my household, and that's what, almost $10,000? That's a lot. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just mean like it's different for different organizations, and supply chains look different across the board. And so for some, manufacturing in the US makes sense. Especially for medications and chips for technology and things like that. What you were talking about coming out of the pandemic, those are the things we want to manufacture close to home. But for some organizations, it really doesn't make any sense. Taking that Apple example, at $3,500 for an iPhone, nobody's going to spend that kind of money. So I think it's a bit of a push-pull. Everybody's having this discussion. They're looking at the design. Where can we source? Where can we purchase? Where can we manufacture? What makes the most sense for us and for our customers?
Sarah, what are you seeing from small businesses? What are the particular challenges, someone who's in the U.S. is going to face if they're a small business?
Yeah, I think if they're a product-based business, they're sort of rethinking what it is that they want their business to look like. I was recently reading an article about there was a bunch of small businesses that were sort of looking at the tariffs and saying, we want to be exempt from it. And one of those small business actually said they're going to pivot from products into services because that makes the most sense for them right now. And I think back to the pandemic, and some small businesses pivoted what product they were actually selling, and some went into hand sanitizer. So I feel like this is kind of a similar thing at the moment that small businesses were faced with during the pandemic.
All right. So when you kind of watch, like probably all of us, the news coming out of certainly the White House, and then just kind of what you are hearing from folks in terms of managing their own supply chains and what you're seeing, I don't know, how are you thinking about the next 6 months or so?
I think that it's going to be very unpredictable. I think that it's extremely uncertain right now. And if retailers and organizations are pausing shipments at the moment, I don't think we're going to see the ripple effects for another 5 to 6 months. And I think we may see some challenges over the holiday season. I think organizations are sort of in a wait and see, right? And I just don't think that anybody has the answers right now until we figure out where those tariffs are going to land.
Well, and right, as you said, we kind of kicked off in the 2 p.m. hour talking with our Mike McKee, who follows the economy, and talking about the jobs report. And it looked like things at this point are doing pretty well. But the concern is when this data starts to hit, whether it's consumers, we've seen it in sentiment, but when it comes into the actuality of it, I am curious, are you thinking a recession is likely too, from the conversations you're having and the people you're talking to?
I'm not sure. Everybody's kind of all over the map. Some have said possibly. Some are saying we might not. I think it's too early to tell, to be perfectly honest with you.
Okay. Yep. That's why we're on pins and needles. Not today. Everything seems awesome today. Gonna leave it there. Hey, Sarah, thank you so much. Good to meet you and talk with you. Sarah Barnes-Humphrey, founder of Let's Talk Supply Chain, joining us there from Florida. All right, folks, let's get back to the markets. 20 minutes to go until we wrap up the trading day. Back to Charlie Pellet.
I thank you very much indeed. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing. Jobs Friday, and this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by ShipStation. Calm the chaos with the shipping software that delivers. Use code Bloomberg for a free trial at ShipStation.com. That's ShipStation.com with the code Bloomberg. S&P right now up by 1.6%. Let's head right over to the First Word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. And here he is, Bill Maloney.
Good afternoon, Charlie. U.S. stocks with a bid today as China said they were evaluating the possibility of trade talks. The Dow is currently up 608 points. S&Ps are higher by 90, while NASDAQ gains 1.6%. The U.S. 10-year yield rises to 4.31%. Gold and oil are in the red, but Bitcoin, that's higher by 0.7%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, all were trading in the green, led by gains in telecom and the financials. And leaders to the upside in the Dow, 3M and American Express, while Apple fell 4% after earnings and led to the downside. In the gaming space, Take-Two dropped as much as 10% after delaying the release of Grand Theft Auto. And wrapping things up, the S&P 500 is trading higher for a ninth day, headed for the longest winning streak since 2004. Live from the First Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. Have a great weekend, and to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg-type squawk, SQUA, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, time now for Drive to the Close with Alexis Brown Roberts, COO at Alexis Investment Partners, with us from Montgomery, Texas. And she's joining us right now when the S&P 500 is on track for its longest streak of gains since 2004.
Feels like a big deal.
It feels like a big deal, but let's see what Alexis thinks. Is this a sustainable bounce off of the lows, or are these gains just going to reverse soon and then next week we're going to be talking about
right?
how there's so much red?
Exactly.
Well, hi, Carol and Emily. It's great to see you again, Carol, and it's nice to meet you. Thank you both for having me on. And that really is a million-dollar question right now, isn't it? It's what investors are all asking each other themselves. But we think it's sustainable. I mean, we came into this year expecting a very volatile but overall positive year, although admittedly a little bit of a different path. We thought we were going to be more positive in the front end and then have this volatility in the back end. Looks like we're flipping that around, but we do see this as being sustainable. I mean, earnings are still doing well, and honestly, there's a lot of cash on the sidelines, and we really do think
All right, wait a minute,
April.
Alexis, I have to stop you because what's interesting is you say earnings going well. Amazon, Apple, massive companies, massive weightings in the S&P 500, the NASDAQ 100. We talked with our Eric Weiner about this, that it is unusual, especially Apple. You know, often so goes Apple, so goes the market. And that to see kind of broad-based buying, but these two names down substantially because of the worries, the big worries that is really the overhang of the overall financial U.S. market. That's not odd to you? And also that retail investors are really buying, but it's not necessarily the institutional guys. So, like, how does that factor in to, you know, your outlook? You're optimistic, but doesn't that kind of concern you a little bit?
Their earnings were actually strong. If you look at the numbers, they did well this past quarter.
But
what is
that's
that's concerning
that's
investors is the guidance.
Right.
Right, but it is since, I mean, we've been living with tariffs for 2 months now, so it has been since Liberation Day, as they like to call it. But the guidance going forward is really what's worrying investors. I mean, honestly, with the amount of uncertainty right now, why wouldn't CEOs be saying, hey, this is an uncertain environment and kind of trying to tamper down expectations? I think as investors, if we didn't hear CEO say, we'd be taking a step back going, hold on, are you not seeing what's happening? So yes, absolutely, there's uncertainty. There's reasons to be worried. But honestly, those names, they were beaten down a lot because they had just been the leaders so strong prior to this move. When you're looking at things like productivity, AI, they're going to be good again. And even more since then, we actually did buy into these bigger cap tech names once we had this pullback because they had been valued much higher than they were now. And when you have an opportunity to buy these names at a more reasonable valuation, I mean, you might as well. At the end of the day, NVIDIA is going to do better than Coca-Cola, nothing against Coca-Cola, but just their earnings potential is higher. And if you can get a more similar PE between a big tech name versus a staples name like that, I would rather do it. So that's my view on the tech names there. I think they've been beaten down. They're going to participate more in this recovery. As we've been seeing, tech has really been participating in this recovery. Now, once we're fully recovered, will we see a broadening of leadership, potential rotation of leadership? Absolutely, and we're watching for that. But here, we'd rather be owning those names, and we took the opportunity with this dip to add to those names in particular.
Right. So I see your overweight stocks, but you also said in your notes that you're still hedging with gold. And I'm wondering what risks you're hedging for, and then what would have to happen for you to add more gold?
Yeah, so we are overweight stocks as well as we do hold our largest position is in gold. Now that's still just under a 10% position. It's about a 9% position. And really that's an opportunistic diversification, I would call it. It's not like every time gold goes up, stocks go down or vice versa. It really moves differently. And you see these large swaths of time where gold does really well and then swaths of time where they go lousy as well. But right now is one of those times where we really don't see gold as performing well. We originally bought it as an inflation hedge.
Hallo!
A decision on our part. Now we're really holding it as a more of a geopolitical risk hedge, not just from a geopolitics standpoint, but also from a lot of different moves being made all across the world from all the central banks, so also from a policy standpoint.
What about overseas interest in allocation?
Yeah, it's something we're definitely watching, and we are interested in potentially moving into
Ja, det kommer jag nog till.
after this recovery, once we look to see more
Hallo?
leadership
Ja, ja. Hvordan går det her nå?
På matprat.
Hæ?
Vi på matprat vi nå.
Ja, men det ålreit da. Jeg har drevet matbusiness.
Ja.
Hva er det jeg ser for noe? Ser jeg en rød strek? Hva faen skjer?
Ja, nei, vi sa jo på ned.
Har du bestilt nedgangen, Stig?
Ja.
Det er faen ikke dårlig. Nå skjønner jeg ingenting her.
Ja, GT til alt fra 10 til 100.
Yeah, I would just point out, I mean, the Eurostoxx 50, I know it's been beaten up and maybe not as up as it was earlier this year, but it's still up about 8%.
Ja, men I alle dager det er rødt, dette her.
Still about a 3.5% decline in the S&P 500. So
Ikke så ofte det da.
Nei, det kommer sikkert til å snu her nå på 2044.
Alexis, we only have like 45 seconds left, but I'm just wondering what's the
Sorry, jeg brukte lang tid. Jeg måtte hente Sahar, og så måtte jeg kjøpe noe mat.
Gold or are people more optimistic?
Sovna sikkert i bilen nå.
Tror du må sove mer, så går mer ned.
17 000. Jeg spratt like fort opp igjen her.
Hvor igjen kan man skli på nybegynnerflaks i trading, Hitler satses på våpen, Kina og børstaper og så godt med det.
Ja, han har litt nybegynnerflaks, han har nybegynner-uflaks.
Har du uflaks?
Har ikke noe lyd på nyhetene min? Ja, kommer seg etter beltet. Nå er det jo 10 minutter til det stenger.
Dette er første gangen på lenge hvor jeg går og gleder meg til det stenger.
Ja.
Faen. Jeg har aldri hatt så vanskelig 2 uker i hele mitt liv. Faen. Har Trump pratet noe mer, eller?
Nei,
ikke ringt meg. Det har ikke falt nok. Det har ikke falt nok. Derfor så prater han ikke.
Det kom noe i sted, sa han bare at Trump to host military parade on 14. juni.
Har lært, vet du da, Bonax, jeg har lært én ting. Og det er at jeg ikke har lært en dritt. Det er det jeg har lært. Jeg har lært at det markedet her har ikke lært en dritt akkurat nå. Fytti faen. Det er sjukt. Jeg har ikke lært noen ting. Jeg har bare lært at det går opp på drittnyheter. Lærte ikke treffer opp. Det visste jeg get soon. Det visste jeg. Men det var ikke derfor jeg har lært det. Men jeg visste det. Men jeg trodde at jeg var kjempesmart når jeg shorta Tesla på de nyhetene. Eller shorta Nasdaq på Tesla da. Jeg trodde jeg var dritsmart. Er King Kong kommet til å sitte i posisjoner nå, Jørgen? Og Martin?
Nei, jeg sitter ikke med... Jeg sitter stort sett alltid med posisjoner over helga.
Du sitter stort sett aldri med posisjoner, du bare kjører litt intra nyene.
Ja, jeg skalper bare.
Å, fy faen, jeg klør i hele trynet. Jeg dusjer. Nei, men jeg får sitte
Jeg traff jo ganske bra, så jeg skulle jo bare ha holdt av og til, men jeg får meg ikke selv til å gjøre det.
Da er det ikke smartest, da. I det markedet her, i hvert fall. I hvert fall hvis du ikke bryr deg om makro.
Ja, nei, for min del så er markedet nå fint for min del.
Hallo? Hallo? Ah. Ja.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Nasser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody. As we said, just under 7 minutes to go, we're going to wrap up this trade.
Ja, det er snilt. Jeg kan hente rett på. Ja. Ok, ha det. Ordne madrass, tror jeg. Mitt ordne madrass. Sånn ordentlig, sånn som man kan ta her.
Ja.
Og sove på gulvet.
Kjæring?
Nei, ikke kjæring. Sånn annen madrass.
Mitt her så står feltmadrass.
Hva må du feltmadrass?
Nei, vi kalte kjæringen for feltmadrass.
Ja.
Aldri med på kopi har... Nei, jeg kopierer det. Hva er det nå? Det er noe ikke valg man tar, det. Har du lest de fine meldingene, Johns?
Jeg har ikke lest en dritt.
Så går langt opp da. Leser.
Og jeg kan bla litt her da. Jeg er så dårlig på sånn her.
Vent litt da. Jeg kan her.
Ja. Det er så masse mat her. Har du en matblogg?
Ja. Der.
Hva skjer? Vent, jeg ser godt om jeg går ned, eller?
Ja, hvis du ser bare det jeg tagget deg, så klikker du bare på...
Hvor tagger du meg?
Nei, jeg tagget deg på nederst på chatten. Så ser du det.
Dr. Wotok.
Ja, og så trykker du på den over der.
Og så der da?
Det står Vetle.
Hva Vetle? Jeg går og sett for en... Jeg tror jeg tappet mye, men jeg synes jeg andre har tatt. Det synes jeg er noe skjøy på det er en tapning, og blir irritert på den, jeg tror man skjøtt lagt en råd til tapet. Takk mange takk for seg. Jeg tror jeg ser siden sparket meg baken og ikke på disse. Det er min beste å prøve å få litt. En lang skifte ønsker jeg det. Det var veldig hyggelig da. Det var litt snilt da.
Og så leste du ned litt nedover.
Ja. Takk for det. Og det er hard.
How is that going to roil commuters and they're advising commuters to work from home if the strike kicks off because they would only be able to shuttle about 100,000 people into New York every day. And typically they operate more than 925,000 weekly trips across bus, rail, and light rail. Do you take the bus?
Og det var også veldig snilt da. Jeg gjør det, jeg prøver. Jeg bruker all min tid på dette her.
Ja, jeg synes det var fine ord som skrev det der.
Ja. Jeg skjønner også folk som litt skuffet av meg på at...
Jo da.
Jeg skjønner det, for jeg selv... Ja. For når jeg tradet, sånn som jeg pleier å trade, nå bare markedet livredd, ass. Og så har du begynt med matblogg. Det var veldig mange fine meldinger her, da. Det var veldig snilt, da. Tusen takk for de fine meldingene. Det synes jeg var veldig snilt. Jeg hadde en sånn liten knekk på livet i stad. Jeg følte hele livet mitt var over i stad. Skuffet meg ved å hate Trump. Men i stad så følte jeg livet mitt forsvant. Hver gang jeg gikk opp i stad så følte jeg livet mitt forsvant. Så tenkte jeg, hva faen har jeg gjort i 20 år, så ikke jeg skjønner dette her. I går så ringte jeg en vanlig investor og bare, er jeg dum? Er jeg dum? Hva faen er jeg ikke skjønner? For jeg snakker med et par andre sånne sværinger. Og jeg ble ikke noe klokere av å snakke med dem. For å si det sånn. Å, fy faen. Tusen takk for at dere setter pris på at jeg kan fucke det litt. Jeg lover, jeg skal rette opp i dette her. Jeg må bare ha litt mer enn en uke på meg for å forstå hva faen som skjer. Så skal jeg gi gass. Jeg må puste litt, og så må jeg bare forstå hva som skjer. Jeg lover, jeg skal gi gass. Jeg lover. Jeg skal sitte oppe, og jeg skal holde på hele tiden. Og jeg skal ikke gi meg, og jeg skal gi gass. Alt må bare ligge litt til rette. Nå så er det sikkert mange som sier at du kan sikkert trade litt, men jeg tør ikke. Jeg er livredd for å trade her oppe. Jeg er livredd. Jeg pleier ikke å være redd. Jeg er veldig nervøs.
Men det blir jo også noe når du sitter på, jeg vet ikke hvor mange som kopierer det, men...
Nei, men problemet...
Det gjør noe med deg.
Ja, det gjør noe jævlig med huet mitt, fordi vanligvis, ikke sant, når det er mine penger, så gir jeg faen om jeg taper litt. Jeg driter i det, for jeg trader inn den så fort. Men nå, så hvis jeg taper, så føler jeg sånn der, faen liksom. Og så ser jeg en del åpninger av og til. Og så tenker jeg, hvis jeg tar noen åpninger nå, og så bommer jeg på den, da går det utover noen som kanskje akkurat begynte å følge meg. Og så bare, faen, ikke sant? Og så begynner det også bare, ikke sant? Så føler du et jævla press, da.
Ja.
Så, det er langsiktig dyktig gås som, ja, det er 1000 takk i ny, det er helt sant. Det er helt sant. Men jeg tror nok jeg tror det er litt lettere for meg til neste uke, bare for første uka jeg tror jeg må bare ja, jeg tror jeg skal føle litt jeg tror det er bedre på mandag. Jeg må bare justere huet mitt litt.
Så det er jo aldri feil å ta tap.
Nei, jeg tok tap i går på den ene.
Ja.
Så det eneste som... Jeg vet hvordan jeg skal komme meg ut av det, men jeg bare må finne ut når jeg skal gjøre det, og om det er riktig å gjøre det nå, er jeg så jævlig usikker på det. Tesla da. Ja. Ja, da stengte vi opp på USA 9. dagen på rad. Største oppturen siden 2004. Faktisk.
Nei, i går var candlen rød, faktisk.
Ja, var det?
Ja.
Jo, men det var på future-markedet etter USA stengte, så det regnes ikke. De ser på cash-markedet.
Ja.
For det falt jo etter børs.
Ja.
Så det er faktisk 9. dagen på rad i USA hvor det går opp. 9. dagen på rad.
communication services, financial.
Det faen meg helt sinnssykt.
2% industrial.
Milling.
9%. The laggards are consumer staples
Ja.
and utilities, each down.
Alt skjer for en grunn, jeg skal lære det. Ja, jeg tror ikke jeg lærer noe av det her. Jeg har ikke lært noe før det. Jeg har ikke lært noe. Ikke enda. Vi Herda og Delta og Shortlinks stream for lenge. Du går gjennom det samme fjellet til du har lært. Ja. Jeg sitter faktisk med egne penger. Det er ikke sånn at jeg trader for andre, jeg trader for mine penger. Bare så folk skjønner det liksom. Det er mine penger jeg trader for. Ja. Hva skal du for noe helga, Stig og Robert? Og alle egentlig?
Nei, det så veldig mye som skjer her i gården. Og sitter med regnskapet til jeg får det til.
Og du var ikke ferdig ennå?
Nei da, jeg er ferdig med ett selskap her, altså jeg er halvveis ferdig med det andre.
Å fy faen, jeg misunner deg ikke på det. Nå sier Empro, det hadde ikke gått om i dagblad hvis ikke Trump hadde tuklet med de tallene fortsatt råttene. Det er helt riktig, det du sier der. Det er det som er det verste. Det er helt riktig. Det er ikke noe unnskyldning eller sånt nå. Makrobildet nå er helt katastrofe, liksom. Det er ille overalt, liksom. Unntatt de tallene i dag, da. Så på non-farm, liksom. Utover det så har det bare vært dritt. Jeg er helt
Kommer det med resultatet til vekken, eller?
Jeg tror ikke de får se de tariffresultatene, hvis det er det du lurer på. De får ikke se før om en måneds tid, 3-4 uker.
Ja, selskapene.
Og jeg vet ikke hva som kommer i dag. Jeg har gitt opp hele livet i dag, egentlig.
Nei, det er ikke noe store selskap i dag.
Hva faen er det?
Russebilder.
Russebuss?
Ja. Jeg bare synes det er så rart at nei, jeg vet ikke. Jeg vet ikke. Han Trump overrasker på alle nivåer, føler jeg. Man kan jo si hva man vil om han. Han må jo være et han må jo være, selv om han er clean, han må være et geni ut av sidestykket for å kunne manipulere det markedet sånn som han gjør. Han skal ha for det da. Han har faktisk snudd hele børsen på dårlig tall. Det har aldri skjedd før. Og han med skremsel liksom. Skremsel om tariff. Det er jo... Altså, han er jo... Det skal jo egentlig ikke være mulig, det som har skjedd denne uka her. Egentlig. Hva sier gutta du snakker med på telefon, er de også short? Nei, han ene jeg snakket med, han blåste sin egen konto. Og han andre jeg snakket med vil ikke trade sånn som det er nå. Og så er en til en som er sånn stor copy-trader i utlandet. Han har satt alle posisjoner. Han sendte melding til alle som fulgte han. Så sa han dobbelt kontoen deres, eller noe sånt nå. Og så sa han så satt han alltid hedge, så har han ikke gjort noe på en uke. Hvorfor skrev man? Og hun? Ja,
hadde du bare lyst på det?
Så de jeg snakket med, de er ikke positive i det hele tatt. Ingen av dem faktisk. Og da har jeg snakket med flere som er flinke, som jobber med det. Fikk du den ut? Ja. Å helvete, nå kastet den ut da. Så... Men aksjer er litt annerledes, ikke sant? Aksjer er annerledes. Det vi ser på nå er liksom totalmarkedet. Aksjer så kan du plukke enkelte selskaper som gjør det bra da. Sånn som Koa for eksempel, som jeg har sagt kan sikkert gi en fin avkastning.
må huske på at alle sammen tenker akkurat likt, at nå skal det ned. Så går det ikke ned.
Det er ikke før folk snur meningen seg.
Nei.
Men sånn som
Så alle sammen tenker ned, så går det opp.
Ja, men sånn som markedet nå, så reagerer du ikke på noen ting. Det går bare opp.
Ja, men det er jo for at alle sammen tenker at det skal ned.
Ja, det er litt flere.
Hvis du spør hvem som helst som følger makroen og sånt, så sier alle sammen at det skal ned.
Alle sier det.
Ja, og da går det opp.
De som har peiling sier det. Hva tror du om tallene til K om 5 dager? Jeg tror de tallene blir helt OK. Jeg tror ikke det blir noen sånn veldig happy days. Jeg tror det er full fokus på restrukturering av selskapet. Det kommer sikkert til å komme litt oppdateringer rundt USA-fabrikkene. Det kommer sikkert til å komme litt oppdateringer rundt de tariffene. Så KA kommer ikke til å så... Jeg tror ikke de kommer til å gjøre sånn veldig før neste kvartal. Kanskje rundt der. Men det er innbakt da, så den kommer nok til å gå opp på det. Ja, Johannes, jeg tror det går til å gå opp på tallene. Ja, det er lett å gjøre folk cappen når du bare endrer loven. Han bare endret loven. Elon Musk, du tappte så mye penger at vet du hva? My buddy, jeg skal endre loven så du slipper å stresse mer.
Har du fått porteføljen til falt på norske børsen, gikk opp med 1 million, tror jeg, her om dagen.
Ok, hva har han satt, ja?
Ja, han sitter i mye rart. Zenit, blant annet, og... Ja, det var det eneste jeg kom på.
Zenit,
Softalk.
Blant annet. Zenit Eiendom?
Nei.
Eller Zenit Tekstselskapet?
Ja. Og så sitter en del andre ting.
Hvis jeg hadde vært venn med Trump, er jeg sikker på at det ikke er noen 100x med portefølje over et år. Jeg tror det, faktisk. Det som jeg synes er litt spesielt da, er det at det gikk så jævlig etter Nancy Pelosi, hun dama som, jeg vet ikke om du vet hvem Nancy Pelosi er, hun som er innsidedama, hun kaller for innsidedama. Nancy Pelosi og hun andre dama, som hadde en formue nå på nesten 1 milliard eller sånt nå, så har en inntekt på $250 000 nå. Og den var jo så etter de Biden i administrasjonen at de alle satt på så jævlig med innsideinformasjon og så mye info. Jeg vet ikke om dere fikk med dere det, det var jo sånn svært helvetes opplegg rundt det for 2 måneder tilbake. Han skulle saksøke, ikke saksøke, han skulle gå til alle sammen som hadde så høy formue, som jobbet i kongressen og i administrasjonen da. Husker du at de sa det? Nancy Pelosi og sånn?
Ja. Skulle ta dem valg, skal de ikke?
Jo, han skulle ta dem til retten og saksøke dem og strippe dem for alle penger. For de har jo misbrukt makten sin med innsideinformasjon og sånn, ikke sant? Og det er jo sant. De har jo gjort det, ikke sant? Og så går det faen ikke mange månedene før Donald Trump skriver på Twitter, eller bare, nå kan det være smart å kjøpe aksjer, og så etterpå så kommer han fram, nå skal vi stoppe tariffene i 90 dager, og så gikk det opp, ikke sant? Det fikk alle med seg. Og så var det intervjuet med han, Donald Trump, en uke etterpå, og så står han og ser bak seg, klippet ligger på YouTube, så ser han tilbake på de kameratene sine som står som jobber i kongressen og sånn. Og så sier han, hvor mye var det du tjente forrige uka? Hvor mange millioner var det du tjente forrige uka? Han tjente milliarder forrige uke. Hvor mye var det du tjente forrige uka? Som han satt og sa på YouTube. Fordi de hadde kjøpt når han sa han skulle kjøpe. Og det er greit. Og når det stupte i forrige uke, når det bare tanka som faen, når det bare ramlet, og så bare kommer det med den andre meldingen, liksom. Bare, nei, nå har jeg ordnet tariffer med Kina. Altså, han er jo... Nei, fy faen. Jeg har ikke ord, jeg. Han kastet, hvor mye var det du tjente forrige uka? Hvor mye du tjente? Han tjente millioner, og han tjente 90 millioner. Da lo jeg godt. Nå hater jeg den. Jeg hater den. Jeg hater den så jævlig. Jeg hater den til jeg kan være long, og han kan si det samme hver dag når jeg er long. Jeg hater den frem til da. Trump reignites Harvard feud by threatening tax attempt status, exempted status. Man vet til Harvard nå.
Hvordan det der med coins, holdt jeg på å si?
Oi! Sorry. Kom da, nå var det en som hadde med deg. Skal sjekke her.
It's not just a company, it's actually an individual. He made $2.5 billion today, and he made $900 million.
Det akkurat denne, bro! Det akkurat den du viser i chatten her. Det akkurat den. Hva faen, det lov, liksom? Jeg må ha den på... Jeg må ta den på... Dere må se den der. Det ja, hva heter den da?
I love that phrase, victimization Olympics. I hadn't heard it before. But you hear that Larry is nothing if not intelligent, and we hear intelligent people can have two contradictory ideas in their head at the same time. And he does here. He thinks that Harvard has really been wrong in not...
Se på den her. Ja, faen. Skal dere se på manipulering? Skal dere få se på manipulering her? Dette må ha lyden. Jeg har lyd på feil PC, skjønner du. 2 sekunder. Hva da? Skjønner han? Ser dere det her, eller? Han tjente 900 millioner. Ikke det der sykt? Ikke det der sykt, så vet ikke jeg hva liksom. Det lov. Han har lov til å manipulere markedet så kameratene tjener penger, men det helt greit. Det helt sykt. Jeg vet ikke hva jeg skal si. Ja, jeg har virkelig problemer med å trene under sånne forhold. Det må jeg bare innrømme. Det helt sykt. Nei. Nå har jeg faen ikke hår igjen på hodet, og jeg har skrapet opp trynet mitt. Det liksom ikke noe mer igjen nå. Jeg sitter her og bare klør meg trynet og håret på hva faen som skjer. Jeg faen ikke noe igjen av meg, Alex. Jeg har klort meg trynet hver gang jeg går opp og rivet meg håret. Det faen ikke noe igjen av meg. Jeg sitter og ser på den der gærningen, sitter og kuker med markedet. Helvete, faen. Helvete. Sjukest. Skal vi ta kvelden, eller? Jeg tror jeg har lyst til å gå meg en tur, jeg.
Det var trivelig.
Hæ?
Det var trivelig.
Ja,
Espen er jo i Spania og spiller golf, han.
Ja, alle er ute. Bare jeg som sitter her og driver med selvpinning. Nei, fy faen. Gjør det klem hvert 3. Jeg lurer på meg så gå og barre meg ute og connecte verden. Gud hører ikke på meg lenger, så det er en eller annen jeg må prate med. Jeg har gitt opp Gud. Jeg sendte mail til Gudestad. Vil dere se mailen jeg sendte til Gudestad? Dere tror jeg kødder med dere?
Jeg sa til Espen, legg vekk telefonen og ta noen slag med pensjonisten.
Jeg sendte mail til Gudestad.
Nå tror jeg du må avslutte liven også.
Hæ? Han tror ikke på meg. Jeg sendte mail til Gudestad. Jeg kan vise det til dere. Skal du se det? Dere tror jeg kødder med dere. Jeg sendte mail til Gudestad. Jeg virkelig trykket på. Så
Vi kjeftet du på?
Nei, jeg sendte mail til Gudestad. Jeg skrev på Hotmail til Gud. Da husker jeg...
Har du vært oppe for mange timer, tror jeg?
Ja, men jeg er ærlig. Jeg sendte mail til Gudstad. Jürgen Jones. Hva faen er passordet med da? What? Hold on a second. Den var det. Hva skjer her og hvordan får jeg på kanalen her da? Sånn, ja. Få trykke på sånn da.
Jeg spurte ChatGPT hva mailen til Gud var, og Gud har dessverre ikke oppgitt noen offentlig e-postadresse, stod det.
Har du ikke?
Nei. Og hvis du ønsker å sende en mail til Gud, så i symbolsk forstand kan du også skrive en dagbok.
Vent, hva skjer nå? Jeg har sendt mail til Gud i dag. Du tror jeg kødder med den? Jeg kødder ikke når det var aksjer, altså. Enheten er tilkoblet. Fortsett på enheten. Nei, helvete. Ok. Jeg får drømme med å slippe smerter i disse barnene valgte barnevård. Kontakt med aldri kontakt. Jeg skal vise dere Gud-meldingen min, men jeg vet ikke faen som jeg får vist det innpå her. Jeg tar print screen. Screenshot. Klokka 15:45. Ja, nå sendte jeg det. Det var feil. Hvordan tar man og sender ja, nå klikker det for meg nå. Hvordan sender du bilder på den drittchatten her da? Er det sånne raper her, eller?
Nei, jeg har ikke rapet noe, ja.
Stinker jo helvete.
Jeg har ikke rapet noe, ja.
Det
er ikke en rapa eller fyser.
Jo. Da får jeg ikke sendt dere brevet jeg sendte til Gud i dag. Jeg får ikke vist det. Screenshot. Stig. Copy eller save? Copy, kanskje? Der. Nå skjønte dere. Det var til Gud. Og så print screen. Og så copy. Og det var mailen jeg sendte til Gud. Gud gav ikke svare med, så jeg gikk ikke prate med ham. Det var klokka 5 i dag. Ser du det, Stig? Klokka 5 i dag sendte jeg mail til Gud. Jeg visste ikke hvordan jeg skulle prate med han. Han hørte faen ikke på meg. Pleier å høre på meg, han hørte ikke på meg i dag. Så det er et eller annet... Det er litt... Det er et eller annet... Det er en dypere mening her nå. Jeg vet ikke hva det er for noe. Gud...
Men hadde du riktig mailadresse til den?
Det er det jeg lurer på, men jeg sendte feil, skjønner du. For jeg hadde ikke mailen hans, så jeg tenkte, ok, hva er det nærmeste var jo? Jeg sender til min egen mail, for kanskje han snapper den opp på veien, tenkte jeg. Og jeg underkastet meg. Jeg skrev, bare gjør så jeg kommer i mål her. Jeg skal bare gi god energi, og du kan bruke meg som du vil. Jeg offret meg til og med. Det er faen ikke mange som gjør for en trade. Jeg offret meg. Jeg sa det bare.
Ja, bra å si den feil da.
Jeg tror jeg sendte mailen feil. Helvete, altså. Nei, faen helvete. Jeg ble egentlig sendt til Donald Trump, egentlig. Det hadde i hvert fall skjedd noe. 100%. Jeg sendte noe helt feil. Nei, fy faen. Som dere skjønner, så går det inn på meg, ass. Jeg tar meg nær av dette her. Så ikke folk bare tror, han bare tredjer i faen. Jeg gir ikke faen. Jeg har til og med sendt mail til Gud i dag. Den kan ingen ta fra meg. Så det skal sies. Det er faen meg gjort. Jeg skal finne mailen hans til slutt. Og spørre hva er det du driver med? Hva er det du driver med, liksom? Jeg er renhjertet. Jeg bør i hvert fall få ett svar av han i løpet av helgen i hvert fall. Gud og unread nå. Fy faen. Pyramidene ble bygget, jeg tror det er megabatterier på pyramidene. Jeg ser på sånn hele tiden, sånne der forbidden greier. Jeg ser på det hele tiden. Jeg synes det er dritspennende. Jeg ser på det hele tiden. Forbidden Ancient Technologies. Visste at du hadde aksjer i Romerriket? Det visste du ikke det. I romertiden hadde du aksjer. Det er mange som ikke vet. Du vet det? Ja, du vet det. Ok. Nei, jeg må klø meg i skallen og gå tur, ass. Så skal jeg finne ut hva jeg skal gjøre for noe på mandag. Gud vil ikke svare meg. Dere har sett jeg har sendt mail til Gud. Han svarer sikkert når han har tid. Du må finne mailadressen hans, Robert. Så takker jeg for i dag. Rammer deg ut igjen? Alex, har jeg ramlet igjen? Jeg vet ikke, jeg vet faen aldri om jeg er live. Jeg ser ikke en dritt her. Her er det. Da får alle ha en fin kveld. Takk for i dag. Takk for ræva 3 dager. I hvert fall, jeg vet ikke faen hva jeg skal si. Vi ses på mandag, eller på søndag. Jeg kommer til å være på søndag, eller jeg kommer til å være på søndag før Asia åpner, for jeg følger med da også. Og så skal jeg se om jeg får mail tilbake fra en eller annen.
God helg til dere.
Så godt da. Ha det.
Hei da.
Jeg tør ikke gå på TikTok ennå, for jeg vil bare slakte av deg. Jeg tør faen ikke gå på TikTok. Ha det. Jeg går på TikTok etter jeg har falt 1000 på. Kan jeg gå tilbake på TikTok? Hva var det jeg sa?
Da skal jeg gi dem ut da.
Ha det.